So you want to know what QAnon is, and whether you can have faith in and trust the plan? Get closer. I will show you.
The best is yet to come. We got carnivals and clowns making the network rounds, leading sheep to the slaughter. Lock up your sons and ruin your daughters. We got liars on the hill. They can never take our will. We the people stand strong. They're going in for the kill. When you're asleep, they wanna take you to hell. Teach you lies and you just can't tell. We have an army and it's ready to go. Fight like hell and enjoy the show. The truth ain't on their side. What tactics do they try? When the fact becomes fiction, truth becomes a contradiction. They think we need to control us.
Isn't that an awesome song? Go check out JT Wild's music. He's a fantastic patriot. Now for Q, The Road to Freedom. Power to the people. This is what we are taught. We all believe it. Is it actually true? Power to a small group of people. This is a real fact. Some of us know it. How did they do it? While we were kept busy trying to honestly provide for our families and contribute to the advancement of human society, this so-called elite has joined forces to hijack our government, our wealth, and our rights. Falsely believing their bloodlines give them the right to consider humans as sheep, they have built throughout the centuries an evil power structure rooted in ancient secret religions, and growing through secret societies, secret oaths, infiltration, and indoctrination. Like an octopus coming from another world, this power structure has spread its tentacles, placing its numerous puppets in our school system, our places of worship, and our administrations to devour everything we value and to destroy everything that is good. Through lies and deception, they have kept us in the dark, using all components of the fake news media to put us to sleep when we are awake, or to give us the illusion we are when we are not. Thanks to this evil fake news media force, truth, facts, and common sense have disappeared from our conversations, and we are now only left with falsehood, illusion, and propaganda. Cynically using this fake news media weapon against our credulous patriotism, they make us send our husbands, wives, children, siblings, and parents to wars they're the only ones to benefit from. Don't be fooled. Trump is right. The fake news media is indeed the enemy of the people. Now it's up to you. Do you want to stay asleep and let them continue to progressively kill you, dumb you down, and steal your wealth? Or do you want to fight back, take what's yours, and live a good life of freedom and dignity? For those who have made the latter choice, Trump has given a way out in his QAnon. Through transparency, disclosure, and critical thinking, QAnon is the way through which we will resurrect our freedom and take our power back from this evil group of people whose agenda is to humiliate and enslave mankind. QAnon is Trump's response to the fake news media assault on our mind and our right to know. QAnon is a collection of intel drops, but it is also a state of mind and a set of powerful statements around which any human aspiring to freedom and happiness can rally. QAnon is a plan. A military plan history will recognize as the greatest military intelligence operation of our time. A plan aiming at destroying each piece of the cabal's construction, imprisoning us, and perniciously degrading our lives. The plan is inspired and being executed by the brightest military minds and the most powerful armed forces in human history. The enemy's defeat is therefore inescapable, and our victory inevitable. Trust the plan. The plan is now in motion, and as described in Q's drop 1690, you are watching the systematic destruction of the old guard. Power will return to the people. Q. The plan is methodically obliterating the enemy's power structure, attacking its foundations in politics, business, and media. Trump's success is now palpable. The swamp is being drained. The fake news media is exposed and has become inefficient. They are now desperate and will try to survive by any means necessary. Their censorship has now become blatant. Their increasing violence proves their weakness. They know they are about to lose everything they stole from us. To take it back, they need to cheat. Will you let them cheat you yet another time? Through the Q dynamics, Trump is about to write one of the most prominent lines in history of mankind, and you are part of it. You are part of a worldwide movement gathering to date more than 50 million people around the world. You are part of Q. You are Q. We are all Q. With Trump's plan in motion, they have lost control. It's now time to manifest our unity and strength, and they will soon be on the run. Take part and vote them out. Take part and stop supporting their corrupt businesses. Take part and switch off from their fake news. Join Q's armies in the United States and around the world. Join their platforms and their conversations about the truth. Feed yourself with real news. Find guidance in critical thinking and give back by red pilling as many as you can. And because you know light ultimately wins over darkness. To the enemy's violence, respond with peace, patience, and resolve. To the enemy's evil, respond with faith and prayers. Recess is over. Sheep no more. This planet is ours and we are taking it back. Recess is over. Sheep no more. We are fighting back for our true freedom. Are you still wondering if Q is real? Is President Trump running a great military operation to take back our world? The story is not yet over. Buckle up. Q533. We, the people. We, the people. We, the people. We, the people. Where we go one, we go all. No one person is above another. We, the people, are making the world a better place. We, the people, are taking back our country and world from the evil losers who would do us harm, all for a buck. No more. Stand up, patriots. Stand up and defend what you know is right. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. 4, 10, 20.
right, friends, we're back. We're back. That was a little bit of Serial Brain 2 for you. That's one of Tim's favorites, I know for sure. Master Decoder, done some amazing work as well. It kind of hasn't posted a lot over the last couple of years, I don't think, but the work stands for itself. Must be something important too. We got kicked off Instagram for no reason. Played a little bit of music, but it was pretty sure it was under a minute, so usually shouldn't kick us off. So they didn't like the Serial Brain. They didn't want people listening to the Serial Brain. So y'all go find that.
Instagram, you better clean your shit up, man.
Right?
We're
Yeah.
coming. We're coming.
I know. I kind of feel like there's some shift. I think we're supposed to be migrating over to TikTok of all places. That'll be wild to watch, but we'll see how it goes. Interesting to watch all these things play out. Lots of glitches on the devices and social medias and all kinds of stuff lately for everyone out there too. So let us know if you guys have any problems with stuff. I know some people have had trouble with Rumble. It seems like I can't actually play the recordings from a month ago on my phone. They're just like not even loading up. But like I had internet, so I'm not quite sure. If anybody else can double check that when you get a chance, like try to see if you can play any of those September episodes, like early September episodes on like your phone. That was when I was having trouble on the phone. I haven't tried it on the computer. I would assume it would be able to pop up on the computer. But anyways, good to see you all. Today's Thursday, I guess. Thursday. I got really mixed up on the days. We've done some weird time travel stuff. We lost some time on the show the other day, and then again, I totally thought it was Wednesday which was on Tuesday, but still not used to doing the days that all you service humans are agreeing to. So, anyways, just the boys today. So prayers for MelzieKaye again one more time, if you guys don't mind. We love her very much. Lots of prayers for her. We'll let I guess that I don't know. Make any announcements or anything, but she's gonna be gone today, so send her some love and prayers. She was able to put this beautiful background though for us and set up the stage before. She's still amazing what she does. She pops in there and still does her thing. So I couldn't make any graphics like this or where she finds them, but every time they're really cool. Works really well. And so thanks to MelzieKaye for all of her hard work and being a part of our family and the Qschqql family as well and everything. And Matthew Q there with brother Tim also. Such a good father.
Let's give me a kiss. You gonna give me a kiss on live air? There you go.
Beautiful.
Go get your water. Yeah, welcome everybody. Yeah, welcome to another Qschqql. Zero Delta Day. Tomorrow's a big day for us too. Well, today's title is Bolton Busted. There is going to be some breaking news today. I just feel it. Just to get you guys up to speed on some of the breaking news today, and we'll cover as much as possible as it breaks. But the prosecutors for the investigation of John Bolton, whose house was raided almost 2.5, 3 weeks ago now, they are in front of the grand jury as we speak. They had a lunch break just before Qschqql, and they're back in there, which is also a telltale sign that there will be some form of unsealing of indictments today. Charges against John Bolton, another swamp creature. There's 7 drops with Bolton. We're going to cover some of those for you guys too. Okay. And of course, just another example of the dominoes falling one after another here. So it looks like Bolton's next in line after we already saw the we've seen Comey first, and then we've seen Letitia James. James and Bolton. We're still waiting for others too to come out. So you're seeing the process take place. So we're going to cover some of that. Also, great news. We've got the boss coming on for another announcement at 3:00 today. I'm going to say 3:17 because that's usually what always happens here. But yeah, we're gonna bring that live to you. We have no idea what he's announcing today. I mean, he just keeps us all on the edge of our seats. Okay. I love the boss. So that's exciting. Also, breaking news today, Kyle. We had this morning, just before we went live, the bear and the boss were talking on quite an extensive phone call. I guess it was a pretty lengthy phone call. He did truth about it. We can pop up the truth if you want and read the truth. But looks like they're going to be meeting next week. I just got breaking news that peace process is back in motion as Trump to meet Russians Putin in Hungary to negotiate the end of the war in Ukraine. That'll be number 9. That'll be number 9, you guys, if they can do this. And don't forget, Trump is meeting Zelensky tomorrow. Tomorrow, our show is going to be We Are Q which is kind of Serial Brain just kind of gave it away there in that beautiful video. We are all Q, and it is Q Day tomorrow. That's the 17th of October. So I'm excited for tomorrow. We're gonna have we're gonna close out week 11 and split it that way. But yeah, I'm excited, Kyle. A lot of neat things. A lot of pieces on the chessboard have been moving around here. Every single minute of every single day. And still, the mainstream media is losing their minds. The Democrats are losing their minds. Pelosi lost her mind yesterday. We played that for you. And power is coming back to we the people. This weekend, Saturday, apparently there's going to be thousands of cities protests going on with No Kings. This No Kings protest. All the stupid street demons are going to go out there.
Street demons, I love it.
It's going to be comical. It's going to be fun to watch. But anyway, you're going to have some more excitement on the weekends, things to watch. We may go live this weekend too. Just a heads up. I know Kyle's got a little bit of free time, so click on the notifications on Melzie's channel here, Hammer Time Rapid Fire Q News. And if we do decide to go live on the weekend, you'll get notified, and you can come and join us for a little bit of fun, whether it be Saturday or Sunday. I'm thinking maybe Saturday night might be fun, Kyle. What do you think, bro?
Yeah, Saturday night would be cool for sure. Definitely. So I'm trying to get this.
Yeah, we need to recap what some of the things that are going on in these cities too. We'll get some clips for you guys.
So I'm going to keep trying. I want to post this on some of my social medias, but when we get closer to the No Kings thing. But I just showed this one the other day. But let me make sure. I think I can bring it up real quick. Make sure. Yeah, it's right there. Okay. So let me show this real quick.
What you got, brother? What you got?
Good here, right here. So can you see this? I did this one. I'm gonna keep reading this one every day. Well, let me see what it looks like on our side, though. Is it? Or I guess if we're full screen. That's fine. I'll be.
Yeah, you're good. Looks good. Okay. Looks good.
So no kings, but put your mask on. No kings, but lock us down. No kings, but I'm firing you for not vaccinating. No kings, but you can't go outside. No kings, but we don't accept your exemption. No kings, but you need 12,380 boosters. People still doing that, unfortunately. No kings, but we're shutting your business down. No, for something that's 99.9% survivable, by the way. This scam that y'all got to play delusional with everybody. We already pretend like people are sick. One of the symptoms of COVID is not having symptoms. Talk about fucking ridiculous. I'm not going to try to cuss so much today. I'll do my best. No kings, but you can't worship the real king. No kings, but your family members will die alone. No kings, but I'm opening a hotline so you can tattle on your neighbor, just like the Nazis did. No kings, but mandates galore. No kings, but you're responsible for my health. No kings, but social distance at 6 feet apart. Again, another thing they just made up. No kings, but no family gatherings over 10. The hypocrisy is astounding. WHO, World Health Organization, is actually the tyrant here. So I just want to show that one. We're going to keep playing that one because pretty much explains it all for you guys. So there it is. Your no kings. And again, the no king bringing peace on earth. 8 peace ago stopped 8 armed conflicts in this year alone. He's in year 1 here, by the way. If you'll remember, our timeline is when Biden got in office, he basically threw us into other wars. Ukraine and Russia started shortly after, and then throw in Israel and Iran and Hamas and all that crap. So here we are. Trump's cleaning up the mess, even with all the deportations. By the way, I think it was Clinton deported 12 million people, and Obama had a massive numbers as well too. So don't let anybody trick you into some of the things they're trying to say there as well. But it's somebody put it nicely on one of these videos we watched the other day. Is like, don't be mad at the person that allowed this. I mean, that has to be mad at the person that allowed this to happen. Not mad at the person that has to clean it up too. So Trump and ICE got to clean up all this mess here, and here it is. It's rolling out in front of us. So, okay, Tim's dealing with his boy over there. Maybe he's still trying to mess with Telegram. I'm not sure. It's all right, though.
Yeah, it all froze up again. I'm trying to get everybody unlocked over on Qschqql. Yeah.
All right, no worries, brother. So, where do we want to go today? I have a few different things. I got quite a bit of interesting little clips that have been popped up lately. Let's look at this. I was going to go over to X for a second anyways. And our boy John Denver's over there. John Denver parody, wink, wink, AK. I'll put this on the small side here. Zoom in. So the whole premise that someone can reread Q posts Let's see. I haven't checked this out. It just came on, or at least popped to the top of my feed here. Shout out to John Denver parody account. The whole premise that someone can reread Q posts and be like, "Yeah, this is true," is very slim. If you weren't there for Tippy Top, the Q hand signals, military helicopters in LA, the elevator at Trump Tower, the plethora of news, the Q on the Mueller report at the bottom, there's just no way to understand the complexes. Probably supposed to be complexities. If you weren't there at 2 a.m. on Wednesday waiting for jobs and having them come through the next day, then you're just missing massive amounts of Q proofs, which is true. So maybe we could do a better job of showing the Q proofs. Although Qschqql, we have them every single day now. So they're still happening. We can help you guys understand it. So I think that people are definitely going to figure it out here. I never fault someone for not believing a bunch of people posting Q drops. We all have context and a wide perspective as we watch it live. That's very true. Sure, that's very true. There's but that again, people can feel it in their hearts and know other things too. And hopefully channels like this can help you guys understand the Q drops better. But certainly if you've been it since the beginning, and I don't know if I was ranting on this on some of the other things I was saying, I think this was on Telegram, talking about your belief systems. You always have to challenge your belief systems too. So as an Anon digital soldier, learning the Q drops all the way back in late 2017, and then reading them daily and teaching them and stuff throughout the years. The first kind of play came along was, oh, maybe Q is this operation to pacify us, right? Maybe it's an operation to pacify us, and it's actually to trick the digital soldiers, the awake ones. You have to ask that question. Is that true? And I asked that question. I asked source, and I asked just the universe, and I go into it, and then see the results. And sure enough, it validates and proves itself. It's not. And then you still got to ask that question again. So over the time, I've asked that question multiple times. And then the other big one that gets pushed is Trump's a Jesuit, a Mason, and he's part of the Illuminati, and he's playing everybody along. He's the Antichrist, all these things. And if you're part of the Q movement, you understand it's connected to Trump very deeply, intimately, and they've proven that themselves mathematically with mathematical probability to be 100% true, or impossible to be the alternative of not true, which makes it true. That you have to ask that question too. And I'd ask that question multiple times over as well. And every single time I would be given a very strong answer and shown the way. And here we are. So that's just one example. So if people think we just blindly following and we're stupid, we don't know what we're doing, you can never really get to the truth if you don't ask the alternative. You have to challenge your own belief system, whatever that is, in your faith or whatever situation. If you never listen to the other side or even entertain that idea, let's just make it simple, right? If you believe there is God and believe in God, you have to at least acknowledge the alternative. What if there is no God, and explore that idea first, if that makes sense? Because if you don't explore the alternative, how do you really know something? So you have to always challenge your beliefs. And like I always say, I guess I haven't said it much here on the Rumble, but talking about like truth, right? There's a really good little diagram where you see an object. It's got the shadows on it. I don't have the image with me right now, but it's like it's a pyramid looking shaped object. So if you look at a pyramid from the bottom, it's a square. I think the one object, it's like it's got some different shapes on it. But from one side, if you're looking at like the pyramid from the side, it looks like a triangle. You only see the triangle, right? The two-dimensional shape. That's the shadow cast on it. So you're going to tell this friend down here who's looking at it from below, oh, this is a triangle. The person looking at it from below is only seeing a square, right? They're seeing the bottom of the pyramid. And again, this object, it's slightly different than a pyramid because there's three different shapes to it. But the point being is perspective is everything too, right? So the person seeing it from the side thinks it's a triangle, and they are kind of right. It's triangle shaped, but it's not a triangle because the person below is seeing it from the bottom. It says it's a square. It's got a square bottom, but it's not a square shaped object. So you share your different perspectives. And what I always say though is if something is the truth, the more you dig into it, the more it solidifies itself as the truth. If you have a foundation that's based on something false, when you dig into it, it unravels very quickly. So that's what's amazing about the Q movement itself is some of the most brilliant, smartest people in the world have been digging on this stuff for years. I mean, hours and hours on end. I mean, Tim and I have done 7 days a week shows, 2, 3, 4 hours a day for years and years. And that's just one tiny subsect of all the amazing digital soldiers and Anons around the whole entire world with the just brilliant minds have dug into this. And we just get more and more confirmed and solidified that this is the truth. So for instance, if you're like, oh, maybe this object is actually a pyramid. So now the guy that's seeing it from the square, he thinks it's a pyramid. He goes and looks on the side and it's got a triangle. Wow, that's just like a pyramid. If he thought it was only a square, again, the not truth, and saw it from the side as a triangle, all of a sudden that doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. So the more you dig into the truth, when you're on the truth, it just continues to like make fit and make sense and further solidify itself. Where if Q wasn't real, the Anons would have shredded this thing and been done with it, honestly, like within days, honestly, on the Chams, the most brilliant autists, Anons in the world that could do incredible things. They would have been done and over with. They'd been bored, like, oh, this is this. We would have known exactly what it was. We would have figured it out. We would have doxed them. The media would have doxed these people after all their thousands of hit pieces on the booga QAnon. Nobody knows who or what Q is, which is a Q proof in itself, because no other way that could be possible if it wasn't military intelligence, because they would have got doxed by other military intelligence that's being exposed, or other countries, or the fake news media, who's definitely being exposed for this whole project. The CIA and Mossad would have definitely exposed it, but they've never been exposed. Nobody knows who or what they are. Q-proof in itself. So that's just one example. For anybody new to the Q drops, or kind of following along, we have been through this a long time, and here we are being more confident, more solidified, more faith in the plan than ever before, because they continue to validate and prove themselves over and over again. Right, Timbo?
Hey, man. Yeah. Every day they're popping off, and not that they necessarily hit the daily deltas, but they're within a day or two of each other. But every now and then we do get that popping daily delta hitting smack in the news. So that's why we love to cover the news during our shows, the breaking news, which we try to stay on top of it. Again, earlier, like I said, we're waiting for the unsealed indictment of or a number of indictments against John Bolton, one of the swamp creatures. So again, we're assuming that's going to happen sometime this afternoon, or else why else would they be in court in front of the grand jury, the prosecutors, that is? I mean, they're ready to take it down. That's exactly what happened with Comey, right? They slipped Comey in the back door, out the back door, but he still got indicted. So and I think his thingamajiggy's coming up. I'm trying to remember. I think it's early January now. So it's not that far away. So the dominoes are falling, brother. And we'll keep an eye on Trump. Trump speaking at 3:00, like we said. And I finally got Qschqql up and running again. I just had to,
okay.
I gave the computer a couple of ones.
Tim gets a little frustrated sometimes. There's been a lot of tech glitchy stuff, guys, too. Try to just go with the flow and see. Maybe again, I was suggesting some people that lost Instagram accounts more recently. Maybe it's time to just take a break from some of the platforms, specifically speaking, like on Instagram, because a lot of these people lost so many accounts over the years, and then through the election cycle, this last election cycle, then Trump got elected. And everyone kind of took a little bit of a break and then got back on it. But it's been at least since like a full month or two, I think August of last year was when a lot of us lost our accounts. But then we were back, good to go through the election, through this whole cycle. And now more recently, people have been getting kicked off. And it just seemed really odd to me. I just no, I'm not going to get kicked off. I'm still posting all the same things, but certain people were. And the only thing I kind of got the intuition conclusion, like some of them just need to take a break from that particular social media. I do also have a little bird on the wall. Jay Rosemary, among others, have whispered that TikTok's going to be unlocked. Obviously, Trump signed a proclamation or an executive order basically saying if TikTok wants to be a company, you can't be censoring people, especially sharing the truth and stuff. I always kind of didn't get on TikTok so much, one, because I'm not very savvy with the editing and videos, but it's just too many social medias. So I need an assistant to help put all my socials together. There is stuff out there where you can make a post and it posts all your things. That'd be nice. I'll get that in the near future. But every time I post on TikTok, things would get removed, and I think it's going to get unlocked. So I don't know what the deal is. Instagram's been a little weird with us. Usually we get kicked off like from the music copyrights, but every now and then it does some weird stuff. Again, it just kicked us off on the Serial Brain. So well, again, not sure what's going on with that. Again, if we're maybe supposed to shift away from that or go into different platforms, or there maybe be another new platform we don't know about. I don't know. We'll see how it plays out, but we're never going to leave the digital battlefield. We're going to keep showing up. We're going to keep sharing the truth, and nothing can stop what's coming. That's
sure. Right. Nothing can stop it. So I got an idea before Trump comes on, which will be hopefully within the next, let's say 5 to 17 minutes from now. We want to recap a little bit of yesterday was a very long show. We went into major overtime yesterday, only because we had Kash Patel not once but twice come on air live during our show. The first time was with Trump in the Oval Office with Pam Bondi and Blanchett, the top-notch kick-ass lawyer. and a prosecutor now. And then later on at 6 o'clock, John Sullivan show on Real America's Voice. And what I want to do now, Kyle, is I kind of got some of those Qschqql chills last night because I was going, hang on a second. I played it back. I had to re-listen to it, and I did. And wouldn't you know, and I've got the clip, if you want to go to the bottom of Diggers, brother, bring this up. Kash Patel nails a Delta for tomorrow on Q Day. We're going to play this. We're going to show you the Delta that's tomorrow on Q Day. 2 days ahead of schedule. We've got Kash Patel saying almost word for word an embedded video clip that we're going to play for you on a Delta for tomorrow that says basically enjoy the show.
Okay, 2 days ahead of schedule. That's Q Drop also. So, okay, there's our job. There's our show from their day. There's the email from Todd Mackler to Donna Brazil and John Podesta made the thumbnail. Hillary Clinton should be arrested and in jail. Instead, she's running for what looks like a rigged election. Great job, Trumpo. Okay,
you gotta go down.
Down?
Yeah, you got to go down.
I'm at the bottom already.
Are you on Qschqql? You got to go to Diggers, bro.
This was
Diggers. There you go. So,
okay.
So here's a 1 minute 11-second clip. Just saying, Kyle. We're talking about the 11s for a long time now. So this clip here is John Sullivan show last night, 6 o'clock. Listen to what Kash Patel says.
Okay, and then I'll read this, even though he's probably going to read this. We are looking at so many different leads on criminal activity by those who are in positions of power. That's from FBI Director Kash Patel. Confirmed that there are more indictments are coming. So here let me click this video. Head on over here.
Weaponization you've last question. All the things that you've seen, all the weaponization you've uncovered since you came in and found these secret files or restricted files, all those things. Beyond those who are already charged, do you think you've seen other crimes that might eventually get referred to justice?
Yes, we are looking at so many different leads on criminal activity by those who are in positions of power. And we're not going to stop until every single one of those is fully exposed. The documents are provided either to Congress or the courts of law and make every referral we can to the Department of Justice. These indictments that you've seen and the ones that you're going to see coming up here in this near future
are just
the beginning. But I have to remind the audience one thing. Everybody's like, it's 7 months. What have you guys been doing?
Yeah.
Well, they spent 20 years building this disease temple of corruption. It takes
what did he say? Rewind that. Rewind it.
I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to look at the work here in this near future power. And we're not going to stop until every single one of those is fully exposed. The documents are provided either to Congress or the courts of law and make every referral we can to the Department of Justice. These indictments that you've seen and the ones that you're going to see coming up here in this near future are just the beginning. But I have to remind the audience one thing. Everybody's like, it's 7 months. What have you guys been doing?
Here it comes.
Well, they spent 20 years building this disease temple of corruption. It takes a little bit of time to defeat it and beat it down. I'm not asking you to trust me. I'm asking you to look at the work the men and women of the FBI.
We played that a few times, just probably last week too. That's in multiple Q drops, but we shared that clip specifically, the video from the movie. Spacing the name right now, but over and over multiple times the last week or so. So pretty impressive. And then we'll show the Delta again. This was yesterday, so he's 2 days ahead of schedule. I'll show that Q drop also. That's kind of another Q proof also I can show real quick, but he's got 20 more seconds here.
Have done so far in these 7-8 months, and just imagine what we're going to do come the year end.
The FBI looks a lot more like the one I covered 20, 30 years ago than the one I had to endure and cover the last 10 years. And that's a great credit to you, Director. There's no doubt about it. The President said it today. We know it's true. What an honor to have you on such a busy day. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you, Kash.
So specifically what we're talking about is when he said the disease temple of corruption. Disease temple of corruption. Where have we heard that before, Kyle? Where have we seen and heard that?
From Biblical Q Post. You go to Biblical Q Post. I know that's for sure one place. In the Q drops.
On Diggers, go up just a couple. You're going to see. I got the clip pulled for you. It's the embedded link from Q Drop 4884, which is a Delta tomorrow, folks. You can't make this up.
There it is. Yep.
We're going to show that for you, and we're going to play that for you. What does Kash know?
What does he know? What does he know?
He's in the Q drops, just saying.
He is the Kash Patel. And is it a name to remember, or what do they say? Don't say much. It's only like one drop or something. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, we'll look it up. I think it's a name to remember.
No one really knew who he was, and but Q dropped his name among other names that became very important down the road. Imagine that. The thing that's never been right about anything.
Yeah. Here we go.
I'll keep my head up, and you will end this.
I'm just getting warmed up. This is von Clausewitz shit. Total fucking war.
Here it comes.
I'm gonna pull the whole thing down. I'm gonna bring the whole fucking diseased, corrupt temple down on your head.
Oh boy! Oh!
It's gonna be biblical.
Biblical, baby, biblical. Oh. The whole disease tipple down on your head. There it is.
Show the Q drop too. Let's show the audience the Q drop. 4884. Okay. Yeah, and it's a mirrored 48. And we were talking about 48s yesterday, Kyle.
Yeah, there was a lot. Oh, it's a mirror. That's what he's saying. Okay, let me I'm not sharing the screen. I'm gonna go to Q alerts. That's the easiest place to find our deltas. So Q alerts here, and we'll show there's 0 deltas today. Do the fact check there. No Q drops from October 15th. Okay, and then we had how many deltas yesterday? It was technically 14. There was a bonus Q post with that Trump tweet. I can't talk right now for some reason. Let me show that real quick. There was a little bonus post, but it really would be 14 drops from October 15th. Specifically, this one's February 18th. And again, that was in our thumbnail there. Hillary Clinton should have been prosecuted and should be in jail. Instead, she is running for president in what looks like a rigged election. That was from October 15th. So that was a bonus post on Q alerts here. And then Q said, thoughts of the current president of the United States. Okay, but let's go to tomorrow's deltas now. Tomorrow never dies.
Q day tomorrow. Q day.
Q day, October 17th. There it is. 7 posts, October 17th. So this we want to go to 4884. Like Tim said, forward and backwards on the mirror there. Ooh, very interesting. The post right after that, considering 48. Here it is. So 48, 84. So it's a mirror 48 and then mirrored 84. Also, you get the 88 in there. And then the extra 4 and 4 is one more 8. So it's a 888 if you add up all the numbers there too. 888. And we got 88 inside of 44. So some time travel stuff going on there. Was 48 also playing 44? We'll see how that plays out. That's a wild to think about all that stuff. October 17th, and there's the YouTube link. We just played that video for you. Enjoy the show, Q. Enjoy the show. There's one of our deltas to start us off today.
Yeah. What a way to start, man. It was wild last night when I brought that to everybody's attention over on Boots on the Ground. Yeah, they love that decode. So yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's show. It's going to be fun. We are Q. There's one of Kyle's favorites, Q drops too. So we're going to have a big show tomorrow too. To kick off end our week 11 here on our day shows Monday through Friday 217. All right, so let me go. I'm going to keep an eye, Kyle, on RSBN on YouTube. You might want to pull that up yourself in the background too. Keep an eye on when Trump's coming on live.
Okay. I think I'm going to go to some of these saved things I've had now and from.
And when you're ready, bring up a Bolton Q drop or two. There's 7 of them. We can pick and choose which ones you want to cover.
Okay.
I got to turn that down.
So let me go over a few things from this shutdown too. Also, Trump exposing everything. This is really actually happening. Is of course Trump calls it the Democrat shutdown a bunch of time, which it is. They're voting against it. The Democrats are the ones actually voting no. Even CNN admitted that. We've always called it a XYZ shutdown. Whoever's voting against this extension thing. So the Republicans have put forward this bill of just an extension of government to pay for it while it's in this this extension. But the Democrats literally are voting no on it because they want $1.5 trillion. And among one of those wish list things is to freaking I'm spacing here. The wish list things is to fund illegal immigrants' medical bills. It's just crazy. U.S. tax dollars going to fund criminals. If you enter the country illegally, you are a criminal.
They got to take care of their voters, Kyle. Don't you get it?
I know they're voters because they can't dig up any more out of the grave like they did for Biden in 2020. So they don't know what to do now. So there's a ton of stuff here on X. I'm just going to play some of this. I'm going to scroll through here. We're waiting for the boss to come on. Let's see. Here's Speaker Johnson. Let's see what he says. 55-second clip.
$5 billion. And they would send $500 million to liberal news outlets by refunding the corporation.
Oh, this is good because this is also in addition to, again, giving illegal immigrants free medical care. This is what else they want. Look at the timestamp on there too, Tim. 10:07 a.m. Eastern time. So we had a great show. We did our radio show on October 7th, and then tomorrow is going to be October the 17th. So interesting connection here. Let's pay attention.
For public broadcasting. It would also restore up to $5 billion of American taxpayer funds for wasteful spending for international projects. Here's a couple of examples. This is in their legislation, their counterproposal on the CR to keep the lights open. This is what they want to do. They want to spend $24.6 million of your hard-earned dollars as a taxpayer for climate resilience in Honduras. They want to spend $13.4 million for civic engagement in Zimbabwe. They want to send $3.9 million for LGBTQI plus democracy grants in the Western Balkans. They want to spend $2.9 million of your dollars for desert locust risk reduction in the Horn of Africa, and $2 million for, quote, organizing for feminist democratic principles in Africa. We are not doing that. And they would.
That's where your taxpayers dollars are going. That's just some of it. It only gets worse here. This only gets worse. I haven't watched this one. It says Democrats encouraging more violence from their base. How nice of them. To make matters even more worse, there's also another Muslim jihadi that they would like to serve the U.S. government. Let's see here. What else we got? This one's wild too. I haven't seen this one specifically, but Ketanji, the Supreme Court justice, said black people should be considered disabled. Basically, I haven't actually heard her say it specifically. We could play that clip here, but here it is right here. Here's the crazy part. Is during the shutdown, and this is what, again, everyone has no idea about the tariffs that Trump has used to broker peace, by the way, by using trade and economy. Instead of starting wars, he's bringing peace by using trade and economy deals, the master deal maker. But the thing is here with the tariffs, during the shutdown, normally the troops would not be getting paid. Trump is paying the troops with our freaking tariffs, and the Democrats are suing President Trump to not be able to pay the troops without going through Congress. This is how crazy it is. Let's see if this how this lady does. I'm sure she'll do a great job here explaining this for us.
Wait, they want to sue him for paying military members during a government shutdown. Every Democrat and liberal out there, why the fuck do you guys stand by this? So they're out here fighting for healthcare for illegal immigrants, but they want to sue the Trump administration for paying for military members' salaries during a shutdown. No, you know what? This isn't a shutdown. This is a hostage situation, because give us what we want or else. Shouldn't it be America first? Shouldn't we be worried about paying our military members, the ones who are out there keeping us safe? But no, they want to make sure that military members don't get paid. They are asking, well, where's all this random money from the tariffs coming from to keep the women and infant children's program open? So wait a minute, you mean to tell me that you guys knew exactly what was going on, you knew exactly how much money was there, and yet you just want to make sure that that gets allocated to illegal immigrants? But for what? Oh, I think we all know. You guys are losing voters by the day. Every single thing that comes out, like, I don't know, peace in the Middle East, that he is solving for you guys are losing voters. You are losing people on your side. And now you're desperate that you have to go and create voters. Again, this is not a shutdown. I'm not arguing with anybody in my comment section about, oh, well, Trump owns the House and the Senate. He can just call everybody back in together. And if he's such a great peace deal maker, then maybe he just needs to make that happen. I'm not arguing with you guys, because this is no longer a shutdown. This is a hostage situation.
Hostage situation. There's some Q drops about hostage. So there you go. Democrats suing Donald Trump for paying the freaking troops while the shutdown is going on with tariffs. And somebody had a great synopsis of it. I don't know if it's on my Instagram.
Never interfere with an enemy while they're in the process.
Never interfere with an enemy in the process of destroying them.
Let them go. Enjoy the show. Let's watch it play out. Oh yeah, baby.
Look at this. So here's great some example hypocrisy in the Democrat Party. We've shown this many times here. So Bernie Sanders now spends his time demonizing ICE and calling for the protection of illegal immigrants. World-class grifter here. In 2015, Bernie Sanders' open borders is a right-wing proposal to bring in cheap labor. Immigration makes Americans poor. Bernie says the complete opposite today. What a fraud. Let's see his fraudness right on display.
Open borders. That's a Koch brothers proposal. The idea, of course, I mean, that's a right-wing proposal which says essentially there is no United States.
But if anybody, this is only 2015. This is your Democrat Party on display. Of course, now they try to claim Bernie's an independent. That's hilarious.
It would make a lot of global poor richer, wouldn't it?
And it'd make everybody in America poor. Then you're doing away with the concept of a nation state. And I don't think there's any country in the world which believes in that. If you believe in a nation state, or in a country called the United States or UK or Denmark or any other country, you have an obligation, in my view, to do everything we can to help poor people. What right-wing people in this country would love is an open border policy. Bring in all kinds of people who work for $2 or $3 an hour. That would be great for them. I don't believe in that. I think we have to raise wages in this country. I think we have to do everything that we can to create the millions of jobs. Do you know what youth unemployment in the United States of America today? If you're white, a white kid, high school graduate, 33%, a Hispanic, 36%, African-American, 51%. You think we should open the borders and bring in a lot of low-wage workers?
We don't.
Or do you think maybe we should try to get jobs for those kids? So I think from a moral responsibility, we've got to work with the rest of the industrialized world to address the problems of international poverty. But you don't do that by making people in this country even poorer.
If that doesn't show you right there the hypocrisy and how they push their narrative for one side or the other, we've shown like Hillary Clinton talking about we need fencing, a border wall, every single one of the Democrats, Obama even, Bill Clinton, and Schumer, all these people clamoring that we need a border wall, all this stuff back in the day. And then it just, whatever fits their narrative, whatever benefits them, they're going to do it. Also, it's mainly to get voters so they stay in power, not because they care about their voters. They just only care about them for power. Actually, there's a Q job. We haven't covered this one in a really long time. Makes me want to go to it right now. It's a person's, what is it? A person's value. That's it. Let me try person's value.
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah. Very good.
So I'll use Q as my kind of safe space for searching here. So I'm going to do person's value. I think it's like that.
Welcome, Ed, Paul, and Dana. We got Momanger Foray. We've got Brittany with us. Lisa, Agent Farmers in the house. Luann, Quantum Healer 17. That's you, brother?
Yeah.
We got Rook. Yeah, welcome, everybody. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're having a wonderful Thursday.
Yep. So I was looking for another Q drop, but this one's really good. This explains it. We just saw it perfectly on display with Bernie Sanders there. So you're going to see this one's a really good Q drop. So this is 1926, Q drop 1926, August 19th, 2018. We might have done this for around the Delta time. I know I've done this maybe a month or two ago, but this one's really powerful and important for people to check this one out. So define fascism. Fascism is the forcible suppression of opposition. Define censorship. The institution, system, or practice of censoring. Define narrative, a way of presenting or understanding a situation or series of events that reflects and promotes a particular point of view or set of values. That's the narrative. Define projection. We were talking about this a lot yesterday. The attribution of one's own ideas, feelings, or attitudes to other people or to objects, especially the internalization of blame, guilt, or responsibility as a defense against anxiety, right? They always blame the other side for what they do. This is projection, the narcissist doing their projections and stuff. And this is all that guilt too. I think that's what the whole thing is with the Black Lives Matter stuff. So all these people have this guilt inside them that they haven't dealt with and who knows what. But the forming of a plan, scheming, defines psychological projection, a theory in psychology in which the human ego defends itself against unconscious impulses or qualities, both positive and negative, by denying their existence in themselves while attributing them to others. Okay, psychological projection. They're going to say, oh, you do this stuff all the time, or oh, you're really nervous, but actually it's psychologically the ego's doing that as a defense mechanism. It's identifying it in other people. Another thing along with this is, which is odd too, is things that really annoy you about other people are things that you usually do yourself. So hopefully you have a little self-reflection time today. Define narcissist, a person who has an excessive interest in or admiration of themselves. Narcissists who think the world revolves around them. That's the Democrats to a T right there. Revolves around them. Slash or narcissists preening themselves in front of the mirror. Okay, only care about themselves. It's a service to self, demonic type entities. But everyone had certain levels of narcissism, being born and raised in our families of trauma and the society, the programming, all this stuff. Hopefully you're shedding that, healing yourself, and get rid of that narcissistic personality. It's not good. It's not good. Define dogma, Okay, a point of view or tenet put forth as authoritative without adequate grounds. Okay, lots of dogma in religious, the organized religions, but also our medical industry. The science is, we do this because we've always done it. That's the most annoying thing to me. Giving me a real reason. Let's say when the COVID stuff was happening, we're talking about the masks. And then they would say, oh, well, why do you think surgeons always wear masks? Well, I dug into that, and we have even a study that a surgery ward did where they actually did the study of having them not wear masks. And guess what happened? The infection rate went down in their surgery ward when the people stopped wearing masks. They studied this for 5 years. The infection rates kept staying down, that eventually it was no longer their policy. So, and there's really not that many studies on this, but that's that dogma is, well, why do you think surgeons wear a mask? Well, maybe because they started doing it thinking it did something and everyone else just followed along. Okay, that's dogmatic. That's why you got to challenge belief systems. You got to ask questions. Why are we doing this? What is the point of this? What's the proof? What's the evidence? Where's your results? Okay, define dogma, point of view or tenet put forth as authoritative without adequate grounds, question mark. Define aggression, forceful and sometimes overly assertive pursuit of one's aims and interest, as in, if you're a Republican, you're an evil person. You should scream and shout at them. You should shame them. You should go to their work and try to get them fired because they don't agree with my belief system. Talk about a narcissist right there. That's aggression. Define suppression, the action of suppressing something such as an activity or publication. Censorship also there. Suppression slightly different. Suppression is like not allowing it to be shown, like the Hunter Biden laptop. Okay, that was a major suppression. Bonus round here. Narcissists are renowned for using psychological projection to blame other people, even when it's entirely apparent that they are the ones in the wrong. There you go. That's the Democrat Party to a T. Politicians, obviously, in general, both sides. Of course, there's been rhinos. And again, Donald Trump was the first independent party to actually win a presidency. He just had to run under the Republican ticket. That exposed the Republican Party, get all them out in the early days. That's why the Republicans had the most politicians not seeking re-election. And now it's come full circle to finally the full destruction of the Democratic Party, because the two-party system was a scam all along. Why is there only two parties? How does that make any sense? Okay. So again, narcissists are renowned for using psychological projection to blame other people, even when it's entirely apparent that they are the ones in the wrong. We got one of these interesting dash ones, Tim. So we got 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This is almost like 3/4 of a dash. So this would be like 10 point. It's like 7.5, or it's more than half. This one's kind of interesting. We have the one that's the 0.3. There's one that's definitely a half. This looks like 3/4 of it to me. Maybe 2/3. Tim, we're talking about 2/3 of the Senate. 2/3 of the Senate. This is almost like a 2/3 of that bar. I wonder if anybody could do that with some sort of program, like CAD or something program, to see how much longer. What's the length of this dash compared to that one? I don't know if Anon's ever done that. That's kind of, us autists have noticed that a long time back. With the my favorite Q job, 2788, has 11.3 dashes in it. Tim and I discovered that on the fly years back on the Qschqql. Wasn't that fun, Tim? So I'm going to keep going here. Define realism, the quality or fact of representing a person, thing, or situation accurately or in a way that is true to life. Interesting that Q still puts the question mark there, still posing the question for everybody. Using the Socratic method to stimulate thought. Okay? Thought. Thoth, thought. That's how it's pronounced, by the way. Where do you think the term come from? It's not toth, it's thought. Realism. Actions. Okay, realism. So this is the realism of what's actually going on in the world. So we explained what all these things mean, okay, because now it's going to make sense at the bottom so you can see who these people really are, what they're all about. Fascism, forcible suppression of opposition. Censorship, institution, system, or practice of censoring. A narrative, way of presenting, understanding a situation or series of events that reflects and promotes a particular point of view or a set of values. Okay, projection. We've been talking about that a lot. Projection, externalization of blame, guilt, or responsibilities as a defense against anxiety. Okay, form of scheming, psychological projection, denying their existence in themselves while attributing things to other people. Okay, define narcissists. Okay, we explained that already. Dogma. Okay, that's authoritative views on things. Aggression, forcible and sometimes overly assertive pursuit of one's aims and interests by being aggressive. Okay, suppression, suppressing something such as an activity or publication like the Hunter Biden laptop. Okay, bonus round, that was a good one. Narcissists are renowned for using psychological projection to blame other people, even when it is apparent they are the ones in the wrong. Okay, now realism. This is what we're about to show right here. This is what's really going on. Realism is the quality or fact of representing a person, thing, or situation accurately or in a way that is true to life. Realism. Actions of Antifa. Aggression. That's their projection. Suppression. They're literally fascists. They don't want people having free speech. That's why they go after people like Charlie Kirk, because their ideas are too powerful. So you act like Nazi fascists is what Antifa is. Censorship. They also don't want people sharing the truth. We need to censor them because it goes against our narrative dogma bullshit. Actions of the fake news. They're aggressive. Their aggression is projection. Their suppression. More fascism by the fake news media, not covering things fairly or totally ignoring things like the Hunter Biden laptop or the Ashley Biden diary where she's talking about having showers with her father. That seems inappropriate. Censorship. There's censor everybody out. Actions of Twitter, Facebook, Google, YouTube, Reddit, etc. Aggression is their projection. Suppression, again, suppressing all kinds of things, censoring anons, deleting accounts, bringing down posts that are true. If you literally said you thought COVID came from a freaking Wuhan lab, which had that very disease in there that they studied, the level 4 biolab, you got kicked off Twitter. A year later, 2 years later, finally our quote unquote experts are saying, yeah, it must have came from the lab. You got kicked off that stuff because you weren't part of the narrative dogma. That literally, that was Twitter's and Facebook's policy, is if you did not go align with what the World Health Organization said and the CDC and the FDA, you would have your content removed. The hell with truth, the hell with open free speech so we can make the best decision as people. We became a fascist Nazi dictatorship based on our social medias and our big tech. And it was totally allowed by the United States government. No longer are we going to deal with this shit, and we will never allow this to happen again, so that we don't have stupid things like telling you one of the symptoms of COVID is to not have symptoms. How stupid can we possibly be? Are you kidding me? Actions of Twitter, Facebook, Google, all this stuff. Aggression, projection, suppression, fascism, censorship, and anything went against the narrative or their dogma. Sheep no more. The more you know. ... Q. 45 Q posts with the more you know. Oh no, actually that's you have more than you know. Let's see how many the more you know is. Let's do a guess. Anyways, Tim, anything to add on that, Tim?
Yeah, actually, I have a nice little clip for you from this morning. Ben Bqltqn actually was talking exactly about this Q drop that you just read. So a quick little 2.5 minute clip from the war room. Ben Bqltqn talks about projection, and they're talking about Antifa and all that. So yeah, I thought maybe you'd play that. It's on the bottom of Diggers if you want to play that.
I'm gonna do the more you know. How many Q drops, Tim? Got a guess for us on this one? I haven't searched it yet myself, so I'll take a guess. Put your guesses in the comments.
23. Pain.
Put your guesses in the comments, guys. Go throw them in there real quick. If you're on Rumble or X, even Facebook might see the comments still too. I think we'll see them. They'll get fed over here. So y'all make a guess here. Tim went with 23. Pain. I'm going to go lower. I feel like the more you know, there's not too many. I'm going to say 7. Oh, maybe now I'm saying 4. I'm going to go 4. Any other guesses? Let's check the chat real quick. See if we can pop some guesses up. Anybody guess yet? There we go. Cindy guessed. Thank you, Cindy. Anybody else? Last chance. 25.
Let's go to the video clip. We'll let them guess for a couple of minutes.
Okay, perfect, Tim. Great idea. Great idea. I like that. Okay, so 25 for Cindy. Throw some other guesses in there. And you got in Diggers, was it, Tim?
Yeah, Diggers. Bottom of Diggers, yeah. And no cheating. You can't go to Q alerts or Q.
Oh, yeah. Watch that highlighter, that fast digger. Yeah, no cheating. Give it a guess. This one right here with Ben in?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think 72 hours, let's say, with DHS on something you and I have been talking about a lot. Explain what's happening and explain why that's going to trigger even a bigger reaction from the violent political left, sir.
And first off, MSNBC is insurrection media. There are many of these outlets that are actually driving the insurrection across our country. The left, they are insurrectionists. In fact, the mayor of Aurora, Illinois, yesterday basically called for insurrection in an email they sent out. But what's ironic about this, Steve, is the very sanctuary jurisdictions that invited the invasion in the first place, that were part of Joe Biden's invasion, now they're actually helping drive the policy that I witnessed yesterday firsthand, the shift that we're having. It's all targeted operations. They're still doing the criminal warrants. They're still doing the administrative warrants. But what I saw yesterday was a shift to where they're doing the vehicle targeted stops. We had 10 arrests yesterday. We're going to be breaking some news later today on a couple of those arrests. some major news coming out. But basically, you have ICE that has unshackled itself. President Trump, Tom Homan, Kristi Noem, they have unshackled ICE, Border Patrol, to go out there, in particular because of the insurrection that is coming from the left, trying to stop them. And everyone needs to remember this. This was invited by the Democrat sanctuary cities, the invasion, knowing that it was going to be this difficult to undo. And President Trump and the administration now are all just wait till you see the footage that's coming out. I mean, all day yesterday, it was nonstop. Instead of waiting for somebody to open a door, they're out picking these guys off one by one.
Hang over 1 second. I know you got to bounce. You got to go for another raid, but I need you to just stick around for a second. I want to drill down a little bit on the dangerous media. Enemies of the people are in full throttle right now about trying to thwart federal officers from actually doing their jobs. And we're going to talk about the shift. It's not simply the criminal element anymore. It's the beginning, the early stages of, wait for it, mass deportations. If you think it's been ugly so far, folks, you ain't seen nothing yet. They are going to come after these heroic officers and agents of Tom Homans and Stephen Miller and Kristi Noem, the ICE agents who are at the tip of the spear. You're seeing a change now, targeted operations, the beginning, the curtain raiser for mass deportations. We're going to take a
All right, nice clip, Tim. Thank you for that.
My bad. No, that wasn't the right. I think when he comes on the second time is when he talks about projection. I gave you the wrong clip.
Okay, that's all right. That was a good one, though. That was a good one.
Ben Bqltqn talked about insurrection there and everything, but I know that somewhere in that quick back and forth that they had this morning, Ben Bqltqn talked about projection. You know, they were talking about the fake news media, the insurrectionists, and then he brought up the word projection this morning. So,
all right.
Yeah.
So there's some guesses we got there. Again, Tim went with 23. Cindy's got 25. Facts Matter 109. Again, I saw some of these comments. The facts welcome 109 too, by the way. 17 spelled out. Simple gematria is 109. 109 military Q drops. Also, first Q drop 109 is the first of 45 Michael Q drops with the Archangel Michael prayer. Facts Matter guessed 13. Wildflower over on X guessed 17. I said between 4 to 7 of them. I went with 47, 4-7. And then do we have one more? Nope. Okay. So y'all want to put it last chance, last call for your guesses here. So we're going to go over to and search it now. I got to bring this up. We're going to do the more you know, specifically the more you know.
Are you doing it on Q alerts or Q egg?
I'm going Q ag on this one. We can check both for fun too. What happened here? Why does it not look like the right tab? Oh, I did no, there it is. Okay. I just haven't enter. That's why you guys.
And drum roll.
Okay, there it is. The more up there, because by FYI, for reference, you have more than you know. 45 Q drops. This is the more you know. So here we go. We're gonna hit enter now on the search, and oh man, we are all off. I guess Cindy had 25, so Cindy's the winner because she went over and the price is right. 36. I'm kind of surprised there's that many. There are 45 Q drops with you have more than you know. I'll show that next. Again, we're using QAG numbers right now. So QAG numbers, I like to be, it's kind of the most specific in my opinion, because either Q posted that exact phrase, the more you know, or they responded directly to an anon or their previous post that said that specifically too. Like this, there's 45 ask yourself Q drops, 45 you have more than you know Q drops. So I'm in ascending order. So I'm actually going to read this first one because it looked kind of interesting to me already. So this happens all the time with us. Remember this on Qschqql back in the day, Tim? We'd search something or somebody would do a number and we'd do that drop or we'd do that search and it always weaved together perfectly. So it's not an accident that I just happened to come across you have more than you know and I want to search it. So now one of 36, I'm going to read the very first Q drop with that has the more you know. Okay, which is Q drop 1659 embedded. The actual Q drop with the first, the more you know, is 1660. But 1659 embedded in it here on July 1st, 2018. Ask yourself, 45 Q drops with ask yourself, who is filing the indictments? It would take a very large team to work this quickly. Who has that kind of manpower, Tim?
That'd be Hubert.
470. What's that number mean?
470 private investigators and prosecutors.
Prosecutors. Here's the article shared many times in the Q jobs to explain this for people. Turley's he's actually a Democrat or liberal lawyer, but he does a great job breaking down the stuff. And he just does a great sound. He's not a liberal anymore. They would have thrown him out because he's too grounded in truth and just presenting information without any bias. But Turley, he's a great guy. Sessions appointing Utah federal prosecutor, much better for Trump than second special counsel. So back in the Trump's first administration, people were clamoring for Trump to do a special counsel to investigate the Russia hoax, the spying on his campaign, et cetera, et cetera. But this explains that would have taken way too long and not been very successful. Instead, he did something much better. It's Professor John Turley is the name. Okay, a top national legal expert on government investigations commented on Thursday about Attorney General Jeff Sessions' decision to bring in U.S. Attorney John Huber. Turley called it brilliant to combine all the powers of the U.S. Department of Justice's Inspector General with a prosecutor who can bring charges, seek indictments, get results for President Trump far more quickly than a second special counsel. You saw how slow the Mueller thing was. It's also a limited number of players on the team, and they also just kind of have there's just restrictions there, right? But Huber has a team of 470 prosecutors from around the whole entire United States outside of Washington, D.C. That's the key part too. A special counsel would be based out of Washington, D.C. people. All right, Turley is a law professor at George Washington University who attained national fame during the 1998 impeachment of President Bill Clinton as a top legal authority on special counsels and congressional investigations in government wrongdoing, including criminal wrongdoing. Okay, that's Turley here again, which is really interesting. I haven't said it, I don't think, live on our Rumble shows. Is there something to do with the special counsel? The special counsel law, or whatever you call it, ended in 1999. So it's like a contract that ended, and they had to write a new one. And a new one was written in 1999. Q says the start is 1999, right? I've heard the military's been in control since 1999. We just were waiting for the right president and to make the moves in the right timeline. So if anybody has any digs on anything about the special counsel, there's extra things about the special counsel, particularly when they rewrote it in 1999. I don't know those answers. I just know there's something big with it. Our friend Yig had that dig on her website years back, Tim, and I can't find the site. I can't find that link anymore, so I'm just going to challenge other Anons. So I don't know if General Apex is watching at all. He's a great digger. Or anybody with AI and stuff. Ask if there's anything, find out about that special counsel thing. And it changed over in 1999. Like the original contract ended and then they wrote a new one. I don't know if it's contract. I don't know if I have the right words there, but something happened with that in that period, 1998 and then to 99. Because it says right here, Turley specifically, national fame during the 1998 impeachment of President Bill Clinton as a top legal authority on special counsels and congressional investigations of government wrongdoing, including criminal wrongdoing. Okay, and he's in the news now again here. His reputation has only grown during the intervening 20 years as he has weighed in on scandals and investigations of public officials from both parties. And he does a great job not being crazy sided like our political landscape is now, very polarized. Sessions sent a letter to House Judiciary Committee Chairman Bob Goodlatte, I think that's how you pronounce it, Goodlatte, Republican from Virginia. I don't think I want to go over this too much. Basically, they were saying Huber, let me read this part. It's important, I guess. Sessions sent a letter to House Judiciary Committee Chairman Bob Goodlatte, Republican from Virginia, House Oversight Committee Chairman Trey Gowdy, Republican, South Carolina. This is, again, back in like 2017 and maybe 2018. And 2018, I guess. Senate Judiciary Committee Chuck Grassley, Republican from Iowa, informing them that Huber is conducting a full-fledged criminal investigation into all the matters that Republicans are calling for a special counsel to investigate. And Huber has been investigating these possible crimes for 5 months since November 13th, 2017. All right. So he just literally informed them. The Panikins back in 2018 wanted a special counsel. The Panikins were yelling for a special counsel. And then they get informed by Jeff Sessions that he already has Huber and his team of 470 prosecutors criminally investigating everything the Republicans wanted a special counsel to investigate. So during an interview on Lou Dobbs' Fox Business show, Turley explained to guest host that the media are wrongly reporting Sessions will not appoint a second special counsel. He did not foreclose the possibility of a special counsel, he insisted. Instead, Turley explained that Sessions has ordered Huber to team up with Inspector General, that'd be Horowitz, but there are other Inspector Generals, within the Justice Department to investigate these matters. Sessions informed Congress in his letter that all the matters recommended for investigation by Goodlatte, Gowdy, and Grassley, the triple Gs, are fully within the scope of Huber's existing mandate. He also informed the chairman that Inspector General Michael Horowitz, who is working with Huber, has a staff of 470 investigators, giving Huber access to enormous investigative firepower that far exceeds the staff of a special counsel. Something just came up recently, and the 470 number was in there. I think it had to do with House of Representatives, but it stood out to me very clearly that it seemed to be a nod. I think it was when we showed the article about people not seeking re-election. I'm pretty sure I bookmarked that one. I'll double check. I feel like 470 came up on a number of something, and it really stood out to make me think of this 470 investigators here for Huber that are bringing criminal prosecutions. That point is critical. Let me keep going here. I think that's good. You guys get the idea. So that's an important article to read that one. That's more Qschqql homework. This is linked a whole bunch of times. So this is from QDrop, embedded in QDrop 1659. But this article from Breitbart, you look that up too if you want to look it up directly. Breitbart, Turley, Sessions using Utah federal prosecutor much better than a Trump second special counsel. It's shared a bunch of times in Qdrops. That's your homework there. Read that article before next Qschqql. It's going to be important to understand this stuff coming forward for Spygate. Okay, but we're on the first You Have More Than You Know drop. Hang with me, Anons. I know I'm going a little autist on you, bouncing all over the place, but we're doing the first Q drop of The More You Know. This was the one embedded in it, Qdrop 1659. Ask yourself who is filing the indictments. It would take a very long team to work this quickly. Who has that kind of manpower? 470 is the answer. And that's, again, Huber. And it seems like it got passed over to John Durham also. But this is also all the sealed indictments, guys. Speaking of sealed indictments, is there going to be an unsealing of John Bolton today? Is his unsealing is going to happen and be indicted? Right, but we have had over 50,000 sealed indictments starting in 2017 every single year for basically the last 8 years or 9 years, however long it hasn't slowed down. Before that, you would see like at the most 2,000 to 3,000 sealed indictments per year. Since the Q operation went live and it said track sealed indictments, track CEO resignations, we've had nearly 50,000 sealed indictments going into pacer.gov. That's the court website that tracks this stuff. Sealed indictments, and you can have 1 to 99 co-conspirators on each sealed indictment. 50,000 per year when normal was 2,000 to 3,000 only. 50,000 per year, and it's continuing on year after year after year that we have like something like 600,000, right, Tim? Is that what we're still at now?
Yeah, it's the number hovers between 600 and 700,000 sealed indictments.
700, yeah, because there's been many still unsealed too. So wow, I can't believe it's that big. That is incredible. So now we're gonna go to the Q drop that has The More You Know in it. I'm clicking the wrong buttons here. So that's this article, 1659. Then Q responds to themselves 18 minutes, 4 seconds later. Look at that, Tim, or 1,084 seconds. Isn't that weird? That's the same numbers. Normally you wouldn't have that. Look at 18 minutes in 4 seconds is also 1,084 seconds. That's wild. So we should look up, maybe we could look at, and this is something you can do with Q drops. You can look these different posts up, see if there's a correlation. Now that drop 1804 wasn't out yet at the time of this drop 1,084 is. And also like in Gematria where we drop zeros, we could look at Q drop 184 also to see if there's any connections. Why did they wait 18 minutes and 4 seconds before replying to their own post for Q drop 1660? Just think about that as we read this one here now. July 1st, again, we're still in 2018 of July 1st. Okay, so still right in the middle of Robert Mueller's special counsel stuff. Ask yourself, this is a second, ask yourself, there's 45 ask yourself Q drops. Ask yourself, does Huber have the ability to file across all 50 states? Yes. Is any of this normal? Think sealed indictments. No, again, 50,000 per year. Normal, it's 2,000 to 3,000. Think resignations of CEO, thousands upon thousands, over 10,000 CEOs have resigned. So again, since the Q operation started, never have we seen that numbers before. There's even your business channel has done little videos talking about that. Think resignations of senators, resignations of Congress. Okay, I've shown this also multiple times. In 2018, record number of politicians not seeking re-election. 2020, new record of politicians not seeking re-election. 2022, record number not seeking re-election. I don't know about 2024, but I just had another article more recently of 2026, already a record number of politicians not seeking re-election. There was like 35 in the House and 10 senators not seeking re-election. Some are going over to governor, and there's some others little switcheroos with that, but there's a lot of moving parts. Think termination of senior FBI, okay? James Comey, fired. James Rubicki, fired. Andrew McCabe, fired. All these clowns at the FBI, senior level FBI, your top floor of that building's floor 7, or building 8, and then floor 7 of the FBI, all fired. Termination of senior DOJ, okay? Bruce Orr, Lisa Page, Peter Strzok, all these types of people. Media blackout. Midterms punt. Interesting if we future-proof past here. Q team allowed the midterms to be punted in the House. They let the Democrats steal that. Gain seats in the Senate, which is unheard of when your party is in the presidency already. Usually in the midterms, the other party always gains seats in both houses because the people that, were, let's say, Democrat, when Trump gets elected, they're more motivated to vote in the midterms when a lot of Americans aren't voting nearly as much in the midterms as they do in the presidential race. Just like vice versa. When Obama became president, a lot of Republicans were upset about that. So the following midterm in Obama's first administration had tons of seats gained by the Republicans in the House and the Senate. That's very common. But this is interesting. It says midterms punt. You'd think, again, at the time of this drop that they're talking about maybe the Democrats or something here, but technically the White Hats punted the midterms in 2018 to the Democrats, knowing they would try to impeach Trump, knowing there'd be all this BS charges because we were going to take all those slings and arrows, and it was a long plan. We're playing the long game. Trump always plays the long game. That's why he always wins in the end. All or nothing. Race. Would a second special counsel take years to complete? Yes. Would a second special counsel be based in corrupt Washington, D.C.? Yes. Would the grand jury be members of the D.C. community? Yes, that same community that voted 90-some-odd% for Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. She won D.C., which had its own little couple votes. I can't remember what it is, but it was like 90, might be 97%, something stupid. High 90%, where everywhere else you're pretty close to at least the 50-50 margin. Washington, D.C. is full of the swamp. They're all over the swamp. That's why houses went up for sale like crazy in Trump's second term, and the Doge was going into gear. And then the other thing was they were also searching for lawyers. Lawyers in Washington, D.C. being searched was skyrocketing, and we have all the proof to show that too. How large is Mueller's team? Again, just a few, I guess 20 to 25. Think 470, the more you know, Q. So doesn't that align with everything that's coming down the pipe, Tim?
Oh, most definitely. Yeah. I mean, this has been going on for years, guys. This is the grand conspiracy. This is how we talked yesterday about the trap has been set, right? So all of these years and all of the conspiracy, the sedition and the treasons and everything else in between that, that is what these investigators and prosecutors have been putting together all their information. And this is going to be one of the biggest takedowns. Well, it will be the biggest takedown ever of a corrupt cabal system in the history of the world. We're watching it unfold before our very eyes. And, we're seeing one domino at a time, but ultimately, one leads to another, to another, to another. It's unstoppable. Once the law kicks in and all the grand juries are set up, which many of them are throughout the United States right now. And of course, the military, like we've been talking about, is doing the major heavy lifting, taking out the big dogs, the foreign treasonous scumbags and psychopaths. Now what they're doing is they're taking the infiltration or the insurgency part of the United States, which is all part of one big entity, the big criminal organization. So I just love how it's unfolding, brother. And the Q drops have basically guided all the way along. Never all date bagging. No date bagging. We never.
No date bagging. Only Anons guessing on that. Yeah, not Q though. not Q for sure.
We can only go based on the breaking news. And like I said earlier before Qschqql, the breaking news today was that the prosecutors are in the courtroom today I think it's Maryland, in front of the grand jury. So that what they do is they propose the evidence, right, from the sealed indictment, provide it to the grand jury. The grand jury, goes through it all, and they go yay or nay on unsealing the indictment. If there's enough evidence for them to unseal it, of course they'll unseal the indictment. Therefore, John Bolton is charged on an indictment. He's indicted. Whether it's one indictment or a number of indictments, we'll have to see how it unfolds. But I think we're going to catch.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what happens.
Yeah, if it doesn't happen today, it'll happen tomorrow because they're in court session right now. So that's why it's so interesting to read the drops that you're reading right now. And we will cover a couple of the Bolton drops too, just so you know how much of a scumbag this guy was. He was part of the cabal, part of the military-industrial complex, we call it. Insider. Yeah, big wartime monk. Yeah, exactly. So, and a lot of the Q drops, there's 7 Bolton Q drops. We're not going to cover them all because they're really juicy, fruity. I mean, they're long. They're long Q drops, which Kyle loves to read, by the way. He loves reading those long ones, right, Kyle?
Yeah, I do sometimes for sure. So great comments, guys, too. Popping over there, looking at just gonna scroll through from the beginning. You guys, just much love. Thanks again for the love for us and especially Melzie again. Cindy, welcome back. And Cindy had a funeral she had to attend yesterday. Thanks for coming back with us. We love always having all your questions, Cindy. Thank you so much. Let's see here. Brilliant minds. Much love, Luwan. Thank you for the beautiful comment. Brilliant minds. Much love and appreciation every day for all of you. Oh, yeah. You were talking about your Canadian Thanksgiving the other day. And I was thinking even before the show, I'm like, man, we need to slow down and go back to say some of the things we're thankful for. Maybe we could even start more shows doing that. Would be kind of fun.
Let's go live. Trump's live, brother. They just switched it on. Yeah.
And you said RSBN, you think is best place?
Yeah, and I might be a couple of minutes behind, so you might have to come back a minute. Yeah, this is live. Yep. Here we go, guys. Take notes. Listen to number comms. He's signing some documents right now. Yeah, we got it, Mad Paul. Thanks, brother. We're going live.
Serrano, so I want to thank you. Let's see here. That's what I thought. I thought it was you. Thank you, Libby, very much. And let me also thank the Secretary of Health and Human Services, Robert F. Kennedy, Jr., whose wife destroyed the people on The View yesterday. I have to say that. I'm not going to ever get into an argument with her. And you've decided, you learned that a long time ago, right? She did a great job, actually. Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick. Thank you, Howard. Secretary of Labor, Lori Chavez de Rima. Thanks, Lori. Howard, thanks. CMS Administrator, Dr. Mehmet Oz, who's a fantastic guy, and he's done really well. FDA Commissioner Marty McCary. Thank you, Marty. Senator Katie Britt, who got me started with this whole thing when she called up to say there was a bad ruling by a judge, right? We got to do something, sir, and we did it very quickly. Probably in 24 hours it was done. Congressman Richard Hudson, a great guy, and his wife Renee. Richard, hi, Richard. And Advocate Samantha Bush, who's a very respected person. For years, American couples struggling with infertility have faced crushing costs in their quest to start a family, and IVF is among the most expensive treatments of all. A single round of IVF in the United States can cost up to $25,000, can actually go a lot higher than that, and many couples require multiple rounds for a successful pregnancy. A major reason for these high prices is the excessive cost of the drugs involved. The number one fertility drug used in IVF is currently 700% more expensive in the United States than the rest of the world. And, you know, we're ending all of that. It's called favored nations, and we're ending it, and we're ending it pretty fast. Nobody thought we'd be able to do it, and we've done it. Drugs are going to come down. Drug prices are coming down 400%, 200%, 600%, numbers that nobody's ever seen before. Great for Medicare, Medicaid, even Social Security. Great for everything, I think, Dr. Oz. So that's something that's, to me, it's very exciting. I'm bugging him and Bobby all the time, how are we doing with that? And we're doing really good, Bobby. It's really going good. Other countries are agreeing to it because if they don't, we put tariffs on them, and then they agree. So it's amazing. It's amazing how that worked out. But as an example, in London, you'd buy a certain drug for $130, and even less than that, I guess $88 as of a count a month ago. And in New York, you pay $1,300 for the same thing. So now we're going to be paying, instead of $1,300, you'll be paying about $150. And they'll be paying $150 too. We're going to pay the same thing. Favored nations. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
We've been
ripped off by the whole world for a long period of time. One of the most popular fertility drug regimens costs over $5,000 per cycle, as an example. Wow. Largely as a result of these unsustainable prices, 70% of the employers do not offer insurance that covers IVF. Therefore, most couples with fertility challenges are paying these costs entirely out of their own pockets, which is not really possible to do. Oh, look who we have. Look at that, the great Maria Bartiromo. I didn't know. Did you get put into the regular pool pack? That's very good. Yeah, that's good. Nice to see you. I'm doing an interview with her in a little while. In the Trump administration, we want to make it easier for all couples to have babies, raise children, and start the families they've always dreamed about. That's why today I'm pleased to announce that after extensive negotiations, EMD Serono, the largest fertility drug manufacturer in the world, has agreed to provide massive discounts to all fertility drugs they sell in the United States, including the most popular drug of all, the IVF drug Gonal-F. So it's Gonal-F. Is that a proper pronunciation? Close enough, right? Gonal-F. As part of this agreement, EMD Serono will list their fertility drugs online at trumprx.gov at very, very heavily reduced prices, prices that you won't even believe. And ultimately, that's because of the favored nations. In addition, the FDA will be working with the company to expedite review and approval of another common fertility IVF drug, and currently it's selling in Europe. It's Pergoveris. And that's a sounding nice name. Pergoveris. Why can't you name them nice, simple names? Nice, easy names. Doesn't matter. If it works, that's all we care about, right? Upon approval, this drug would directly compete against a much more expensive option that currently has a monopoly in the American market, and this will bring down costs very significantly. And the other one's going to have to come down also. Finally, EMD Serono has agreed that all future drugs and everything that it develops and sells in the United States will be offset at most favored nation prices. I've been after this for a long time, and we started the process in the last administration, and then we had a little thing called COVID that came up. We had to focus on that, did a good job on that too. And they'll bring a significant portion of their drug manufacturing back to the United States. So they're going to bring it largely back into the United States, and that's for a lot of reasons, but primarily because of the election result, November 5th, and maybe most importantly because of the tariffs, because if they do it here, there are no tariffs. So we're going to be very close, I think, by the end of this year. We're going to be very close to $20 trillion in investment. As an example, the Biden administration had less than $1 trillion, substantially less than $1 trillion for 4 years, Maria. Can you imagine? 4 years, less than one. We're going to break $20 trillion of investment, and we're already over $17 trillion, and that's in 8 months. Can you believe that? And he was at less than $1 trillion. And in addition to that, he had open borders, allowing millions of people to pour in. What an administration that was. Worst president in history, by far. As a result of these actions, the per-cycle cost of drugs used in IVF will fall by an estimated 73% for American consumers, and the numbers are going to actually be very substantially higher as time goes by when it really kicks in. For most of, I mean, think of those numbers. You know, I told the story last time because we were with Pfizer, and Pfizer's doing something very similar. But I told them that my first term, I was so proud of myself because I was the first president in 28 years where drug prices went down for the year. And you know what they went down? 1/8 of 1%. But I was so 1/8 of 1%. Now I'm getting them down, Maria, 500, 600, 800%. In some cases, even more than that. It's hard to believe. But I was proud. I said, oh, wow, I'm the first one. 1/8 of 1%. And I was proud of that. Now I realize, and I called a news conference. Some of you were at that news conference, actually. And I said, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations. We've gone down by 1/8 of 1%. And now we're going down 500, 600, 700, 800%, Richard. So it's really something. For most administrations and all of the people involved in this kind of thing, this action would be a crowning achievement of their agenda for fertility health. But for us, it's really just the beginning. It's just the start. It's one of many things we're doing. Today, we're also taking historic steps to vastly expand access to insurance coverage for fertility care, including IVF, something that, as you know, was not covered. Effective immediately, for the first time ever, we will make it legal for companies to offer supplemental insurance plans specifically for fertility. That's never been done before. We're signing it in today with what we sign. Americans will be able to opt in to specialized coverage just as they get vision and dental insurance. They're going to get fertility insurance for the first time. So I don't know. I don't know how well these things are covered. I see the Democrats like to take credit for all of the things we do. We do the things and they take the credit. But I figure if you do enough of these, eventually people are going to figure it out. The Democrats have done nothing. This will make all fertility care, including IVF, far more affordable and accessible. And by providing coverage at every step of the way, it will reduce the number of people who ultimately need to resort to IVF because couples will be able to identify and address problems early. The result will be healthier pregnancies, healthier babies, and many more beautiful American children. It's a big factor. It's a big deal. I'm asking all employers to make these new fertility benefit options available to their employees immediately. The initiatives I've just announced are the boldest and most significant actions ever taken by any president to bring the miracle of life into more American homes. And I will say Katie was great. As you know, she's a great senator from Alabama. She's the first one that told me about this. I had not known too much about it, and we worked very rapidly together, didn't we, though? Mr. President, you said we had everything passed, and Alabama then took care of it and passed it. Within a week, everything was done. Really, it was something. So I want to thank Katie, Brett. There's no deeper happiness and joy of raising children, and now millions of Americans struggling with infertility will have a new chance to share the greatest experience of them all. So I'd like to thank all of the people that are here, and I think we'll start with Dr. Oz and Ms. Horn. We'll go through the list and we'll listen. And yesterday I did this, and I stood for about an hour and a half as people spoke. And I said, this time I'm sitting right there, and I'm going to watch you. I stood for an hour and a half like this. I said, you got to be kidding. Here we go. It was one after another, and it was wonderful listening to them. But I said, if I have to do this every day, Bobby, should I stand or sit? Thank you, Bobby. Please, Dr. Oz.
Okay. Mr. President, I'm going to jump in here real quick. I want to start by thanking President Trump. Sir, from the very first phone call we ever had, your support was strong. It was steadfast. It was unwavering. And because of you, millions of Americans are going to have a greater opportunity to bring the greatest gift, in my opinion, life into this world. Your support, your administration's support, it's a game changer. All of us here today are aligned. This is a celebration of life. It's a celebration of parents. It's a celebration of families. And it's a celebration for those people who want to one day be parents themselves. I think every parent can attest, and I certainly do myself, that the greatest gift that God has ever given me is the ability to be a mom. We want more people to have that opportunity. We want to make that easier and more affordable. IVF is what makes the difference for so many families that are facing infertility. So you've seen the numbers. It's either 1 in 8 couples, or some people say as much as 1 in 6, are actually experiencing issues with fertility. It's 9% of males and at least 11% of females
the vaccine
are facing these challenges as they work to build their family. The recommendations today that President Trump has set forth are going to expand IVF coverage to nearly 1 million more families, and they're going to drive down cost significantly. Mr. President, this is the most pro-IVF thing that any president in the history of the United States of America has done.
Democrats said he'd get
and Mr.
rid
President,
of
it's
IVF.
your leadership.
That's how ridiculous.
You are the reason why the Republican Party is now the party of parents. We are the party of families. This is why when Senator Cruz and I worked last year, we got every single Republican senator to sign on and say that they supported nationwide access to IVF. And just for the record, IVF is legal and accessible in all 50 states. And President Trump taking this action today to lower cost, to bring these issues to the forefront, and to enact solutions for people working to start their families, I want you to know it's significant and there's more to come. But this isn't the only thing that you've done to prove that we're the party of parents and we're the party of families. If you look at the working family tax cut, guys, he made sure that hard-working parents were front and center in that legislation. You know, whether it was child tax credits being expanded and made permanent, whether it was Trump accounts that are going to change the game for so many parents, or whether it was childcare. So for decades, we have heard Democrats talk about childcare. President Trump actually took action on the affordability and accessibility of childcare. We know that 1 in 4 families say that they hesitate to have more children because of the cost and because of childcare cost. For the first time, this man actually took steps to change the dynamics for hardworking parents. So of the 3 tax credits that he reformed and the working families tax cuts, 2 of them had not been touched in 2 decades, and 1 of them had not been touched since 1986. So President Reagan was in office the last time anybody did anything about it. But you changed the game on that, and I was proud to lead that effort in the Senate. And so on behalf of moms and dads, on behalf of grandparents and sisters and aunts and uncles and brothers and people who are looking to expand their family, we say thank you. Thank you for all you do to support families in this country and make a healthier environment and an easier one for us to grow the very most important thing. God bless.
So let's set the stage. Put it in perspective, 2 weeks ago, as President Trump alluded, a leading U.S. drug manufacturer came into this room and agreed to do something none of us thought was possible, a most favored nation agreement with numbers, again, inconceivable. Last week, a company from Europe, a global leader in the pharmaceutical sector, came to this office, made the same kind of commitment for most favored nation pricing, again, because the president insisted on it and was persistent, and he alluded to the fact that he was calling Secretary Kennedy and me quite a bit. He definitely was, with great insights into the process and would not hold back. But I think what you're seeing today is something even larger. It's larger because we're now showing that MFN is a tool that can get other initiatives going as well. We are revealing perhaps the most important MFN opportunity at all, because it's about procreation. It's about babies. It turns out that MFN is a tool for a lot of things, and it goes without saying that you get the drug pricing down, but lots of other business necessities become possible when that occurs.
So Secretary Kennedy and I, who's a wonderful leader, talk frequently about family. I think the reason he's a great leader and president as well is because they have large families and they take pride in the joy that it gives us. But many families, as Senator Britt alluded, do not have the ability to have children. But it turns out that it's about 1 in 3 families, a much higher number, that don't have the number of babies they desire. They're under-babied. So this president committed to address that during the campaign, and he's delivering on that today in a way I don't think anyone thought was possible. We are opening the door with MFN pricing and tariffs that support it, Secretary Lutnick, with a new approach to make reproductive medicine more affordable for Americans. Now, I know what you're all thinking, and you're probably right. There are going to be a lot of Trump babies. I think that's probably a good thing. But it turns out the fundamental creative force in society is about making babies. It's about creating. And this country, the one that President Trump is leading so beautifully, has been a country of abundance, not scarcity. To have abundance, you have to address the fact that we had 3.6 million babies last year, which is beautiful, 3.6 million miracles. That's 500,000 less babies than we would ideally have had, even to replace our current population. Building on the success of the last 2 weeks, our team, led by the head of Medicare, Qschqql, who's standing over there, and Ina Hernandez, have negotiated a spectacular MFN deal to reduce the cost of IVF drug prices by $2,200 a cycle. That's nearly half of the price that it had been. The most prescribed drug in this category in America, made by MD Serrano, is described over here. And you'll notice, President Trump, these are discounted from $242 to $10. I don't know what the math is on that. We can't even calculate it. It's a lot. It's too high to calculate without a more studied approach. But I give it up there because that number of $10 will apply for every American who earns less than $115,000 a year. That's 70% of the American people. The remaining folks who are able to make more will have to pay a tiny bit more, but it's still most favored nation pricing, no different from what the Europeans are willing to pay. Now, to make this deal happen, Chris and Inma had to do something special. They had to actually not just get the drug price down, but get the middlemen to let it go as well. And Mr. President, we've met with the middlemen in the past. They're now joining the MFN movement. I want to thank Express Scripts Freedom Pharmacy and then CVS's Specialty Pharmacy because they were willing to stand up and do the right thing for the American people by answering the president's call and slashing their prices. Now, this announcement also encompasses a remarkable move from Marty Makary, and Marty Makary is, of course, the leader of the FDA, but he has ongoing efforts to accelerate their approval of innovative medicines that will further reduce the price and make this whole process more seamless for the American people. Now, you're about to hear about a spectacular new program that's been alluded to, but one of the architects of that program, Heidi Overton, Deputy Director of the White House Domestic Policy Council, is going to take us through the exciting details of what this is going to offer for the American people, especially those who are in the workforce. But first, we think you should hear from Libby Horn. Libby's EMD Serrano's head of fertility. She brings both professional expertise and a personal connection to this work. She has 3 beautiful daughters, and she has personally benefited from reproductive medicine that has shaped her family, and her company made today's spectacular MFN pricing possible. Libby.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we gather on this national stage to celebrate a historic step forward in expanding access to fertility treatments for those who need it most. Mr. President, thanks to your leadership and the tireless efforts of your team, this is a momentous day for Americans who struggle but remain hopeful to build their families. Infertility is on the rise in our country. 1 in 8 couples face infertility. This isn't just a number, it's real lives, dreams, and aspirations of hardworking Americans. The teacher who goes to school each day, surrounded by children, but aching for children of her own. The firefighter who puts his life on the line, but can't create the life he wants at home. The consequences of these challenges can take significant tolls. Some of you watching today have given up or are frustrated because access to IVF treatments has been out of reach. That's why expanding access to IVF has been an issue of great importance to the President. He made this clear in his executive order declaring the administration's goal of supporting American families by enabling access and eliminating barriers to IVF. Today, EMD Serono is proud to help President Trump deliver on his promise to you. Thanks to the President's leadership, EMD Serono has worked alongside distributors and other partners to help more families have access to services and innovations that are consistent with other countries. Through our partnership with the administration, we are proud to announce that Americans will have access to our leading IVF therapies for an 84% discount off list prices. That's amazing. Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you. Thank you for making this possible.
Fantastic.
For more than 40 years, EMD Serono has been a global leader in fertility. Our science was instrumental in the birth of the first IVF baby in the U.S., and we've helped to bring more than 6 million babies into the world since then. Our purpose is to help create, improve, and prolong life. That means discovering more medicines and bringing them to patients faster. FDA Commissioner McCary has made it a priority to ensure that Americans have access to the world's most innovative treatments as quickly as possible. To that end, EMD Serono is filing a new IVF therapy called Pergoveris for review under the FDA Commissioner's National Priority Voucher Program. If approved, Pergoveris would combine 2 key reproductive hormones in synergy designed to mimic reproductive physiology. This therapeutic option could mean fewer injections, fewer copays, and lower self-pay cost, all of which make a real difference in the IVF patient experience. In closing, on behalf of EMD Serono, I want to send my heartfelt thanks to President Trump and the entire administration for their leadership and vision in this critical area of healthcare. Together, we will make a difference in the lives of countless families across this nation and uphold our long-standing legacy of creating life. Thank you.
Mr. President, thank you for your bold leadership that's allowed our teams to go far beyond what anyone thought was possible. On behalf of the Domestic Policy Council and Vince Haley here, we would like to also thank all the agency partners and the stakeholders that we worked with to get to the solution today that will make a real impact for families. Specifically, today's historic actions, 4 in total that you see, are made possible by coordination of all of the White House team and 7 agencies, many of who are represented here, and their teams that have worked tirelessly. As you described, Mr. President, the current system isn't working. 7 in 10 Americans don't have coverage to IVF. They face high costs and uncertain outcomes. And there's intense demand for fertility benefits. 65% of Americans say that they would leave their current job just because of fertility benefits. So you asked us to lower costs and to fix the broken incentives in healthcare. In addition to lowering the cost of drugs by 73% or $2,200 per cycle, which if you missed it, most people require 2 or 3 cycles. So that's significant savings for families. I'm also going to briefly outline the new solution for coverage. This is a new fertility benefit option that employers can immediately offer to their employees starting today. This afternoon, the Departments of Labor, Health and Human Services, and Treasury will be releasing guidance that, for the first time, creates a legal pathway for employers to offer fertility benefit packages to people that need them, similar to how dental, vision, and life insurance are currently offered. This will be followed up by a regulation. These benefits can address the continuum of fertility needs, from the root causes of IVF, which Secretary Kennedy is working on very hard at HHS, to it'll be a coordinated package that does not exist in traditional health insurance today. It'll make it easier for employers, including small and mid-sized employers, to compete for talented employees. Currently, many small businesses cannot afford to offer fertility benefits at all. This is making it possible for them to offer benefits the same way that large companies like Amazon and others offer benefits. This is a pro-family benefit expansion that will transform clinical outcomes by addressing fragmented coverage and care. I'm a physician by training, and it's very important that we have high-quality care. Fertility benefit companies are poised to offer packages that have reported so far roughly 25% higher live birth rates for those that seek care compared to those that don't have such benefits. They also report fewer cycles to achieve pregnancy, improved natural pregnancy rates through better care before you need IVF, and reduced chance of miscarriages, a 21% reduction in miscarriage rate. Leading physicians in the field have also relayed that these types of benefits significantly improve the patient and doctor experience, allowing both to focus on care rather than navigating the bureaucracy. These impacts are very personal. Here with us today are my good friends, Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina and his wife, Renee Hudson. Both have worked in public service for years, including Renee for all 4 years of your past administration, Mr. President, and they struggled with infertility. Today they have a beautiful son who's their pride and joy. He's an amazing boy. But they also suffered multiple losses throughout their fertility journey, something that is very common. Unfortunately, too many people go through the hard, arduous process of IVF and still result in a miscarriage. So today, your option is not only saving money, it's going to improve the quality of care significantly. This new benefit option simultaneously represents the greatest opportunity to expand coverage of IVF that the federal government has ever taken, while also improving the care delivered. Additionally, and very importantly, it gives employees benefit option means lower costs and more healthy babies. So today, this announcement, we are realigning the industry towards the simple metric of more healthy babies at lower costs. I would now like to introduce Samantha Bush, the wife of NASCAR driver Kyle Busch, who's been a leading advocate for IVF access and affordability after your own infertility journey. Thank you, Mr. President.
Hello, everyone. My husband, Kyle, and I battled infertility for over a decade before being blessed with our 2 beautiful children, Brexton, who's 10, and our daughter, Lennox, who's now 3. But our journey was long and painful. We faced 6 rounds of IVF, multiple miscarriages, multiple failed cycles, and countless moments of heartbreak. We faced the roller coaster of hope and devastation that so many families know all too well. Through it all, we held on to faith, each other, and the belief that somehow, someday, God would turn our pain into purpose. We also saw firsthand the staggering financial burden that comes with infertility treatments. Sitting in the waiting room of our fertility clinic, we overheard another couple quietly say that money was the only thing standing in their way of having their family. In that moment, Kyle and I looked at each other, and we knew God was planting a seed in our hearts.
Not me.
A calling to take action.
Not my wife.
In 2015, that calling became the Bundle of Joy Fund, a nonprofit foundation dedicated to providing financial assistance to couples struggling with infertility. What began as a small act of faith has now grown into something far greater than we could have ever imagined. To date, we've granted over $2 million directly to individuals, helping them pay for their IVF treatments, and we've celebrated the birth of 108 beautiful babies through our fund. Thank you. Each baby is a living, breathing testament to hope, community, and God's grace. For every tear we cried, for every shot we gave, every doctor's appointment that ended in disappointment, Kyle and I knew there had to be a greater reason. This was God's plan for us, to use our journey to advocate, empower, and be the voice to those battling in silence. Over the past 12 years, we've worked hard to raise awareness, erase stigma, and bring hope to the 1 in 6 couples that will face infertility. Infertility can be incredibly isolating. It can leave you questioning your faith, your body, and your future. But it can also reveal a strength that you never knew you had inside of you. It can deepen love, it can bring couples closer together, and it unites people through a shared struggle. Our goal has always been to show others that they are not alone, that there is a powerful community of infertility warriors behind them. Today, seeing President Trump acknowledge infertility on a national stage is profoundly moving. It's no longer a whispered conversation behind closed doors. It is a recognized, validated struggle that so many families have to endure. His leadership reminds us that those in positions of power can make real and lasting changes for generations to come. Their willingness to bring this issue forward shows that they not only hear our community, but they truly care about us. Thank you, Mr. President, and to your family for shining a light on infertility and for standing by couples like Kyle and I, for standing by couples who only want to hear the words mommy and daddy, who want to watch our children open their Christmas presents on Christmas morning, who want to see the world anew through the joy in their kids' eyes. Your acknowledgement honors the power of family, faith, and love, the very values that make America the greatest country in the world. It's proof that when promises are made and promises are kept, lives are changed forever. Thank you, Mr. President.
Anybody else? Howard, would you like to say a couple?
No.
I was hoping you would say that. Bobby, come on up for a second. What a job you're doing. Yeah, say a few words, Bobby.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for your vision, your commitment to our country. When my uncle was president, the fertility rate in this country was 3.5%. Today, it is 1.6%. The replacement rate, in other words, the amount of fertility that you need in order to keep your population even, is 2.1%. We are below replacement right now. That is a national security threat to our country. And we know why this is happening. And President Trump is addressing the root causes through his MAHA agenda of reducing endocrine disruptors, the exposure to chemicals that decrease fertility. Today, the average teenager in this country has 50% of the sperm count, 50% of the testosterone as a 65-year-old man. Our girls are hitting puberty 6 years earlier. And that's bad, but also our parents aren't having children. Parents who want to have children do not have access. I have 7 children. I feel that God has blessed me with that, and I can't imagine how different my life would be if I did not have that blessing. I want to point out also that this morning Harvard University released a study that showed that the obesity rates have now climbed over 70%. And this, again, is for the same reason we're flooding our kids. We're poisoning mass poisoning a generation of kids with chemicals. President Trump has instructed us to stop these problems at the root cause. He's also recognized that there are people who are injured, people who are not living their life to the fullest, and he's addressing that. Last week, we made GLP drugs available at Most Favored Nation. And this week, it's IVF. Oh, I want to thank you so much for that, Mr. President. I saw on an airplane the other day, you said that you didn't believe that you were going to get to heaven. You're doing God's work here. You've made peace in the Middle East, which is beyond anybody's imagination. And now you're giving millions of Americans a chance to have babies. And you're doing this while the government is locked down by the Democrats. But this administration has not stopped working for the American people. And that's because of your energy, your commitment, your vision, and I want to thank you for allowing me to be part of it.
And he's doing a great job. And by the way, Kyle is fantastic. So he's got a lot of courage. I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't care. Howard, you and I would not be good at that. We'd go about 30 miles an hour, but we'd be safe. Anyway, so thank you very much. Any questions, please?
Mr. President, you posted earlier today.
Yeah, please.
Mr. President, this is a major campaign promise that you made. It was a big hot topic towards the end of the election. You're delivering on that again. I actually had a question for Secretary Kennedy or Dr. Heidi. Dr. Heidi, you said something that I thought was really important. You talked about how this coverage option, this benefit option, gives companies the maximum flexibility to design benefits consistent to their values. I was wondering if either you or the President could expand on that and talk about why that's an important thing to understand about this program.
Thank you. It's a great question. We think that employers are best situated to know what them and their employees would want to contribute to in relation to their benefits. So employers are going to be able to decide how to cover the root causes of infertility, things like obesity, metabolic health, and other things that are impacting infertility. And also, if they want to encourage their employees to see certain types of doctors, and they can work with providers that are identifying the highest quality fertility providers. And so it puts them in the driver's seat, and our view is that we want employers to be the ones that can make those decisions, not the government. Thank you.
All right. That's a good answer.
Yeah, it was.
That's a very good answer. Yeah, please. Go ahead.
Mr. President, previously you did not seem to be bothered regarding Hamas cracking down on what you called gangs, actually, a couple of gangs. And today you issued a threat against Hamas on Truth Social. What has changed?
And what was said? Go ahead.
You said if they continue keep killing innocents in Gaza, that if that continues, the United States will go after them.
I issued a strong statement. That's right.
They used to be gangs, and now you're saying innocents. What made you think they're innocents now?
Well, I'm looking at what's happening, and that wasn't the deal that was made, and we'll see what happens. It's calmed down. It's a tough neighborhood. We know that. We have a commitment from them, and I assume they're going to honor that commitment. I hope they do. And I understand they brought back some additional bodies today. It's a rough deal when you think of it, right? Very rough. We have our hostages back completely. We were very lucky with that. But it's a tough situation. They brought back bodies today, as you probably know. But they also said they're going to behave. We're going to find out if they behave. If they behave good, if they don't behave, we'll take care of it. Yeah, please.
Following up on that, Mr. President,
I heard you say you CNN fake news. Go ahead.
You said in your post that if they kept killing people in Gaza, we would have no choice but to go in and kill them. So do you mean U.S. forces would go in and take out Hamas?
No, I didn't say who would go in, but somebody will go in. It's not going to be us. We won't have to. There are people very close, very nearby that will go in. They'll do the trick very easily, but under our auspices.
Could I follow up? You also posted about your call with President Putin today, and you spoke about the meeting in Hungary with him. Do you have a timeline or a date set for when?
Yeah, I would say within 2 weeks or so. Pretty quick. Marco Rubio is going to be meeting with his counterpart, as you know, Lavrov, and they'll be meeting pretty soon. They're going to set up a time and a place very shortly. Maybe it's already set up. They've already spoken. And I thought it was a very good phone call. I thought very productive. But I'll be meeting with President Putin, and we'll make a determination. Tomorrow I'm meeting with President Zelensky, and I'll be telling him about the call. I mean, we have a problem. They don't get along too well, those two, and it's sometimes tough to have meetings, so we may do something where we're separate but equal. We'll meet and talk parties, but this is a terrible relationship the two of them have, and it's one of those things. I've seen things that nobody would believe, but this is one of them. So we're going to be meeting in Hungary. Viktor Orban is going to be hosting, and it's really something that's time. Last week, over 7,000 people were killed. That's ridiculous. And, you know, it doesn't affect our country. We're not losing people. We're not losing Bobby. We're not losing Americans. But they're losing Russians, Ukrainians, mostly soldiers, for the most part soldiers. And we hope we're going to get it stopped. I thought this would be, because of my relationship with President Putin, I thought this would be very quick. And it's turned out to be, who would think I did Middle East before I did this? We did a total of 8 now, 7 and now 8. And we're going to make this number 9.
So you said you posted that there was great progress. Can you tell us a little bit about that? Was it a shift in Putin's tone? Was it something new he told you? Did he give you any message to give?
You're talking about the whole
President Zelensky tomorrow.
It just seems to me that look, it's only a field. That's all I've done in my whole life. I've made deals. I know about deals. I do it well. I don't think any president's ever ended a war, frankly. One war, I did 8 of them, Maria, right? And but I don't know, did Bush ever end? Do you think Biden ended a war? Biden started wars. because he was stupid. But do you think Biden ended any wars? No, I don't know of anybody that ended wars. I ended 8 of them. Now it's going to be 9. I think we're going to have this one done, hopefully soon. But I'll be meeting him probably over the next 2 weeks. First, Marco is going to be meeting. And the vice president, as you know, is very much involved. The whole team is involved. Steve Witkoff will be involved. Yeah, please.
What did you tell him about the Tomahawks? Did you discuss the Tomahawk missiles? Did you discuss?
Well, we talked about it a little bit. Didn't say much, but I do say to you, you know, we need Tomahawks for the United States of America too. We have a lot of them, but we need them. I mean, we can't deplete for our country. So you know, they're very vital. They're very powerful. They're very accurate. They're very good, but we need them too. So. I don't know what we can do about that.
Why do you think a second meeting with Putin now will yield different results?
Well, I think Alaska actually set a stage, and that wasn't very long ago, but it set a stage. You have to understand, I came into this situation. I didn't start this war. This is a Biden deal, and I came into it, and it was a mess. It could have led to World War III. In my opinion, this could have led to World War III. That won't happen, but it could have. So I came in, this war was raging. When I left, this wasn't even a thought. For 4 years, nobody talked about it. I spoke to President Putin about Ukraine. It was the apple of his eye, but there was never going to be doing anything like this. And this all went because of some really bad decisions that were made. And look what you have. You have millions of people dead. You have just a horrible, horrible situation. I'm doing it to save souls. That's all I'm doing it for. I'm not doing it for us. We have an ocean between us. I'm doing it also to help Europe. They want to have it ended, but they're unable to do it. I'm able to do it. So I think we'll be successful. We'll save a lot of lives. It should have been done. Should have never started. This would have never happened if the election weren't rigged. This would have never happened. But it did happen, and I'll get it stopped. Okay.
What's your message to pro-life conservatives?
Yeah, you mentioned a $1,300 drug at the top of this. Were you referring to the weight loss drugs?
Yeah, I was referring to Ozempic or I was the fat loss drug.
So those are going to be $150 out of pocket for Americans?
They'll be much lower. They'll be much lower. Yeah, go ahead, please.
We have not negotiated those yet. We're going to be rolling these out over time. The GLP category of drugs, which includes Ozempic, have not been negotiated yet.
What's the timeline for that?
But it will. It'll come down, like everyone else.
Okay. Any timeline on those negotiations?
No, but I think those are going to come down pretty fast, and we do have, I guess, some alternative.
The president will be happy with the result, and until he is, we're not going to close those negotiations. Thank you.
Except it'll happen.
Got it.
Mr. President, what's your message to pro-life conservatives? Some pro-life conservatives have religious objections to IVF and are already critical of this policy. What's your message to them?
I don't know about the views of that. I'm just looking to do something because, you know, pro-life, I think this is very pro-life. You can't get more pro-life than this. Please.
Mr. President, you've been talking about how this new benefit plan will also include root cause treatments for infertility. How will you make sure that those root cause treatments are equally accessible to IVF?
Well, I think we're going to be doing that. Would anybody like to talk about that subject? Please.
On the rulemaking process. I think it's the determination, again, Secretary of Labor, the determination, the Department of Labor is issuing their intent today to open up the rulemaking process, again, for more flexibility. Anytime that you have a president who's leading when you can offer more access to health care at a lower rate is a benefit to the American people and to the end user, and that's exactly what he's doing. And so you heard before that through the Q&A guidance that was issued today with the other agencies, that will give guidance to our employers and the employees about what the flexibility of that is, and then again opening that rulemaking process for further determination of the access that can be had offered in those benefits for all different types of health care access is the goal of the Department of Labor.
Good answer. Thank you. I like this better. I just said they can do better than me. Yeah, please. Good job, Laura. You know, you're doing a fantastic job. I shouldn't tell. I won't say it. That I will not say that she was recommended by the Teamsters. Can you believe it? And she's turned out to be a gem, an absolute gem. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much.
Mr. President, John Bolton was just indicted.
Do you think we can see your deal-making skills applied to the government shutdown anytime soon?
Well, look, I mean, all we want to do is just extend. We don't want anything. We just want to extend, live with the deal that they had. They want to spend $1.5 trillion on illegal immigrants, and they want to destroy health care for everyone else. And it's crazy. It's crazy. People that are here illegally, they want to spend $1.5 trillion. So we're just not going to do it. No, we have to take care of our health care. Now, we're doing that today, and we're doing it with, favored nations, the most favored nations. Your costs are going to be dropping greatly. And I'm really I'm really happy that it's at the beginning of my administration, because I did insulin and got it down to like $25, but it doesn't kick in. It didn't kick in for 2 years by statute, so it couldn't kick in. And I said, boy, I hope I win this election, because if I don't, somebody else is going to take credit for it, Bobby. And sure as can be, Biden said he didn't even know what the hell was happening, and it was a hard thing for me to do. I got insulin way down. What was it before that? It was just massive. It was impossible to afford. And sure as can be, because it was statute, it couldn't have been earlier. I said, boy, this falls into the next administration. I better win. And all of a sudden, I watched this Biden taking credit for something that I did. And on other things, too. We had a lot of things kick in. So the nice part about this is at the beginning of our administration. So I think we're going to see the fruits of our labor. And I hope on our other situation that we've talked so much about, autism, I hope we're going to see some very good results based on the recommendations that we made. And, we have time to watch those results now.
Bolton was just indicted by a grand jury in Maryland. Do you have a reaction to that?
I didn't know that. You tell me for the first time, but I think he's, a bad person.
Bolton or who, Tim?
I think he's a bad guy. He's a bad guy. It's too bad, but it's the way it goes.
Case against him?
That's the way it goes, right? That's the way it goes. Will I what?
Have you reviewed the case against him?
No, I haven't. But I just think he's a bad person. Okay, anybody else?
What's the timeline for the IVF drug through the National Commissioner Priority Review Voucher, Dr. McCary?
What do you think, Doctor?
So, first of all, the National Priority Voucher Program says we're going to proactively at the FDA look for amazing treatments like this IVF treatment. We're going to reach out to the companies, and if it's in line with the president's national priorities, we're going to put those drugs at the front of the line and get a decision out in weeks instead of a year. And so today we announced 9 drugs that are going to be recipients. These are products where the manufacturing is going to be in the United States, or it's meeting a large unmet public health need, like a diabetes drug we announced today. Or it is a product where you're going to see an affordability phenomena because the prices are getting equalized in line with the president's most favored nation status goal.
Wow, that's great. Why didn't I have him speaking? So could have saved a lot of time. That's funny. I'm not surprised. Yeah, please.
Yes, thank you, President. So Senate Majority Leader John Thune today said he'd like to proceed with the bill which would put sanctions on Russia. What's your thought on that?
Well, we're going to see. He doesn't know about the call yet. I'm going to speak to him later. And it was subject to what I wanted to do. And so we'll see what happens. We may have, this may be such a productive call that we're going to end up, we want to get peace. We want to stop the killing. 7,000 people a week. Can you believe it? We want to stop the killing. So I'm going to speak to him and the speaker, Mike Johnson. I'll speak to them a little bit later, and I'll tell them about this, and we'll make the right determination. I'm not against anything. I'm just saying it may not be perfect timing. It could happen in a week or two, but it's at my option, as you know.
Right, but did President Putin try to dissuade you from selling Tomahawk missiles?
Well, of course. What do you think he's going to say? Please sell Tomahawks?
No, but did he give any
Is he going to say, please sell those Tomahawks? I really appreciate it. I did actually say, would you mind if I gave a couple of thousand Tomahawks to your opposition? I did say that to him. I said it just that way. He didn't like the idea. He really didn't like the idea. No, I said it that way. You have to be a little bit lighthearted sometimes, but no, he doesn't want Tomahawk. Tomahawk is a vicious weapon. It's a vicious, offensive, incredibly destructive weapon. Nobody wants Tomahawk shot at him.
We ask you not to provide Tomahawks?
So, wouldn't anybody? I mean, it's been in the news. Who wouldn't do that? CNN. Who wouldn't do that? You know? Do you think he's going to say, I'd love to have Tomahawk sent my way? I don't think so. Maria, we have one of the great stars of television here, and she's an incredible person. And She's just an amazing woman who she got it all right. She got the Russia hoax right. She got everything. Would you have a question?
Yes, Mr. President. I would ask you why this was so important to you, IVF, and why was autism so important to you? What are you trying to achieve?
Well, autism is like a whole different thing. When you look at, it was 1 in 20,000. Now it's 1 in 12. If you look, Bobby, we have different numbers, but 1 in 12, 1 in 28, 1 in 32. There's a couple of different numbers out there, but it's 1 in a very, very different number than it used to be. It used to be 1 in 20,000, and that was not that long ago, 20 years ago or so. And now they had something for boys, for babies, baby boys. It's 1 in 12. I heard 1 in 10, Bobby. I heard another one, different lists, but when you think of that, it's not even sustainable, but there's something artificial. When that happens, that's not like a natural. And then you have certain groups of people that literally don't have autism, and they're not taking some of the things that we're taking. So we're working very hard. And on IVF, it's just that I have friends, including Katie, that called me, and they told me the importance of it. I wasn't that familiar with it. Now I think I've sort of become the father ever since I heard. There was a bad decision in Alabama where a judge wanted all clinics to be immediately closed, right? And Katie called up, and you said you were pretty strongly attacked by your friends that you didn't even know were involved with IVF, right?
You had people that had grandkids, people who'd gone through IVF themselves, telling their story and
Yeah.
saying there are people that cope out there.
Tell what you did when you heard from your friends. You said this was not, they almost became violent, right?
Yeah, I told him, I said, Mr. President, we need you. We need your voice in this conversation. We need the directive. We need the strong support, because there are millions of people out there, moms and dads, wanting to bring life into the world. And you had people, the chilling effect that occurred across Alabama, there were people that were in the middle of that process that had been praying to have a child, and that was halted. And so the reality of that was very stark in our state. And so I was able to tell the president some of the stories of people, friends and grandparents and relatives that told me what they had experienced, and also, what they were fearful of in the future. And the president very quickly acted, spoke with a strong voice, and really led the way. Obviously, we saw Democrats continue to fearmonger for the remainder of the year, trying to use it as an election issue, when actually IVF is legal and accessible in all 50 states. And President Trump very clearly said where he was on this, and he said, I'm going to make sure that this is more accessible and that it is more affordable for families coast to coast. That's exactly what he did, but it's that real life, there's real life stories, sir, that he responded to. And that's what people don't know about him. He cares. And when you tell him what American people are dealing with, he wants to do something about it. You have leaders and politicians that come before him that want to talk about things. President Trump wants to actually make things happen. It's exactly what he did here, and I'm so grateful, Mr. President.
Thank you, Katie, very much. Appreciate it. So we will go back to what we're doing, working again with Marco and with JD and a few other people on the war, and we're doing a lot of other things also. The economy is unbelievable. It really is. It's been incredible. And I think one of the great numbers that I've ever heard, think of it, over $17 trillion being invested in our country. And when you think of, compare that to the last administration, but really compare it to any administration, compare it to any country. There's never been a country with anything like that. That's in a period of 8 months. And we've already broken every record possible. There's never anything even close. So we'll go back to all of that. Prices are down. Oil is down. We're down $58 a barrel. We're going to be hitting $2 for gasoline. I think we're going to be at $2. And the previous administration, they were at $4 and $5. They were going up much higher. And then they swung back into my things, but they didn't swing back properly. They were very, very late. They really blew it. We had it really going in the right direction. They came and took everything out, and it's incredible. I'll never forget. They lost control of the price of gasoline, of oil. They totally lost control, Howard, and then they went back immediately. Well, let's go back to Trump. But by that time, It was too late, and they didn't go back because the leases and everything else. They didn't do what they had to do. They wouldn't know. They really didn't know how to. But we could be hitting close to $2 a gallon. I'd love to break it if we could, but we could be. And you know, when that comes down, everything else has been coming down. Groceries are down. The price of things are down. And honestly, the simplicity is if you can get oil down, it's such a big category, everything follows. So just about everything follows. And we are working on beef, and I think we have a deal on beef that's going to bring the price of beef. That would be the one product that we would say is a little bit higher than we want it, maybe higher than we want it, and that's going to be coming down pretty soon too. We did something. We worked our magic. But groceries are down, and energy is down. Electricity is way down. We have the prices coming down for people. They were abused for 4 years by the Biden administration. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll see you soon. Thank you. Thank you.
Changes to the IRS.
Thank you, press. Let's go. Right on, guys. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Sorry. Thanks, guys. Thank you, guys.
All right.
Hoorah! Another day, another Christmas. It's like every day's like Christmas, Kyle.
Right?
What the hell is going on here? Yeah, let's start making some babies.
President
out
Trump
there.
on this IVF development and bringing down those costs with not only right to try, but that favored nation status that has been worked on by HHS with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. and Dr. McCary at FDA. Also, Dr. Mehmet Oz working overtime to make America healthy again, make America great again. And to Bobby Kennedy's points, it's so true that this is a national security issue. As I mentioned earlier, we're at that 1.6% rate of reproduction in this country. We cannot sustain a nation this large until we're over that 2.1% threshold. And as he mentioned, the late, great John F. Kennedy, the 35th president, the uncle of the Secretary of Health and Human Services, back during the 60s, it was at a 3.5% rate. So it's a dream of most people, a dream of most parents, and we're finding infertility for a various amount of reasons. Those postponing marriage to also the poisons that are in the nature and in society. But this
not nature, but been given to us. Yeah. So I was letting him share for a minute, get my wits back about me here. I got the sun finally coming shining through here on the upper east side of the tippy top. So yeah, my pops called me. I've been meaning to mention this too. If my dad calls during the show, I'm going to answer it. He's an ancient relic. I'm always going to answer. So we haven't done it live yet. He's called a couple times during the show, always when we're sharing a video like this. So I missed a little bit of Oz, a couple of the people. I kind of got the gist of most of it, but anything you want to add, Tim, a recap or kind of what the big picture is with all that?
Well, yeah. The big picture for me, there was two things that I noticed. One is they're still focusing on reducing the cost of drugs, right? And don't forget, there's that in January. I think it starts in January. There's the TrumpRx.com. TrumpRx.com.
Oh, you can compare prices everywhere. Good for the consumer. Real capitalism.
Yeah, so let's say you're a diabetic and you need your medication, obviously, or whatever your ailment is, and you know, we're trying to wean off the big pharma stuff, but also there's good things coming in behind, right? So many of these drugs, they're going to change their ingredients. We're seeing the changes in the vaccines already with getting rid of the mercury, getting rid of this, getting rid of that, stopping all the mandates and all that. Like RFK Jr. and his team are doing an amazing job with MAHA. So the two things I got out of it was, for the American citizens, the costs are coming way down. So that puts more money in your pockets, number one. Then the big talk today was the increasing its population, you know, through what is it called? IV, I think it's
IVF, in vitro fertilization.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, the Democrats told you Trump was going to get rid of, which made no sense. He never ever said he'd do something like that. There's just more nonsense. I guess it's got to be, you got to chalk it up to being the movie here. The fact that Democrats would say all these things and Trump's done exactly the opposite. You know what I mean? He said he wasn't going to, that was their whole narrative, that they were fighting for women's rights, which really meant they were fighting for killing innocent babies that couldn't defend themselves, was quote unquote women's rights, even though they say men can get pregnant. Trump actually got mentally unstable men out of women's locker rooms and out of their sports, which was the Title IX was all about originally. And then he's also, again, he's always said he's in big favor of in vitro fertilization because we got to have new babies to keep the country and everything going. And there has been a massive drop in fertility rate and sperm quality with males and everything. Male young men also have lost 50% of the testosterone they normally have over the last 20 years. That doesn't happen by chance, guys. That is by our environment, poisoning and toxicity stuff.
That's the deep state, the psychopath's long game. That was
the long game. Yep. Exactly. Thank you, Tim. The main key ones for anybody who doesn't know, the seed oils, okay? Any of these seed oils, and they're in everything, and I think my mom, all this stuff too, my mom's such a penny pincher, like, getting the best deals. Everything's the deal. So you go and you, like, buy this cheap stuff, from the stores, the food, like all these things. So like a lot of the butters have the seed oils. There's seed oils and all kinds of shit. And then all this fake stuff and all the food and stuff. But the vaccines is a really, really big one, guys. We need to talk more about. It seems like, again, that was their design, was to attack the fertility of people in particular. So even like for girls getting the what's the one for like they try to prevent like STDs, the HPV vaccine, right, is really causing a huge part of this stuff. Even the males and females, this whole transgender thing, guys, when they use aborted fetal cells in these vaccines, there's cells from men's and women's body parts or, fetuses in these vaccines. And then when they inject them into your bloodstream, they embed in your cell walls and they're sending signals out to your body. Your body is this perfectly human design that sends signals to itself and communicates. And when these cells get embedded in you, you have female cells embedded in you if you're a male, or you have male cells embedded in you if you're a female, sending these signals to your body, that this like signals of an alternate sex, and then enter in all the propaganda and pushing. And then of course our movie stars, a lot of them are inverted. This is part of the worshiping the Baphomet thing. So I don't think we'll go too much further in this topic today. That's not kind of the main thing, but this is really significant. It was their plan all along to cause this infertility and stuff. And also this is coming out too, that the information's finally getting there. The backup what our intuition's been saying, sudden infant death syndrome. Babies don't just freaking die. They're sure enough, they're always within 7 days of the vaccine people are getting. But even prior to that, the mother getting different kinds of vaccines, whether it's a flu shot or what have you, is contributing to these miscarriages and other things of that nature. But a lot of women have had trouble with infertility, but it's also it's both sides, because then the men's swimmers, their sperm counts are lower and they're not swimming because, again, seed oils, astrazine and fluoride in the water. The vaccines is a major contributor to it. And then who knows with like the chemtrail stuff. It seems like the White House got that stuff cleared up, even if you still see chemtrails. At first I was resistant, but now I do truly believe a lot of them are actually good, healing the planet in different ways. We're in a spiritual warfare too. So there's realms that you guys can't even see that there's spiritual battles going on also. So it's complicated to say the least, but take care of your health, do the detox. If you're a male, you should just be looking up natural ways to improve your testosterone. Lots of different food out there you could be taking. Sunlight is a great thing for everybody, right? Getting the natural vitamin D, not just taking a vitamin D pill, but getting natural vitamin D, which means I got to get the heck out of Dodge because the sun's starting to disappear real fast out here. So anyways, there's some stuff with that. So yeah, thanks for that, Tim. Anything else, your thoughts on what you're watching? Oh, and a brilliant friend was kind of mentioning this all really does go back to the children, right? All this stuff's going to come out about what they've done to our children in all kinds of different ways. And these are all just more little subtle things that's kind of introducing that topic to people. Again, just like maybe Trump can't say things right out in the open, but the Anons will dig into this with our memes and stuff. And just like what I'm explaining right here. And we really need to get better at this. If we can have a regular person, y'all get watch regularly. I know, I think Jedi sometimes writes the timestamps down. If y'all have those AIs out there, the AI can like watch the whole show. If it could get the timestamps for us, and we want to start making some short little reels to get out to people, like some of these really powerful things we cover. We're going to keep doing the live streams and keep going multiple hours. There's just so much to cover, and people pop in and out, my Facebooks and stuff. So and YouTube, so people will pop in. they're seeing what hopefully they'll see more things, and then the numbers keep going up on X the longer we go too. But we do want to get some shorter clips too to kind of share with your friends and family some of these topics we cover and stuff too. So if anybody out there is good at AI or want to start integrating with that with us, or even being part of our team, let us know, or maybe again writing down different timestamps and whatnot too. So yeah, pretty interesting how this is all coming out now.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, well said. Yeah, I'm like I said, every day is like Christmas now. Like we've had Trump in the Oval Office, a speech, announcement, whatever, almost every single day this week. It's been insane. I mean, he just got back from peace in the Middle East with the tour to Israel, then Egypt, and then all the way back. We had Charlie Kirk thing the other day. Then we had Kash Patel yesterday. Today we've got all these beautiful patriots fighting for our future babies. The population, which has been attacked by the deep state evil psychopaths, right? And I'm glad more people are paying attention to this now. And don't forget, we have the power. The more every day that goes forward, we're getting more of our power back, and power comes through our knowledge, right? Knowledge is power, and with great power comes great responsibility, as the Q drops tell us and taught us. So what we're trying to do here every day on Qschqql is to portray some of that to our brothers and sisters out there that come and follow us, or maybe watch some of our future videos. And we're talking to you in the future when you come and watch our shows.
Future past. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, I'm really pumped. I'm really excited, brother. And I don't know, are you ready to end the show today, or is there something else?
I feel good. If you got to hop off, it's okay. I do want to cover some of those key drops.
I'm still trying to keep the Qschqql thing going. It keeps pausing on me, so I'm having a tough time with that.
Let's just forward the thing make a regular post on Qschqql with all of our links, Tim. Tell everybody to head on over there. And we should do this anyways, Tim. We mentioned it. If somebody wants to help do the stream, again, we got all these people in our Telegram chats there. Kat actually sounded like she liked doing it. They could stream it on their channel, or you just make one of them an admin to do it on Qschqql. Have somebody else stream it for you. Then you don't got to stress about it. Then it's not bogging down your internet too. So let's do that in the future. But make a little post. Let people know where we are. We're on Rumble. We're on YouTube. We're on Facebook, Instagram, and X. All kinds of places to find us. So I know Tim's always trying to take care of our people on Telegram. We've been on Telegram a long time now. It's over 5 years. So he's just doing the best he can there. We love you, Tim. He's such a hardworking man, and he cares so much, man. He's got such a big friggin' heart. I love that guy to death as well. So, guys, we'll keep the vibes high here. But again, our family out there. Oh, let's go to this. Okay, I'm going to go to it. So he said some interesting numbers. Tim used to do some we did some really cool Qschqql decodes on Trump's speeches, like at his rallies. He's always saying different numbers. I was catching everything. Every time he's been talking a lot lately, the numbers have been really jumping out at me, and I've been wanting to do one of these later. Now that we got more time, maybe we'll do an evening show where we break down Trump's speech and show all the Q drops as well. And then again, the notification did come in on was it True Social? John Bolton was indicted, and we made the name Bolton busted. We didn't know what was Tim was calling it. He felt like it was going to happen. And sure enough, John Bolton got indicted, and it was announced right there on that too. Grand jury indicts John Bolton for handling classified documents. There we go. Let me hop on over to True Social for just a second too to show this. And then, like I said, we want to do a special show, kind of maybe doing a decode would be fun to do that for everybody. If you guys haven't seen that, it's really cool. So let me see what our screen looks like. Okay, I'm over on True Social. And
more breaking news, according to the... Oh, yeah, baby, we called it.
Yes, yes. Let's just search Bolton here.
I heard that one reporter ask, what do you think about Bolton being indicted? And,
yeah, I got the notification on here, but I don't see.
I don't know. I haven't seen the breaking news. I know the reporter brought it up.
I got it. Yeah, it comes in on my phone, and it's literally said it was from. It says True Social. Let me see if I click on it where it takes me. There must be a post then, and I'll like it. Then I'll have it on my other side there. Just the news. That's John Solomon.
Oh, John Solomon. There we go.
Okay, I just liked it on my phone. I'm going to read this. This is separate, though. They all knew. The world will know. You guys can see this on my screen here. Yeah, okay. So this is Tom Fitton from, what's the name of his company again? He does a lot of the Freedom of Information Act stuff. Tom Fitton. I'm spacing right now. Obama knew. Clinton knew, Biden knew, Comey knew, Brennan knew, McCabe knew, Strzok knew, Clapper knew, Rosenstein knew, FBI knew, Department of Justice knew, CIA knew, State Department knew. They all knew real Donald Trump was innocent, but they smeared and spied on him. Worst scandal in our nation's history by far, by far. So let me go to now. Again, I just liked it on my phone.
Watergate times 1,000, brother.
Times 1,000, right from the Q drop. So the likes here, it's the second drop. Here it is. Here it is. Boom, boom. Straight from the horse's mouth. Just the news 5 minutes ago, or 13 minutes ago, 13 bloodline families being exposed here. Breaking, grand jury indicts former national security advisor asshole John Bolton for handling classified documents. There's the link from the justthenews.com. I'll go to that site here in just a second.
Yeah, we got to read this. Yeah, we definitely got to find out. How is it? Just a single indictment, or is it multiple? We'll have to see.
Drum roll, drum roll, drum roll. Put in the comments how many indictments you think there's going to be, guys, in the comment section. Drop it in there. Thanks for all the guesses on the search for the more you know. We had a lot of different guesses. Thanks for participating, guys. We do appreciate that. There was 13, 17. I said 4 to 7. I was way off. Y'all did way better than I did. I was way under. Tim had 23 and Cindy went 25. She took the over on the Price is Right. We had 36.
So I guess we picked the right title at the right time.
The right title at the right time during the Qschqql, Tim, like it always happens with us, man. Always. We got the boss and we got the announcement, and there's our we're tapped in somehow. I don't know what it means, but
is that video clip the one that we played right here?
Oh my gosh, Liz, are you kidding me? We're gonna play it right now. Look at, oh my gosh. Let me read the title here.
If he says the corrupt disease temple in this clip,
wow. Galore, let's go. Okay, let's see. Grand jury indicts former national security advisor John Bolton for handling classified documents. Bolton's home and office were raided earlier this year. You said what, like 3 weeks ago, Tim, or when was that?
Yeah, about 3 weeks time frame now.
Authorities found evidence that the former Trump advisor retained secret documents from his time in the government. Remember, they raided Donald Trump's Mar-a-Lago under the precipice of. Oh, shoot, I just did a different clip, I think. Under the premise of that, he had this classified documents there, which, by the way, the President of the United States, Commander-in-Chief, can declassify anything he wants. And he says that, too. So he can declassify everything. They said he had classified documents at his Mar-a-Lago house, which the raid was all about. Bolton somehow got in that mix. Of course, Bolton was attacking Trump after he was kicked out of the Oval Office. You know, the swamp was being drained. He didn't like that shit. And then Biden was also arrested for, had classified document situation. But they determined he doesn't have the mental capacity to face a trial, is what they determined. But he's okay to freaking be the president of the United States. That's how stupid this timeline is. It's the time. That's the duality we're in. We're in the stupidest timeline and the greatest, funniest of all time timeline. Especially if you can understand what's going on out there, it'll help you deal with all that. But let's see what clip this is. Maybe it is the same one. Hopefully it didn't go to a second clip. We'll see. A drum roll here is he going to say the disease crub temple on this one? Kash Patel, which we just played. And again, guesses in the chat there for how many indictments Bolton got. That's one even too. If you guys want to do it, actually dig on that one. You want to do an open book quiz on that. What's the actual answer? Go ahead and give that to us. I'll read the article here, but make your guesses too if you want also. Here's Kash Patel.
The men and women of the FBI I've known always wanted to do the work. The thing that surprised me the most is that their prior leadership allowed so many people who had a political motivation to operate a law enforcement agency. I knew there were some. Remember, I ran the Russiagate investigation.
Yeah, sure.
So I knew that there was a number of folks there. But I made a commitment to the American people and to President Trump when I got this job. We're gonna find them all. And I think there's more that we found in this FBI in these short 7 months than the American public ever even expected. And we've expelled all of them. Wow. And if there's anyone remaining that's doing a weaponization or politicization at the Bureau, they're going to be removed immediately.
Yeah.
Immediately. Matthew likes it. He's singing in the background, singing about the indictments coming in, baby.
So it wasn't our clip. It wasn't the clip we shared, but it was part of the interview, the same interview.
Yeah, same interview, though, definitely, for sure, which was on yesterday, which we also showed, by the way. Okay, a grand jury delivered an indictment on Thursday. Tim, if you get a chance, maybe scan the chat for us and see if anybody drops the answer in there, or if they had any guesses, just go ahead and share on the
Well, we had a 4, a 17, and a 7 so far.
For the indictments, okay. And then if anybody actually gets to dig, let me know. We'll see if it's in the article here. A grand jury delivered an unindictment, as in one so far, unindictment on Thursday against former National Security Advisor and Trump critic John Bolton, who has been accused of unlawfully handling classified documents. Ruh-roh, somebody's in trouble. The federal grand jury convened Wednesday to consider charges against the longtime national security figure 2 months after the FBI raided, 2 months, Tim's time's flying. 2 months after the FBI raided his Maryland home and found highly sensitive national security information. And that might be all the story because it just broke. Oh, no, there is more. Okay. All right, it's going to keep going. The search warrant for Bolton's home, dated August 22nd, 8/22, we should look some Q drops up that date, showed there were, quote, travel memo documents with pages labeled secret, as well as confidential. This connects to Hillary Clinton, and the C document. We actually showed, I think, a Trump's tweet that said that. Documents regarding, quote, U.S. mission to the United Nations, U.S. government strategic communications plan. That sounds pretty important. And weapons of mass destruction. Man, they sure love that. Okay, laptops and other electronics were also seized in the search. Just the News previously reported. Just the News, again, is John Solomon's news. So that Just the News is different from One America's Voice, Tim. Is that correct?
Well, no, John Solomon's show at 6 o'clock is on Real America's Voice every day at 6 o'clock.
So Real America's Voice is like a news place, but the Just the News is specifically like John Solomon's
That's correct.
media. I mean, there's other people, of course. So it's Just the News, another great site that's obviously breaking news, shared in the Q drops as well. And they're the ones breaking the Bolton indictment here. Okay, John Solomon in the Q drops. And then we do watch the Real America's Voice channel as well, which has John Solomon's show on there, among other great shows.
John and Amanda, yep.
John and Amanda, okay. And let's see, the FBI also searched Bolton's Washington, D.C. office. Ooh, the swamp is being drained. The Justice Department has also accused Bolton of using a private email account to send classified information and record notes of his daily activities.
That reminds me of a Q drop.
Isn't that the one? Is there one of those tomorrow? I know there's the early ones.
The email Addy.
The email Addy. Oh, that's the proof one from Matthew. We've got to read that one, okay?
Matthew's favorite. That's number 7. Q drop
number
7.
7. The Justice Department has also accused Bolton of using a private email account to send classified information and record notes of his daily activities and assessments during his time as President Trump's first-term National Security Advisor, the New York Post reported earlier this year. Again, it was originally General Flynn, and the swamp wanted to kick him out. The White Hats knew they'd try to do that, so we allowed that to happen. And then John Bolton, I believe, became the next National Security Advisor after General Flynn. Can somebody look that up if they get a chance? Give me a timeline on that.
McMaster came in afterwards.
Okay. Can anybody give me just a little timeline if y'all look it up? When was Flynn appointed advisor? Was that during Trump's transition period? And then was he removed even before Trump was inaugurated, or was it after? And then so Tim thinks that McMaster was next. Do they ever have an acting national security advisor? And then when was McMaster out? When did Bolton become that guy? If y'all dig on that, let me know if you see the timeline on that.
Well, we'll go to one of those Bolton Q drops that explains the roadblocks that Bolton, McMaster, and 2 others, I believe, they're the deep state.
We read that one big post too, because that comes next to Flynn. That might even be like a Q drop. I'm thinking of it, anyways. You could do that. So Bolton was one of several national security advisors. Oh, there's part of the answer. Asking you shall receive. Bolton was one of several national security advisors for Trump, but was eventually fired and became a critic of the current president of the United States, just like that other Q drop we read. The Justice Department sued Bolton in 2020 over his memoir, quote, The Room Where It Happened. So this, again, probably goes along with the BS impeachment of Trump, where it was about the Ukraine stuff, which now Congress is going to be investigating because the whole thing was a sham. Okay, the Justice Department sued Bolton over this memoir he made, alleging he breached his contract by failing to conduct a pre-publication check for classified information in the shit he's sharing in his memoir. Eventually, the department opened a criminal investigation into whether Bolton had disclosed such information in his memoir. I don't know if this is related or not. The Biden Justice Department closed that investigation in 2021. That's what they do, is they cover for each other's criminal activity. That's their insurance policies. Okay, the Biden Justice Department closed that investigation in 2021. This is a complete vindication Bolton told
No,
some
it's
fake news
a
agency.
complete. It should reword that, reread it. This is a complete cover up.
Think mirror, projection, right?
Yep.
This is again what they do is Biden covers up the crime for them, and then they go on news and get their little soundbite in, and they claim that they're vindicated, saying, this is a complete vindication. They're just giving up, he told fake news Axios, Bolton did. But now the tides have turned, and we're going to follow the law. We're actually going to follow the rule of law. And if you broke the law, you're going to jail. The federal judge allowed Bolton to move forward with publishing the book, but ruled that he, quote, likely published classified materials, end quote. But this judge, probably another rogue federal judge that's trying to hamper the Trump administration's mandate that the American public gave him, and going rogue. But the Supreme Court's going to rule on all these clown judges. They're not going to be able to do that shit anymore because they're subverting our will of our democracy, the group of the people, and our constitutional republic, and the president, aka the commander in chief of our country. All right, so I'm off the rails a little bit here. Let's slow down. The federal judge allowed Bolton to move forward with publishing the book, but ruled he likely published classified materials and exposed his country to harm and himself to civil and potentially criminal liability. Imagine the fathom of that. And that just should show you, too, this divine timing of the plan, how everything is in like perfect order and timing, right? It couldn't happen then because it's going to happen now. And we're going to have all these indictments coming down the list. We got Comey, we got Letitia James, we got Bolton. Who's next? Brennan, Clapper. Let's get on Qschqql. Make sure these are bettable on Qschqql. Let's get everybody excited about it. Even Libs will be betting on if you will be involved. If you
forget about Adam Schiff, Shifty Schiff.
Adam Schiff. Let's go. Let's get that freaking whole list. I got to get that.
Fannie Willis. Fannie
Willis. Absolutely. I need to learn more about her too. Let's see.
So the hunters become the hunted, man.
The hunters become the hunted.
We're still in Red October.
Red October is getting really fun and exciting. We're lightening them up, aren't we? So that's the end of that article there. So
yeah. So let's go to the Q. Let's go to the Bolton Q drop. Just the Bolton and Flynn one, the one that shows Bolton, McMaster. It really paints the picture of how corrupt they were back then. And that was right in the beginning. That was before, right around the time before the inauguration or during the. I'm trying to think of the actual dates, but.
Okay, we'll figure it out. And then this one too, remind me I want to do this one, Tim. It's a decode. I told you that in the text there in our private chat here that he said 5,000, and I thought that was just interesting. So I looked up 5,000 written out. We don't have our 5,000th Q post yet. We will. But we don't have 5. So I looked up 5,000 and 6 drops came up. Really interesting, the drops that came up. So I'm going to save that after we go to this next thing we're going to. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to go over to this tab. I'm going to use Qschqql again. Qschqql's got a few more search features in it that I like for finding something. So I can't quite remember what post number Tim's talking about. So I'm going to do this trick. I'm going to do
Cindy in the chat just said the 18-count indictment accuses Bolton of sharing hundreds of pages of classified material with members of his family, including foreign intelligence and covert actions from the U.S. government. Cindy, where did you get that info from?
Great job, Cindy. If in 18 is R, go ahead, let us know where you found that, Cindy. Thank you so much. Put the link on the Rumble also.
I do have a Gateway Pundit one here. I'll drop.
Yeah, it's probably all breaking in right now. So if y'all see the screen where I'm searching, I'm going to do Bolton and what was the other name? Oh, McMaster. Fuck, how do we spell that name? McMaster, something like that.
I think so, yeah.
Oh, there, boom, there we go. So when this is a specific thing only to QAG, this is how you type in the function. You do and means you'll find Q drops with Bolton and McMaster in it. They both of those words or terms would have to be in the Q drop. So we got 2
Thanks,
of them.
Cindy. Thanks. She got it from msn.com. I'm thinking the Gateway Pundit one should have the same info.
Okay, msn.com. So let me hop over to
msn.com. So the official number is 18 count indictment. So whoever guessed 17 is going to get it.
Nice. Okay, so I'm going to go to
guess 17.
Show you where our Hammer Time channel is since we haven't showed it. Here it is, rumble.com.
Joe Gertie guessed 17. You're the winner, chicken dinner. Let's go.
Nice. Oh yeah, Yogurty. We gotta figure out how to pronounce it. I think that's he or she's a New Zealander. Yogurty. I wonder how it's pronounced for sure. Okay, so here's our Rumble channel, guys. Rumble.com, just a YouTube alternative if you're watching on Facebook or even YouTube, or X, whatnot. Here's our Rumble channel. Come follow it. And then I'm just going to go in here so I can click the link that Cindy just shared, which it'll be in the chat. There's the link. I can't click it on Rumble or Restream. So now we got that article. Cindy shared. Thank you so much. Diggers Extraordinaire. We do need to make a board for our digs here. I'm going to make that. I'm just going to make it happen here this week or something. So here's the article from MSN that Cindy found. Ex-Trump advisor turned critic John Bolton indicted in classified documents case. 2-minute read there. There he is. And that's what he looks like too. Me and Melzie do want to do a whole show on kind of teaching all the cast of characters so people can understand who's who in Whoville, as Tim always says, of this most amazing, intricate, advanced, complex, evil spy operation known as Spygate, Obamagate. It's the biggest, craziest spy movie novel you could ever imagine in your life. And it's happening in real time, in real life. So here we are. So there's John Bolton, the big bushy mustache guy. He's a big pusher for war and all that crap. So a grand jury, let's see, I don't want to read all this. I want to scan it because it's probably similar to that one. I'll just read for a minute. A grand jury has indicted Donald Trump's former national security advisor turned prominent critic, John Bolton, marking yet another criminal prosecution of the president's perceived political enemies. See how the narrative's already changing because the White Hats are in control, where we've been slowly, organically waking people up. You got Bill Maher telling how stupid the Democrats are. You got other people and places that are continuing to turn the tide in the narrative at slowly unraveling the mind control. Okay, this is a total fake news site, MSN, but for them to say perceived is already a change, where normally they'd say Donald Trump's after another one of his critics or enemies, right? But it's saying marking yet another criminal prosecution of the president's perceived political enemies. And that's kind of a Q proof in itself. There's an early on Q drop, maybe it's 34 or 35, talking about as people become indicted, Trump can't be involved with it. He has to be removed. So he was doing that. He was making an announcement on something totally unrelated, right? On the drug prices, the things he's doing to help America. And it comes in, oh, by the way, the Department of Justice has brought charges against John Bolton, who some could say is Trump's enemy or critic, but Trump's not involved with it. He's like, oh, I just heard about that now. You think he wouldn't know, but he's totally removed. You guys watching this beautiful movie play out before your very eyes? Send this to your libtard friends that try to think Donald Trump's an idiot, the guy that's been elected 3 times in a row and has brought peace to the world. What an idiot that guy is, right? Imagine the ignorance and the arrogance of the narcissism you have to think Donald Trump's an idiot. But that's part of the 48 laws of power, is let people think you're dumb, and they'll do a lot of different things for you. So the 18-count indictment, there it is right there. Thank you again, Cindy. The 18-count indictment accuses Bolton of sharing hundreds of pages of classified material with members of his family, including foreign intelligence and covert actions from the U.S. government and other documents labeled top secret.
That's treason. That's treason right there.
How absurd is that shit? And again, I don't know what the whole part of that plan or operation is, but when Secretary of the War, Sir Pete Hegseth, supposedly shared on that chat, the plans for the attack, even though the attack went through perfectly, where they tried to see if the one guy was a mole, or is it to just, I don't know why they do certain things like that, they being the White Hats, because obviously that wasn't an accident. He didn't just accidentally share these plans with some dude in the chat, not know what he was doing. So I don't understand the moves and counter-moves always on that stuff. But for anybody that was trying to attack Pete Hegseth now, if you're not attacking John Bolton, you're a hypocrite. Don't be at the corner of double standards and hypocrisy like the rest of the Democrat liberals, okay? Start actually caring about your country. Start actually caring about the rule of law. Shed yourself of TDS. The D in TDS stands for derangement. It's not attractive. Nobody wants to be deranged unless you're absolutely retarded, okay? That's not the type of retards we're dealing with around here, okay? Stop doing stupid shit. Anyways, if I go off my rails here again, Bolton, whose home was raided in FBI Bethesda, Maryland. That's where all kinds of spy agencies are. That's where the NSA is. I don't know if they're in Bethesda specifically. Maryland is in, NSA is in, it's not Bethesda, but Bethesda, there's also the hospital there, I think, too. Anyways, in August, accusing sharing more than 1,000 pages of classified materials with his wife and daughter over email from 2018 to 25. Like, why are you sending that shit to your wife or email? Well, follow the wives, right, Tim? That's a Q job. Follow the wives. Yeah. Maybe that's his handler. Maybe his daughter is a little CIA agent as well, groomed from birth. Who knows? Okay, he's also accused of sending diary-like entries to his wife and daughter, again, identified only as individuals 1 and 2, that he transcribed from handwritten notes as things he was dealing with Donald Trump. So he could write his memoir. Again, this is how these shadow government operate. Okay, agents had also searched Bolton's office in Washington, D.C. We read that in the previous article. Seized record, classified markings, documents reference weapons of mass destruction and government communications. Kind of a big deal. Okay, the indictment marks the 3rd case in as many weeks against a prominent Trump critic. Here comes the list. They're going to go down by down by down. Oh my God, it's going to be so fucking fun. And there's nothing they can do to stop it. We are the news now. We're going to bring you the truth before it even happens, just like we did today. Bolton, what was the title? Bolton busted? Yes, sir. Confirmed. Fact check true. Qschqql, another Qschqql Q proof. Here we go. The indictment marks the 3rd case in many weeks against a prominent Trump critic after the president publicly instructed the Department of Justice and Attorney General Pam Bondi to begin politically motivated criminal prosecutions against his enemies. Here's your mainstream media clown operation, the MSN. Here they are doing what they do best. Quote, "We can't delay," Trump wrote last month. Oh my gosh, just drumming up the retards like nobody else can. Oh, I love this guy. The Independent is the world's most free-thinking news brand. The Independent is the most free-thinking news brand. Oh my God, you can't make this shit up. Somebody screenshot this for me. This is the most libtard freaking news organization. They've never said anything good about Trump. They've put the most ridiculous stories out there, but they're the world's most free-thinking news brand. Oh my God. Everybody knows Qschqql is the most free-thinking news brand. By the way, hello, we announced where Donald Trump would be meeting Putin at a classified location prior to CNN fake news admitting it or addressing it. And then Tim told us what time the meeting was going to happen prior to us knowing publicly when the meeting would happen. But, you know, what do we know? The Independent is the world's most free-thinking news brand. Can't say it. It's serious.
You're having a hard time reading that one, eh, brother?
Providing global news commentary. That's right. Commentary is for sure. Bring the popcorn for Qschqql. You'll laugh your ass off with me. And analysis for the independently minded. We have grown a huge, not global readership of independently retarded-minded individuals who value our trusted voice and commitment to positive change. Our mission, making change happen, has never been as important as today. If you've ever read independent articles, independent, this is the name of the this independent. If you ever read any of their articles, you know how ridiculous it is. I mean, it's the most outlandish attacks on Trump. I can't even think of one off the top of my head. I just know every time I've read the Independent, I just like have to take a freaking shower afterwards. It's so freaking just dirty and just what the F is this nonsense, you know? So here's the clown operation. Let's see this 1 minute 10 video. Let's see if I can stomach it. What's the heads or tails? What's the Kyle she bet on? Is Kyle gonna be able to watch the whole minute and 18 seconds of this without saying something? We'll find out.
Have you been briefed on the FBI raid of John Bolton's home?
No, I don't know about it. I saw it on television this morning. I'm not a fan of John Bolton. He's
was this real, before that Oval Office meeting there?
Sort of a lowlife.
Lowlife.
When I hired him, he served a good purpose because, as you know, he was one of the people that forced Bush to do the ridiculous bombings in the Middle East. Bolton, he wants to always kill people. And he's very bad at what he does, but he worked out great for me because every time he doesn't talk, he's like a very quiet person, except on television. If he could say something bad about Trump, he'll always do that. But he really doesn't talk, he's quiet. And I'd walk into a room with him with a foreign country, and the foreign country would give me everything because they said, oh no, they're going to get blown up because John Bolton's there. He's not a smart guy, but he could be a very unpatriotic guy. I mean, we're going to find out. I know nothing about it. I just saw it this morning. They did a raid.
Do you expect the DOJ to brief you on this?
Yeah, they'll brief me.
Oh, this
probably
is when the raid
today sometime.
And the foreign minister.
I tell Pam and I tell the group. I don't want to know, but just you have to do what you have to do. I don't want to know about it. It's not
do what you gotta
necessary.
do.
I could know about
removed.
it. I could be the one starting it. I'm actually the chief law enforcement officer.
Executive branch, chief law enforcement officer. So threw a curveball at you. Of course, I was able to make it through 118, and we had the boss on there. Didn't know that was coming. So, you know, we always keep you guessing. We always keep you guessing here at Qschqql.
Let's go back to that Bolton Q drop. Let's check out that.
Okay,
Bolton
yeah.
Q.
Let's do that for sure. I'll close out that.
That'll tie some loops, some
There's
loops.
these two drops with both of these guys specifically in here. I'm not quite as familiar with this 4196 yet, but I know we read 4620. In fact, 4620 is probably one of our top, I would say, 17 Q drops in there, because this is the only one of two Q drops with the CCP in here. And the beginning of this drop really explains how the cabal shadow government works here. I'm going to do just the beginning of this 4620 because the rest of it's kind of long here. Q drop 4620, July 31st, 2020 Q drop. Also, infiltration. And this is we call this the kill box, the brackets, because that's like when you're locking on a target on a jet, you lock on your target, boom, you got them in the kill box. That's what it is. All right, infiltration in the kill box. Only those who can be controlled via blackmail or like beliefs were installed in critical leadership positions across all political and non-political control and command positions. Okay. Hopefully you guys can understand that. So think about World Health Organization, your judges, again, political and non-political control and command positions. As long as you just corrupt and you infiltrate into the highest levels of each of these certain positions of government and non-government that hold control over things, like let's say even like your big tech, right? Google, YouTube, Facebook. If you have the people at the highest levels in there, then you can control the whole thing. You want to censor an article, you want to suppress somebody, you want to remove somebody's account, okay? Or you want to have somebody arrested or have somebody not get arrested. You just have to be in these critical key positions of power in political and non-political positions. And again, they want people that they could either blackmail or like beliefs. So I always like to add the example of Bernie Sanders. We just showed that video of him being a total hypocrite, talking about 2015, that open borders was a right-wing thing, like a far-right thing idea to bring in cheap labor. Now the libtards are saying, who's going to pick my apples for my rich, conceited ass if we don't have a legal immigrant getting paid under the table, averting the taxpayers' system, which, Trump's going to get rid of the whole thing. We're going to just use tariffs. But anyways, I digress a little bit here. But blackmail or like beliefs. Okay, Bernie Sanders in 2016, in our country, it's a constitutional republic based on democracy, but it's not full democracy. Full democracy is just mob rule. Constitutional republic that uses checks and balances and also what's called a electoral college, means all the states have a voice. Our candidates go around and do a primary so that we can pick the actual presidential candidate we want to have for our parties. Unless you're in the Democrat Party and you've been lying about the president who has no brain capacity left, and once he's faltered so badly, F that, kick him out the door, insert Kamala Harris with no democratic method or policy. But either way, I digress again. Okay, but the preliminaries or to pick your candidates, you go around and you got to get the votes and stuff, right, to become the candidate, which, by the way, Kamala Harris never had more than 1% ever before. She was never a viable candidate. But when you get forced through and you have 107 days to prepare, white hat's in full control. My gosh, I'm off the rails here. But, okay, Bernie Sanders beat Hillary Clinton in all the primaries in 2016. Bernie Sanders won every single freaking primary over Hillary Clinton. Bernie Sanders is supposed to be the Democrats' candidate for president in 2016, but they subvert the will of the people by using these PACs or these super PACs. I don't even fully understand how the frick that works. Basically, the people have this collection, basically money and power, and say, man, the people said this, but we're going to do this. And then to appease Bernie Sanders, who would think you'd be upset if you were running for president, which costs a lot of money and time, and you're going to get attacked no matter what, too, also, no matter what side. You'd think he would be upset about it. He doesn't say a freaking peep. He goes along. Why? Because probably both. I'm sure they got his ass blackmailed, but also the like beliefs. Is you want power? You're going to wait your time to be president, sir. We're going to give you what you want, though. Here's a nice car. Here's a $5 million home. Here's a cushy check coming in every month from our U.S. aid funnel into your back channels of different companies you have, or paying a warehouse. This is what Doge found, too, is these warehouses with nothing there. We're getting like $20,000, $30,000 checks a month for like your rent, but there's nobody there. And it was just going into the pockets of these politicians. They're shell companies and shit, guys. It's that freaking crazy how much they've been stealing our wealth from the American people, smiling to our face in the camera, claiming they're doing something for us while they do nothing. That's why Donald Trump is the great mirror. He's exposed the hypocrisy, all the bullshit. It's all been fucking lies. The Democrat Party have done nothing for black people. Democrats literally created the KKK. They're the ones that resisted the Civil Rights Act. And Lyndon Baines Johnson, Democrat, who helped kill JFK, your best Democrat, said, I'll have these NIGGERs voting Democrat for the next 200 years. So they took control of the media, spun the whole narrative that the Democrats were the ones that helped the black folk. And it was just part of their culture. You can ask black people's different families who all are actually political. They always just voted Democrat. That's why we have hashtag walkaway now. Check out Brandon Straka, hashtag walkaway. People are waking up faster than you could ever imagine. People know these people are liars. All they care about is power and control. They want your vote. Once they got your vote, they don't give a damn about you. So they make promises and do nothing. Stop listening to people's words and follow their actions. That'll tell you who somebody really is. Follow their freaking actions. Got me fired up today, Tim. I like it. Let's keep going here. So infiltration. Only those who can be controlled via blackmail or like beliefs were installed in critical leadership positions across all political and non-political control and command positions. CCP necessary to ensure protective blanket insurance. Traitors everywhere. There they are. They had insurance by being protected by these assholes in these positions that are supposed to prosecute these kind of assholes. But they're a whole bunch of assholes. So now we're coming for them. Retribution's here. Trump 20 version 2. 2024, baby. Let's go. Anyways, here we go. And then another one here. D leadership, Democrats, aka deep state leadership, in joint ops with China CCP in effort to regain power. It was never about the virus. I've done a lot of decodes on this. It's a long Q job. I'm not going to do it now. If we had AI, y'all could find where I did this Q job, and we could also break that down into a little reel, and people could spread and share that. But maybe I'll make a new one sometime soon here, so we can do this too. Flynn, first strike. Here's Flynn, and that connects them to John Bolton. Flynn was the national security advisor before, I guess, looks like McMaster, like Tim was saying, and then eventually Bolton came in there also.
Yeah, those are the guards. They're called the old guards, right? They're the ones.
Guard.
The old guards. Yeah.
Thank you, Tim. Nice one. Okay, let me get a little fresher here.
Yeah, you're hot today, brother. You're
hot. Fired up, man. Don't get in my way. I'm gonna come steaming down like a freight train here. Okay, so this looks like a good one. 4196. I don't know if I've read this in a while. It's at timestamp 107:52. That's pretty cool. So 1:07 in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, on May 10th, 2020. Q drop 4196. The shadow presidency, the shadow government. Why did Hussein, that's Barack Hussein Obama, shadow POTUS, President of the United States, with Trump's regarding his foreign trips? Obama was following Trump around, and he took that world tour. If you've ever seen that A to Z, Charlie Freak and Bonfire Guy, they do a great synopsis of where Trump went. Okay, he went to, was it Vatican first, Tim? No, he went to Saudi Arabia, then the Vatican, Brussels, UN, all these cabal strongholds, and Obama was following him around and sometimes trying to be ahead of him if he could figure out where he was going next. Why did Kerry, that's John Kerry, shadow POTUS to Iran? Why did Kerry shadow POTUS regarding class 1-99? That'd be that's the highest classification according to Q. So where was he going that was classified? And how did John Kerry know? Probably because he had security clearances, right? These shadow cabal puppets everywhere. It's interesting. It's in the kill box. Also class 1-99. It's highest classification, but that is connected to Epstein stuff. Epstein stuff is absolutely highest classification because it connects to foreign governments, particularly Mossad and CIA. Mossad and CIA blackmailing politicians and world leaders using freaking human trafficking and child sacrifice. That's real life. Why did McMaster's, here's what Tim was just saying, he's the bald guy too. Why did McMaster's target and remove loyal intelligence operatives inside the White House? Why did McMaster's prevent D-Class disclosing to Congress? Why did Coates, this is Dan Coates, he was a Department of National Intelligence, also another bald, creepy looking guy. He's the one that wrote the article saying the mole inside of Trump's administration preventing him from doing evil things, even though they were subverting democracy and doing shadow government shit. Why did Coates prevent D-Class and disclosure to Congress? Why did Bolton prevent this is decals. Did you guys catch that? Look at that. D-Class, D class, this is decals. The L and A are switched. Got to be autist to catch that. The human brain, if the first and last letter are right, all the inside can be jumbled, and normally you wouldn't see that. I've never seen this before. Well, I don't think I've done this Q job very often, or maybe ever. Decals. I wonder what that decode is. I don't understand. I don't know those decodes like that. There's something.
Put it in gematria. Put it in gematria quick.
Well,
right
it'd be
now.
the same. D class would be the same as decals, but let's check it out though. We'll go check it out though.
Yeah, no, that would be.
I was gonna maybe do shadow government anyways, so we'll do all those real quick. So let's see what D class is. D class is 44. So 44 D class. Obama is Hussein. Interesting connection here. D class, and it reduces to 17 because Obama's a white hat, or we control him. However you want to understand that. It shouldn't change anything if I switch the A and L here, but let's just double check. Decals. Yep, still be the same letters in one word. So decals and D class. Let's try shadow government since that was, or shadow presidency.
And maybe put a quick. We'll do a quick search on the meaning of decals.
Okay, decals. Maybe somebody could do that in the chat. That'd be like a simple little search. Look up. Is there a definition for decals? You're also a decal. I feel like a decal is like a symbol, a logo. I feel like maybe it's not quite decal, but that's definitely sticking in my mind. Something there.
You're thinking of a decal, right? Decal.
Maybe that's how you pronounce it. A decal, though. We'd always call it decals, like a sticker. So
yeah, like this. This is a decal, right? It's
yeah. Okay, the shadow presidency is 221, reduction 95, and then the other first two sentences. I'll just show you what I'm searching here. The capital letters all in the beginning of this 4196 key drop. The shadow presidency 221. The shadow government is, let's check it out. Shadow government is 236. Okay, so I don't know what to do with those. I just wanted to check those in there. And D class was 44. I didn't know that one, so that's a good one to have there. And then again, decals is right here. Why did Bolton prevent decals and disclosure to Congress? Why did Ryan? This would be Paul Ryan, who is the Speaker of the House. That was Nancy Pelosi's role after the 2018. That's Mike. What's his name? Mike's the Speaker of the House now. The Republican Party.
Mike Johnson.
Mike Johnson, Michael Jackson, Mike Johnson. Why did Paul Ryan prevent subpoena power of Republicans in Congress? Why did Rosenstein? Now, if you go back to Rosenstein was colluding with Paul Ryan to try to get Donald Trump impeached or use the 25th Amendment on him, and even too, and that would then be Pence was involved with that too, because Pence wanted to be president. He thought it was his term. He's one of these service to self entities, so he was working behind the scenes with Paul Ryan or Rosenstein to try to get Trump removed. So then Pence would be the president, and then Rosenstein was supposed to be vice president. So I don't know where Ryan was supposed to play in that. Maybe he was the next president. But why did Rosenstein work to entrap and install blockade regarding the special counsel? If you look at the big picture now, it seems like it's because of the White Hat operation, but interesting looking at this. Why did Rosenstein install Mueller knowing zero evidence of Russia collusion? Because it's also the mandate that comes off of that. It was to investigate Trump and his involvement with anything with the Russians involving the interference of the 2016 election. The expanded mandate and scope was, or anything that came off of that. So when you're researching and investigating Donald Trump and his team, and you find out, oh shit, Hillary Clinton manufactured this intelligence, and even Obama approved it or knew of it. Okay. Hey Tim, can you mute up a little bit while you're banging around there for a second?
Yeah, I'm just cutting Matthew's pizza. Sorry about that.
No, just I'm a little distracted from my brain for a minute. No worries. Okay, so and then I won't be able to see if you're speaking, so just remember you're muted, brother. All right. Why did Rosenstein install Mueller knowing zero evidence of Russian collusion? Why did Mueller attempt to retake the FBI director position? This is a big one. Mentioned it a few times, but you might get lost in all these hours of decodes and things we do. Robert Mueller was a FBI director for over 10 years, which is the max. I believe he did 12 years. I don't understand how that worked, but there's a 10-year maximum. Then he was no longer the FBI director, right? That was Comey. Then when Trump got elected, Comey was the FBI director. The day before the special counsel was appointed, Mueller met Trump in the Oval Office under the premise that he was interviewing for the FBI director job. But Mueller would know that he can't be the FBI director because he's already served the maximum per the law. That's right, from a Q job. Of course, they'll spin on Trump like he's an idiot. He wouldn't know. But no, this is the White Hat's planning at its finest. Is Mueller met with Trump under the guise of FBI director. Nobody would know that be really much any wiser this. The Q drops, one of these amazing things that help us understand the Spygate and the White Hat operation, let us know that that should never happen. You wouldn't be meeting Trump to interview for FBI director when you yourself know you can't be the FBI director. But lo and behold, Robert Mueller then becomes the special counsel the very next day. If you ain't know how long the White Hat's been in control, I hope we're going to help you figure it out. You'll find out. Why did Mueller and Rosenstein drag out special counsel investigation if knowing no Russia collusion pre and start? I would think that would be like pre-Trump's election, and then after he was inaugurated even too, okay? So, or pre and start of actually it happening. So when we are understanding these jobs back in, what's this year? I guess this is 2020 here still. Why would that happen? All right, so if you see the bigger plan, because we had to do the moves and counter moves and the element of timing, and then again, to set the trap, right? Let the deep state think they're in control, think that we're going after Trump. Lo and behold, he's actually not under investigation, and Rosenstein expands the scope memo and it's classified, so nobody else knows that. Anything else off of that connects to Russian collusion in the 2016 election would be investigated, including Hillary Clinton and Barack Hussein Obama. Get ready for that shit, friends. It's coming. It's coming, baby. Why did select members of the National Security Council, Vindman, this is the fake Ukrainian guy who lied under oath too, and he's in the spotlight right now also, saying he was protecting the country and da-da-da-da. Devin Nunes, did we show a clip of that on Qschqql, or was that after? I think it must have been on Qschqql, right? Why did select members of the National Security Council, Vindman, there's actually, these are twins, there's two Vindmans, by the way, actively leak to the mainstream media? Why are you leaking to the mainstream media? That sounds like a criminal act. Why did select members of the National Security Council, Vindman again? Is this the other Vindman since it's twice, or is it the same one? I don't know. There is twins, though, twin Vindmans. Why did select members of National Security Council, Vindman, orchestrate fake whistleblower report with Schiff, Adam Shifty Schiff, Atkinson? I don't know who Atkinson is here. I know a Cheryl Atkinson, but I don't think that's her here. Class 1-9 to sabotage and initiate impeachment. Okay, so if y'all remember the politics back then, if you weren't around during that time, is after the Mueller thing failed, the next thing they did was impeach Trump with the Ukraine thing. And again, they basically had all this bogus stuff. There was this fake whistleblower who was colluding already with Adam Schiff, and his name's Eric CIA Morella. It's Chia Morella is pronounced, but it's CIA Morella. Hello. And sabotage to initiate this impeachment. Why did that happen? Okay, why did Pelosi rush impeachment investigation? Why did Pelosi then hold impeachment articles on January 15th? The very first day we had a COVID case in the United States, right next to, in Bill Gates' backyard, up there in Seattle, Washington. The first case landed on American soil January 15th, and that's when Pelosi rushed this impeachment through. Q talks about this, I think it might be even over on this drop here, that there would be no way they could ever truly impeach Trump, like the conviction side. Again, first it goes to the House. You just need a simple majority. So if the Democrats have the majority in the House and they bring impeachment and every Democrat votes to impeach, it's going to be an impeachment and it's going to go to the Senate. But the Senate, again, as Tim's mentioned many times, you have to have 2/3 of the Senate to convict or do all these other applications. That would be 67 of 100 senators, meaning if we're right at 50-50, you need about 17 from the other side to go along with you. Probably never going to happen. But if we're going to gain 100 seats in the House and gain a bunch of senators, we're going to have 2/3 of the House and Senate in this coming after 2026. And there's going to be lots of big booms and boozies here. So, but Pelosi was doing this. The point being is, why bring impeachment if you know that you're not going to get him convicted anyways? Because it's all this grandstanding. It's all to hamstring Donald Trump. And then they also knew that they had launched COVID on the world and the United States. So while he's dealing with the impeachment shit and he's kind of hamstrung in his abilities, then all of a sudden you insert in COVID. And then COVID shuts the world down. And then Trump's doing daily things about that. Then after a few months of that, people are like, you know what? I don't think this COVID thing's cracked up to all it is. Then you insert George Floyd operations PSYOP to cause civil war and mass chaos and riots in the streets and burning, right? So you can blame all that shit on Trump too. but we're going to keep the COVID narrative going until we can steal the election with our mail-in ballots, among other things. Okay, so this is all this operation. Why did Adam Schiff, push false Russia evidence narrative post closed door interviews? No evidence of collusion, but he would continue to say that we have the evidence. We can't tell you about it because it's classified. Then it never actually comes out that was true at all. Again, he was putting in the sound bites to the media. They were trying to do this for 4 years to drum up, to get donations from the Democrats, to win elections in the midterms, to try to remove Trump or hamstring him along the way so that then they could steal the election in 2020 and then be done with Donald Trump. Little did they know, greatest comeback ever. 198, I think that is. Why did Schiff coordinate with White House National Security Council through a proxy to arrange for the Ukraine whistleblower? Okay, again, he communicated with this whistleblower prior, and he's freaking in Congress. He can't do that. Why did Schiff actively leak knowingly false statements during post-classified sessions to the mainstream media? I just explained that. It drums up the base. People believe it's real. They think we're going to get Donald Trump. They're going to donate to the Democrat Party because they always need money, and power. And then they're also going to be motivated to vote Donald Trump out, or maybe even commit crimes in stealing the election, along with their puppet masters. Why did Schiff illegally surveil phone numbers and members of Congress, the White House legal team, media, and Congress? Unbelievable that they did this. And this just came out recently, too. They did this in, was that 2024 even? That came out, Tim? That more recent one with Josh Hawley and stuff? I know you might be busy and you're muted if you're going to share anything, but I'm going to keep reading, even though I've been going here a minute. Hopefully you guys are understanding this. I know there's a lot of information here, guys. Hang tight. What Pentagon officials, class 1-99, again, that's highest classification, subject, tendered resignation within a 2-week period? Ooh, this would be a good thing for diggers to look into. So this would be resignations within a 2-week period after the impeachment articles came out, or after the whistleblower came out. That's probably what that 2-week period is. Because again, we were catching all these snakes in the act right there. But it just hasn't been able to go out publicly because we need to have the dash for the operation. We had to have the world see how shitty it could be with Biden and open borders. Sometimes you can't tell people the truth. You must show them. Sometimes you must walk through the darkness before you can see the light. Why did Omarosa Manigault Newman, why did they put her whole name in there instead of just Omarosa? That's odd to me. Attempt to entrap POTUS through secret and illegal recordings? Why did Soros finance anti-POTUS events and organizations across the U.S., still doing that with their No Kings retarded parade? Okay, why did Class 1-99, highest classification, organize and push propaganda smear campaign through mainstream media and their puppets in Hollywood? They're pedophile puppets in Hollywood who go to P. Diddy parties, rape children, and don't tell anybody about it. Just like Kamala Harris was there in her white suit when she was effing people to move up in the chain. She's been to P. Diddy party. She didn't tell nobody about children being harmed for 20 years. What's wrong with these fucking people? Okay, Class 1-9, all highest classification. We got 4 Fs in there. That's all foreign. This must be domestic then. Times 49 more. This is what an insurgency really looks like, kids. You better be paying attention because retribution's coming. Nothing can stop what's coming. Nobody walks away from this shit. Insurgency, irregular warfare at its finest. Hoo-yah, General Flynn. Do a great job, Dad. Hang in there. The greatest political scandal in history. Times a fucking million plus 17. What are they trying to prevent? Who are they trying to protect? Their own scandalous, scaly asses, and they have nothing to stop them now. All the insurance policies have been removed. These people are fucked from the highest order. So I've been good with the language so far.
Good job, brother. Oh, yeah, you're totally on fire, man. Yeah. I'm going to save you a nice slice of pizza there, brother. This is for you.
Right. Oh, that looks good. I just even had some on a break here too. So Tim's grabbing with his boy there, so he'll be listening. Chime in if you want to add anything. I'm gonna do a couple of those more cue drops, and then we'll probably wrap it up. We're going along overtime again here, but I want to show this really interesting.
Well worth it though, brother. It's well worth it. The overtime's well worth it. You know, the pay sucks, but the rewards are
I'm fired up. Oh yeah, bye. Let's put a ticker on there, dude. If you guys want to support us, I've got the t-shirts, the memesies, all that good stuff. Again, you can donate at White Hat Kyle, PayPal, Cash App, and Venmo. I'll share it with the friends here. We'll share all of our hard work like we always do. Put the little ticker on there. There we go, where you can find us. Make sure you follow us on all of our different places. Rumble. I stream on my Facebook and Instagram. Undercover White Hat on Instagram is kind of my main hub there, where we're doing all of our memes and waking up the people out there. Facebook, Rumble, Hammer Time Rapid Fire Q News. I think it's just Qschqql on YouTube still. All Q's there, QSCHQQL. And then my X account, you can find me Undercover White Hat. It's actually at Quantum Healer 17 though as well. And then again, check out the little ticker on the bottom if y'all want to figure out where to find us. Y'all watching? How many people we got watching on X here? Ooh, brand new number, 408. Haven't seen us get up to the 400. They must be getting fired up with us, Tim. Bulbs getting busted. Let's go. Send out that live stream, X. Y'all keep sending out. Maybe I'll keep going. Maybe we'll do our 17-hour Qschqql. We'll find out. Maybe not today. Might have to rest. We'll see. We'll see, though. We got the doors wide open. The doors wide open. They took the shackles off me, Tim. I don't got to do anything. I left the other situation I was doing. Made $180 in 1 hour, and I said, I'm done with this shit. I'm not doing it anymore. You can't pay me enough. Prostitute my skills for good money, but it's not what I want to be. This is where I want to be. So here we are. Anyways, a little bit off the rails still here, but I hope you're following along with us, friends. Let's keep going here. So check this out. Trump said 5,000 during the speech, and I thought that struck me as odd. It struck me as odd here. So I looked up 5,000, just wrote it out. I'm on QAG. I want to search Q alerts on this one too, because they do have different search features, but I put the 5,000 in here, and it came up with 6 drops. Really pretty interesting. I don't want to kill the vibe, but this one is, it connects to our family here. So this is the first one of the 5,000 that came up, and this is on today's show. And Trump announced, was doing this live on our show during Qschqql. It was announced Bolton was indicted live on Qschqql, like we had predicted here. So there was 5,000 drops. Here's the first one, a little bit more on the serious side. Anon says, I really wanted to be here through the whole thing, but I just got word that my father has died. And I need to take a step back as I deal with it. He was a good man and wanted nothing more than to watch all of the Californians' power structure hang for their crimes. If you guys could send some prayers my way, it would be greatly appreciated. This would be an awesome exercise. This is an Anon that nobody knows. Let's send this Anon some love and prayers out there if they're still around. Thank you very much. And of course, our very own Sydney missed yesterday's show because of a funeral in their family as well too. So let's send Cindy some love as well, and prayers to all the people and all the people we've lost over time as well too, and prayers of course for Melzie and her pooch, and losing family members. So Q responds, interesting though, this was one of the 5,000, and where it comes up at, again, actually I don't even see where the 5,000 number comes on this one. So it makes it even more odd to me. Like, why is this in here? Usually I think it's this number here, like in the post, but I actually don't see where the 5,000 is on this. So very odd. And then Q says, and I'm getting chills now because think about just the whole divine timing of this. This happened to be on our show today. Cindy was at a funeral yesterday. She's been in with us in our chat for months and months now. She's part of our Qschqql family, always asking great questions. And of course, Melzie as well. Condolences for Mel and all that going on there. Okay. So our deepest, and then Q says, and this is 6/11, 6 plus 11 is a 17, January 26, 2018. Our deepest condolences, Patriot. God be with you and your family during this difficult time, Q. So send prayers and love to all our friends and family. If anybody needs prayers out there, put it in the chat. We'll send some love your way. We have some amazing, beautiful prayer warriors out there. If anybody has a good prayer to put in the comment for me that I can read, that would be lovely. Like a short and sweet one. If y'all have anything, thank you. That would be awesome. So then the rest of these 5,000 Q drops. Why the misspelling? Did you mean Marina? This one is actually time out. It said, the Q drop said Maria Abramovich. And then, of course, we know Marina Abramovich. Then Q says, on the move, misspelled. Don't analyze Q. Think mirror all the way on that one. You always want to dig in. Don't take Q's word as gospel. Question everything. Think mirror. Don't analyze. Of course, you're going to analyze because Q drop 123. Nothing is random. Everything has meaning. Plus, plus, plus. Okay, so Maria, without the N, is her mother, I think. And she's the queen witch of all this shit. It's actually, there is a Maria Abramovich. Shout out to Peacekeeper and his amazing digs for helping us understand that one. Okay, so another one here just had an agriculture roundtable with members, meme members of Congress and governors. I will be making remarks on the large-scale tax cuts given to American families and workers at 1:45 p.m. from the Rose Garden. Join me live. This is his first administration. He gave the largest tax cut ever, and even the Forbes, or one of those money stations, the still fake news, did an article showing that IRS data proved that Donald Trump's tax cut in his first administration benefited low and middle class Americans more than anybody else. So they always do that bullshit spin as he's trying to give his billionaire donors tax breaks. There's no clause of that at all. He's actually always fighting for everyday Americans. Challenge people on that when they regurgitate that retarded narrative, because it's, again, the media uses statements, not facts. It's called mind programming, mind control. They say the same words over and over again, hoping that you will repeat them, because the most basic form of mind control is repetition. You know the rest. The most basic form of mind control is repetition. What? The most basic form of mind control is repetition. The media uses statements, not facts. Statements, not facts. So when they say, oh, Trump's just trying to bail out his billionaire donors, ask them how. Just say how. And they won't have a fucking answer because they don't know what they're talking about. They've been programmed. So use the Qschqql method. Question them to stimulate thought, okay, as opposed to telling them what the F's going on. All right, there's that image. Coincidence? Has the error been corrected? Why not Q? Is this actually a Q drop? Let me see here. Oh, yeah, okay, Q drop 1140 embedded in this one. So there's that, again, the tweet there from Donald Trump way back on April 12, 2018. Q says, coincidence? Has the error been corrected? Why not Q? And then 1141, misspellings matter. How about that one? By looking up just 5,000, how many drops later is this? Look at this. You might not notice that. Look at Q drop on 926. This is what happens when you search certain terms too. You find connections you might not otherwise catch. If you were reading the Q drops back in the day, there's so much information on each thing. So many things happen, like in the mainstream, like we're seeing now, the news article. Like, how fast is the news moving with this Trump admin version 2, guys, right? Like, it's warp speed on everything, right? We got the border, we got this, we got him flying over the world. He's making world peace. He's brokering peace deals. He's getting tariffs. He's doing this. He's bringing in $17 trillion in investments, lightning and warp speed everywhere. Okay, that you might miss things. So Q drop 926 all the way over to the next one, 1140. That's like over, what is that, 214 posts later. You use so much information in how many months? So March 10th to April 12th. So over a month later, 214 drops later, you might not catch this. But this one, it says on the move, misspelled, don't analyze. And then 214 drops later, Q says, actually, misspellings matter. That's the beauty of searching different terms. So I'm glad we got to teach this live here. Just by searching 5,000, as you can see, this is why this Q drop's included in the 5,000. This is when this little green arrow, what this is Q is responding. This is on the chans. This comes up in there. Q is responding to that post. Sometimes this can be an anon. In this instance, what he's responding to, or they, I shouldn't say he, is responding to is this previous post right here, 1140. That's the number of that. What that is, it has this 5,000 in it, this tag here. Okay, but now check this out. You're going to really like this one because two more here. 3181. So imagine that. He said 5,000 today. Everything we just covered. Okay, so again, the condolences one, how that lines up with our family. Interesting. I showed some decode with the other two. Check out these last two drops of the 6 with the 5,000 in it. It's going to blow your mind. Okay. 3181 is we get Lady Justice. Of course, she has the blindfold on because Justice is blindfolded because you're not giving anybody fairness, you're not treating anybody differently or unfairly based on this or that, is blind justice. Let's see what the Q post, how it even says it. And the Q drop says, blind justice under the law will return to our republic. Ooh, I got chills. How about that? John Bolton indicted. All these clowns, again, they tried to raid Donald Trump for classified information. It wasn't even there. They tried to frame him. James Comey tried to get him assassinated, did other nefarious things. Now James Comey's indicted. Letitia James had Donald Trump trumped up on 34 felony charges on something that's nobody's ever been charged for ever in the United States. Basically everything against what the rule of law actually is. But now we get this Q drop. Of all days, Trump said 5,000 in that Oval Office. Caught my attention, and I searched 5,000, and this is what we get. This is how we get these quantum Q proofs from our Q team. They're always here with us. They're here with us, letting us know. I hope you're getting excited. I hope you have that faith and trust. Blind justice under the law will return to our republic. There's a reason why a sword is held, Q. Ooh, baby, let's go. The sword. The sword of truth. It cuts through all the bullshit. The sword cuts through all the fucking bullshit. It wields that justice with the sword. And I'll put on your spiritual warfare too, the sword of truth. The truth is my sword. That's what I got on my X account here. So here, check this out. The other 5,000 one, check this one. This one's really powerful. This one's different than all of them because it's actually in this ID. And look at, this is an anon, quote, I'm going to say quote unquote anon. This very important post, this definitely isn't going to be some random anon. Their ID number is 17,5000. Okay, the timestamp 1445 also in there, 10. They share from the old QMAP days, this post, 3354, the storm. Now, QMAP.pub was what this was. They would make their own title. So this isn't Q here. They would make their own title. Although I almost think Q put in titles sometimes. I can't remember for sure, though. 3354, the storm sequence of events. Horowitz IG report. We were just covering some of that. Comey report. D-class of FISA. Indictments, baby. And we got indictment day today, don't we? With Johnny Bolton's on deck. Woo, it's going to get good. Check this out, though. The image shared is the storm has arrived. Trump said 5,000 in the Oval Office, and that gets us this Q post here with the storm has arrived. And we also have that Russian special envoy. He just tweeted out the storm is coming just yesterday, I think. And again, it's still the same image from this. This is Q's response, and we covered this one yesterday, Tim. Just because the public is unaware of something does not mean nothing is happening. Mueller hearing, a tactic meant to delay the Horowitz or maybe Hillary report. I think it's maybe Horowitz or House. Okay. Horowitz report release necessary prior to Comey release. H plus C equals D. D equals the start of the mass awakening. White House, ABC agencies. That's your CIA, DOJ, FBI, CIA, all the three-letter asshole agencies, okay? The State Department, foreign, ... Post D comes many I's, okay? D is the start of the mass awakening. This is the D class 2 happening, and I's are indictments. When blackmail no longer holds due to loss of senior level key government positions and 11th hour testimony, those previously protected become prey. What's the line here, Tim? I don't know if you're still here to read that line. Write those last two lines for me. Are you in?
Hunters become the hunted. God wins. Q, let's go.
Let's go. Woo! Man, I'm fired up. If you ain't fired up, you're fucking dead. You're just a corpse if you ain't fired up from this shit. I'll tell you that much, especially if I'm reading it for you. So there's Q drop 3354. There was the title. And then Q responds to this quote-unquote anon, 3711 in there. That's 37 plus 11 is 48. 48 keeps coming up in the themes. By the way, Ben Danklin retweeted our live today. Thank you, brother, with the tweet. Go follow Ben Danklin over on X, doing some great work. Worth remembering, Q. Worth remembering. Wow. Unbelievable, huh, buddy?
That's what a nice find. What a nice dig that is.
I know, right? Totally random too. You know what I mean? And that's what we do around here. We just search. We follow where we feel like we need to go. We search some different things. So yeah.
Yeah.
So any other Q jobs that were burning on you? I know. Did you want to do the Delta or anything for tomorrow? We're just gonna wrap it up. I know it's getting late for you there. You're doing the middle of dinner and whatnot.
Well, we're done dinner now. Thank you for being patient with Matthew and I. I don't know. There's maybe a Bolton Q drop or two you might want to.
Oh yeah, some more Bolton drops.
You read one of them for sure, I think, or two of them, or you started on the first one. But
I got an idea too because I wanted to do this. I had this other tab. I'm looking at my tabs. I had this value one. I don't know if I'll read it. Maybe I'll read it quick because then maybe for closing is we can play Abby. She sings that song. Of this Q drop, right? About the value of a person here it is right here. Persons. That's why I didn't find that search the first time. Q drop 3905, March 28, 2020. A person's value, 1, vote. 2, monetary value, a tax contribution. 3, there's nothing else. That's how these Democrats care. That's all they care about is the vote, because the vote leads to them having the power and the money, and then your monetary value, which is the tax, because that's how those rich assholes get paid, by stealing our wealth and funneling their bullshit agendas, those non-government assholes. So this one's a little bit longer. It's pretty good, though. But I think I'm going to end with this one and then let Abby sing it also. Yeah, it's a little bit of a long one, so I don't want to do that one just yet. Let's do a couple Bolton drops. And then let's see what this. Okay, so I'm going to go to Bolton now. I am staying on. Let me go to Q. I'll go to Q alerts, because let's see. There's 7 Bolton drops on QAG. I think you said 7 on Q alerts too, didn't you, Tim? Let's just double check that math. I'm going to go to Q alerts for a second. We're going to put Bolton in there. Bolton. And yeah, we get 7 drops with the word Bolton in there. But let's go back to QAG just for a second. This is QAG is QAGG.news or .pub, different addresses. Again, Q aggregator. It's an aggregator putting all the Q drops in one place for you. If you go to the chessboard here, click the little chess piece, you'll have all the cast of characters here. And I'm going to do a little skip. I know we've shown some of these guys, but since we're a little long, I'm going to do the little search feature to find Bolton. Okay, Bolton right here. He's character or player on the board, number 52. 52 on QAG. Okay, Bolton, trader and pawn. John Robert Bolton is an American politician and attorney who serves as the National Security Advisor, used to, of the United States. He began his tenure National Security Advisor April 9th, 2018. So 4-9. So again, that McMaster must have been in there before that, like Tim was saying. Well, I don't know if anybody got a dig on that. I'll read the comments after the show. Well, let's see the link drops here. See if anything else comes up more than 7. We actually get less drops in this case. We get 6 drops. So let's see if there's one that doesn't have a Bolton word in there. Bolton in there, Bolton. Sometimes I don't even know how they find these. Like if the person's mentioned, yeah.
John Solomon says there's 3 indictments now. I don't know if something just broke or not, but he just came on live. If you want to just check it out for maybe 5-10 minutes.
Okay.
Real American Voice.
So Real America. Okay.
Yeah, he mentioned 3 indictments just now. So I'm trying to figure out what he's talking about.
Okay.
Let's see what he says. And it's about Bolton. So today's title, Bolton Busted. So let's check it out.
ICE employees who were just doing their job, arresting illegal aliens and transporting them. This attack occurred back around in July in, I believe it was Fort Worth, if I remember correctly. So 3 indictments in just a short period of time. Yes, accountability is beginning to come. The sort of things that Kash Patel said yesterday, the sort of things Pam Bondi's been talking about, the things that President Trump promised on the campaign trail coming to bear in the United States court system. And with that, let me turn to my amazing co-host, Amanda Head. She's across the country in California, where she'll be covering the 250th birthday of the U.S. Marines. Amanda, we have the FBI director saying big things coming, and the next day, big things came.
I was just thinking to myself, as soon as that Bolton indictment came down, I thought to myself, wow, how serendipitous that conversation that we had with the FBI director last night. And I think that, you know, as he indicated last night, and as you and I have discussed on this show many times, this is the way that we move back to a place where trust is reestablished. Now, of course, everyone is going to want to see this indictment, and you're probably going to hear the same rallying cry from Democrats that this is politicization, but in black and white form, it is shown what he did with classified information, keeping it at his home, transferring it to other people. And it's pretty hard to deny that there is criminality there when it's spelled out in that, 27-page indictment. So this comes a little bit closer, I think, to restoring trust in some of those storied institutions that have really suffered under weaponization of presidents past. But John, I want to get into some other news. President Trump, my goodness, I don't know how many hours this week he has spoken to the press. I think we're up to maybe 8 hours worth this week, which is incredible because you think back to Joe Biden's term in office and it was 8 hours maybe over the course of 6 months or so. But I want to show you this clip of President Trump talking about Hamas and the deal that was made and what would happen if they breach that commitment. Here it is.
I understand they brought back some additional bodies today. It's a rough deal when you think of it, right? Very rough. And we have our hostages back completely. We were very lucky with that. But it's a tough situation. They brought back bodies today, as you probably know. But they also said they're going to behave. We're going to find out if they behave. If they behave good, if they don't behave, we'll take care of it.
So that, of course, was President Trump talking about the hostages that were returned through the items in that agreement. And John, I just think of these families who, you know, I know that they would have rather their loved one come home alive, but having their remains and being able to give them a proper burial and ceremony, and you know, just grieve them properly and be able to close the book on it.
One of the most horrific moments in world history, and we still don't have the chapters closed. Hamas drags us out as long as it possibly can, which is painful for those families. But, you know, I saw some joy just knowing for those few families who did get their loved ones' remains back, some closure today. And I saw that in some of the clips, and I guess we can find a little solace in that. The real solace will be if Hamas leaves Gaza and allows for a new government to take over, because until that happens, the Middle East and Gaza and Palestine are still a tinderbox waiting to inflame again. So I hope the president succeeds. I hope our country and Israel succeeds in this. We'll see what happens. Hey, Amanda, we had a great opportunity today, early this morning, while you were traveling back to the West Coast. We missed you. The Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, joined me. Amazing interview. A lot of conversation about holding the line, not buckling, not giving the Democrats 1 inch in these negotiations, and then reacting to some of the stuff that you and I have been reporting on, including that revelation about the 30 million lines of data. Everybody, take a watch. This is a pretty interesting interview. All right, joining me now, the 56th Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, and the man who has Republicans all marching in the same direction in Congress. That's something hard.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I thought he was going to go right into the. I guess the other 2 indictments were, and I did put it on Digger. I think I put it on Diggers, but there was 2 people indicted for the first time, terrorist federal charges against 2 Antifa members, a male and a female.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so that's the start of something big too, I think. So you got the indictment with Bolton, the 18 counter, and then we had 2 more federal indictments, the first time ever for terrorism. I forget the terminology. I think it was terrorism indictments or whatever they're called.
Yeah,
I think that's what he was referring to.
Okay. All right. So right there, John Solomon, breaking news again. I wonder about the 18, the different numbers. We'll see how that all pans out too as we get more information. But it was fun. Great digging on that stuff there, guys. So, okay, Bolton. Let's check out a few more Bolton drops. And then we'll wrap it up here pretty soon, guys. Thanks for hanging with us. Again, breaking up world record numbers for Qschqql over on Rapid Fire Hammer Time, Qschqql on X. Ooh, getting up there. Let's even get to 500. Let's go. Let's move us up there. Move up the ladder. Let's go, baby.
All you Xers out there, thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Give the thumbs up. Let's see. Where's it at? There it is. We love y'all. We love y'all. Make sure y'all follow me too if you're watching on X, because I don't have a ton of followers over there. I haven't posted much. So I'm going to start getting more active. But we always got our live streams in here too. Going there Monday through Friday, 2:17 p.m. Eastern time on the bottom there. Y'all want to help donate to the show as well. We greatly appreciate that. We're working free of charge for the American people because we care about the truth. That's what we're here for. We love y'all. We're going to keep doing our thing. Keep doing our thing. We're going to have some Patriot meetups and other stuff in the near future, especially when I get connect with MelzieKaye and some other friends. Now we got more time to do some other planning, but we're all just here bringing you the truth, bringing the Q drops. This is what our passion is. Tim and I have been at 5+ years together almost now, I guess 4.5.
Well, it'll be 5 years in February. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's right. So almost there. 4 years, 7 months, 47 on deck there. But we are 7 days a week for many times, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours a day for a long, long period of time. So we've been at it a while. Most of us y'all maybe didn't know, though, we were only on Telegram back in the day. We have all of our recordings over there, though. Qschqql Archive on Telegram, t.me/Qschqql, all Qs.
Yeah, it's a public channel too. Anybody can join it.
Public channel, all our recordings on there. We got -48 been there. He popped in and we talked for hours on some of our channels. All those recordings are right in there. I definitely want to revisit those too, and especially because I was in a very good place at the time. So when one soldier falls, another one steps up. And fortunately, I didn't die, so I'm back, and nothing can stop what's coming. So we're fired up. We're going to keep rocking and rolling. So shout out to all you Anons still hanging tough through the storm. Y'all had to go through your own healing journey, all the different pitfalls, the ups and downs, the shame, the ridicule, the loss of jobs, plus, but you're still here, baby. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you. Keep fighting. Keep fighting. Never, ever give up. That's the only way the enemy wins is if you quit. Only way the enemy.
Oh yeah, well we got our boots on their necks right now. Why would you give
we
up?
got them right where we want them, baby. You gotta, and that's what I would say, like as football coaches, put them away, man. Don't even give them an inch. Don't even give them a breath. You just punish them, man. When you got them down, you finish the job. You don't let them get back up. You just end it. It's ended. So, okay, where are we going here? Let's do, where's the Bqltqn drops at? Oh yeah, that's why I searched a different way. So I'm gonna go to Bqltqn. We have 7 Bqltqn drops on Qschqql. Let me bring this up here for us. Bqltqn. Again, this is Qschqql, QAGG.news. And if you click the little chess piece up here, there's a lot, shows all the players on the board. This is really nice to see their faces, to see who they are. And then you can click the link drops. So Barack Hussein Obama, Huma Abedin, Trey Gowdy. So if you're like, who's Trey Gowdy? Oh, okay, he's that goofy looking guy. All right, thank you. Robert Mueller. Oh, there he is. Yeah, the FBI director that couldn't serve as the FBI director anymore, but he still met Donald Trump the day before he became special counsel. Rod Rosenstein, undercover white hat. Okay, among many. Nancy Pelosi, she worked under JFK back in the day. I don't know what that means. We'll see. I think there's more good than bad. We're going to have our minds blown by this whole thing. Trader McStain, John McCain, his pictures also right in the Q drops. One of the other things that's cool with Qschqql, when you go to search functions, digging options here, if you go to digging options and show Q posts with images, you're going to get a lot less Q drops, but you can see just the images. So look at this. We know that we see the very first Q drop 14, Washington crossing the Delaware on Christmas Eve to turn the tide in the American Revolution. And they came over there on Durham boats, no less. Durham boats. There's also women on his team there, female spies, the Pulver spy ring. Next Q drop, 28. Trump said 14 and 28 just recently, too. Was it yesterday, I think, Tim? I don't think it was today. Q drop 28 spells it all out for Antifa. Fuck it, let's do this drop real quick. What must be completed? This is quote unquote Anon here on Q drop 28. If you're paying attention, these aren't just random Anons. What must be completed to engage military intelligence over other 3-letter agencies? You're seeing it play out today, folks. During the 50s and 60s, federal troops and federalized National Guard forces. We just showed the law, I think, yesterday of how Trump has the authority from the Constitution to do that. There are some other good videos on X I had too. Probably not going to get to those today. Accompanied by military intelligence personnel, were deployed, again, 50s and 60s, federal troops, federalized National Guard, and military intelligence personnel deployed to help integrate Southern schools and to help deal with civil disorders in Detroit in 1967 and other cities following year. Future proofs past, going to come back around. After the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King by the FBI, holy shit, I'm going to say it for the 17th time, the freaking files on Martin Luther King Jr. have been declassified, and I'm connected with Anons all over the world. We're on all these platforms. I have not seen one dig on this. I've not seen one image on this. I've not seen a single Anon share what they found from the declassified Martin Luther King files. That blows my fucking mind. Obviously, it's divine timing. We're not supposed to have it, but I'm just challenging y'all out there with your AIs and stuff. Have AI go dig into the declass of Martin Luther King. What's in that fucking thing? Because the FBI, I guarantee you, was complicit in his assassination. All right? So let's dig into that. It's time. I'm going to keep calling for it. This blows my mind. It's been months, and that just also a tribute to this Operation Warp Speed 2.0, how fast Trump is going and how fast the news cycle and Anons are trying to keep up. When we got this going on, and we're exposing this shit, and there's all this declassification happening that we haven't even sniffed at yet. It blows my mind. Martin Luther King files have been declassified, and I haven't seen a single image. I've seen a single dig, a single mention of it, other than it being declassified. That blows me away now that can happen right now. All right, so throughout this period, military intelligence, this is Q drop 28 here, second one with an image. Throughout this period, military intelligence units also continued to collect data on Americans at home who were suspected of involvement in subversive activities. In the late 60s, the Pentagon compiled personal information on more than 100,000 politically active Americans in an effort to quell civil rights and anti-Vietnam War demonstrations and discredit protesters. This is agent provocateurs, back and forth. Our military is saying we're doing it for the good of the country, but you can obviously have bad players in here. But at the end of the day, our military is also the good guys, the ghost in the machine here. The Army used 1,500 plainclothes agents to watch demonstrations, infiltrate organizations, and spread disinformation. According to one report, the Army had at least one observer at every demonstration with more than 20 people. 20 spelled out is 107, simple gematria. The Army's activities were summoned up by Senator Sam Ervin, allegedly for the purpose of predicting and preventing civil disturbances, which might develop beyond the control of state and local officials. Army agents were sent throughout the country to keep surveillance over the way civilian population expressed their sentiments about government policies. In churches, on campuses, in classrooms, in public meetings, they took notes, tape recorded, and photographed people who dissented in thought, word, or deed. Again, kind of sounds like a authoritarian control type, but if we trust our military, hopefully they're doing it for the good cause. We're definitely doing it for the good cause for what you're seeing next year. This included clergymen, editors, public officials, and anyone who sympathized with the dissenters. Well, guess who the dissenters are in this case? Antifa, George Soros, all these agent provocateurs, infiltrators, invasions of the highest order, foreign and domestic. Ha ha ha. Anon says Trump has had military intelligence infiltrate Antifa and all the dissenting local governments. Remember, we just found out they already went in earlier than people knew. What was it called? Summer Heat or something like that. They actually mentioned a place out here in Alaska. I'm not going to talk about that today, but it blows my mind. I'm actually going to go check on it, try to get boots on the ground reporting, because I know what hotel they're talking about, and they mentioned it kind of just briefly. And something we played, was it today or yesterday? Okay, always 5 steps ahead. Please be true, Anon says, even though it's Q as Anon. And Q responds to themselves, well done, picture being painted. Okay, they technically replied to an Anon. That was my interpretation. Anybody else out there confused? This is QDrop 28. Okay, all I was showing though is that you can search pictures on QAG by clicking the digging options and then clicking show posts with images, and then you can see some of these images. There's QDrop 51, the one signed by the White Hats. Okay, the strongest weapon in the United States is a patriotic American. You can get lots of good memes here from the Q board, from all the memes digital soldiers have shared over the years. But I want to scroll. It's because there it goes. QDrop 109, Archangel Michael prayer. Archangel Michael prayer in the house. I think maybe it's always a good time to do Archangel Michael prayer, especially since we're into spiritual warfare. This is QDrop 109. 17 spelled out in simple gematria is 109. 109 military Q drops. 48 Michael drops. If you search Michael, this is QAG numbers. So either the Q posted it or replies directly to a post or Anon or their own post that says Michael. 45 Michael drops. Q responds to this Archangel Michael prayer. 48 seconds later, 48's knocking on the door. We got all our deltas are start with the 48 number. I'm getting chills. He said, I'm with you, buddy. I'm with you. We love you, brother. We love you. We know you're out there listening. You hear your ears ringing, brother. We love you. So there's Archangel Sword. Spiritual warfare is the name of the image. Saint Michael, the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast down to hell Satan and all his evil spirits who prowl about the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. Q responds 48 seconds later. Amen, brother. Q. This is all the fun stuff we find just by doing images, by the way. We're still on images here. I want to get to John Dirty McStain here. It should be coming up fairly soon. Here's the Illuminati ball. These clowns wearing their gold, all this nasty shit. Look at that. This is how these people operate in the shadows. Why they dictate the control of our country and our money and all this shit. The old guard is fallen, though. Symbolism will be their downfall. Look at this, right inside the Vatican. Symbolism will be their downfall. If the snakes took over the Vatican, would you even notice it? Right from the pulpit, too. That's supposed to be Jesus up there. It looks like a freaking reptilian thing. And that's where, just like the little things where they used to do the sacrifice on, that's also what the Planned Parenthoods look like. Also, symbolism will be their downfall. Man, I'm all over the place. Ooh, watch the water. Watch the water. There's Bill Clinton and Kim Jong-un's father, creepy Skippy Johnny Podesta. There's John Hannigan, who got fired 3 days after Trump got inaugurated. He was the GCHQ director. I'm hitting you guys with a ton of information. Don't get overwhelmed. GCHQ is basically the NSA of Great Britain. He stepped down 3 days after Donald Trump was inaugurated because he's complicit in treason. That's our Five Eyes, sharing information like they shouldn't have. These cocksuckers, all right? Korea, there's a fake picture of Ivanka for your image specialist, by the way. This person got invited to the NSA by doing that dig. Shout out to them there. You made the list. It's rare. Feel proud. Pick up the phone. Oh, I got chills, man. You did a dig like that. Dropped your answer on 4chan. He said fake. Q is fake. DTT. I'm not sure what that is. And next thing you know, the NSA is calling you for a job. Gotta love that shit. Oh, getting chills all over. Anons know. They're listening. They're listening, feeling out here. Here's some other good ones. Hillary Clinton, and not Bill Clinton's baby. That's for damn sure. There's Barack Obama with his ring that says praise Allah or no God but Allah. The Muslim himself. Here he is with the book, A Post-American World. The President of the United States, whose education was funded by a Saudi Arabian prince. Nobody knows who the fuck this guy was before 2004. All of a sudden, he pops on the scene, can't even prove himself. He's an American citizen, walking around with a book that says Post-American World. Are you freaking kidding me? Are you kidding me? And somebody said in the comments I saw from like a video a month ago, why are you yelling? How are you not yelling? We've had treason happen and people walk around every day like everything's fucking hunky-dory. Out of your mind. I'm pissed off. That's why I'm yelling. I got shit to do here, man. We got to fix the world. We got to save the world. Fully off the rails today. There's Johnny McCain, McStain, this piece of shit. He dead. His ass is dead. He deserves it. And wrinkled the flag. The military will tell you all. Here's literally your top freaking ISIS terrorist members. This guy in the back here was number 2, al-Baghdad Bakar, whatever, Trump says that funny thing with the dog. Shout out to our dog comms and dog soldiers on the battlefield as well. Helped eliminate that terrorist. But here's John McCain smiling and yucking it up with a bunch of fucking terrorists against the United States of America. And this asshole celebrated like a war hero. Fuck you, John McCain, and fuck you, anybody that's dumb enough to think he's a war hero. Fuck this piece of shit. He's a traitor. And he will be remembered like that forever. The truth will always shine true. The truth will always shine true. Nothing can stop what's coming. All right, I better stop before I have a seizure. Just kidding. Here's some other bastards. This is Ben Talal, I think. There he is with the reptilian queen and their progeny and whatnot. Look at these guys yucking it up, talking about Republicans and Democrats hating each other. Unless it's the shadow government, they're just smug and yucky yuck. Oh, it makes me disgusted. That's why I yell, because I see how disgusting everything is. But we are taking back control. We the people sure are. So that's an image search there, even though I went off the rails and did some extra Q drops. I don't know where else I was going with that. I was supposed to do a Bolton drop, but let me check back with my buddy, see if he's still around. He's gone. I'm on an island again. My friends are gone. Hopefully I was sharing the right screen. Fuck, was I not on the right screen with you guys the whole time? Oh my God, and nobody said anything? Is that for real? Did I really just do that, or did I come back to this? Tell me I didn't just do that. Oh wait, I must have been on this one. Please tell me I was on there. Somebody help me. Hello? Is anybody out there listening? Put in the comments. I'm going to the bottom of the comments right now. Somebody tell me it was there. We got an LOL. Did you guys see the images I was sharing? Please tell me you saw that the whole time. Hopefully Tim would have came in there. Man, I'm on an island. Let's go to Bolton John. Who is this guy? Why are you watching him? What's wrong with you people? 55 over on Rumble. Let's see if we are an X on here. We get to 500 yet? Oh, we get to 500? Not quite. What's going on, friends? Hopefully you saw the images. Somebody put in the chat if you saw the images. Maybe y'all lost. Maybe your jaws are on the floor. 4-hour mark, 2 in a row. Thank you, Cindy. I love you, girl. You're freaking awesome. And prayers again to you as well. Thank you, Brittany. By the way, Brittany, you're freaking awesome. Saw some of your posts on Facebook. Been a while. We all get separated. And you're just awesome. Your vibe, all this stuff, the things you post. It's so cool when our people come together, us like-minded. Brittany Stover, shout out to her. She changed the name from BS. I love the country girl. But Cindy, well, I call you BS. You didn't have to change the name, but we love it. And true rebel, a digital soldier. Speak. I actually just stole your cover image and changed it. Made it my cover image on Facebook. If you saw that, I put your name in there. What a freaking amazing cover photo. Actually, no, let's go right to it. Let's go to my Facebook for a second. I see my brother Tim's back. Hopefully, you heard the ramblings and all the crazy.
I did. Yeah, I did.
Here.
I had to go to the bathroom though, but yeah, I heard it all, brother. Good job. Oh my God.
Which end did it come out of after listening to
No, you're on fire, man. I love it. I love the passion. It's the passion, it's not only the knowledge you have, but the passion you have too. And we all appreciate it. We do. We severely appreciate it.
Appreciate you. So, anyways, I lifted this one off from beautiful Brittany Stover. There she is over on Facebook. Also, you want to follow her. I'm assuming your account's public, Brittany. Hopefully, you don't mind me showing this. Always with you in truth. Thank you. I love it. Thank you so much. Beautiful. And then Trinity Eagle Eyes. I don't know if she's listening. She's a beautiful patriot from our Telegram old school OG Qschqql days. But here's this post again that was on Brittany's cover. It's still her cover photo. I had to make it mine after seeing this. So truth built, God led, fearless as hell. I'm not here to entertain sheep. I'm here to shake the system, defend the children, and ignite the remnant. I'll stand alone if I have to, but I won't back down. No, I won't back down. Throwing some confetti there. We're fully off the rails today. Not now, not ever will we back down. I was born for this war. I speak what they're too scared to whisper. I expose what they try to bury. I will die fighting for my country, my children, and the truth. Amen. God put a fire in my bones, and no man, no puppet, no system will ever silence me. Not now, not ever. And where we go one,
we go all. What a nice day. We should just end the Qschqql right there, bud.
That's it. It's a wrap. Wrap her up. Wrap it up.
Great job. Great job. Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow's Qschqql too. It's going to be Friday. It's our last day in week 11, and the title is going to be We Are Q. And it is a Q day tomorrow. That's October 17th. Our 17th day of the month is Q day. Happy Q day, everybody. Tomorrow we're going to have fire and fun tomorrow again also. And we'll pray that maybe we can have Melzie back with us tomorrow. We'll see how the rest of her day and evening goes. And we'll be in touch with her. And of course, we'll let her know that everybody had prayers up for her, not only yesterday, but today also, and continuing forward.
She might watch later too. Give her some comfort to watch a show, So if you're listening later on in the future, MelzieKaye, I love you so much.
We do. We love you. Yeah, thank you so much for all that you do too. But yeah, I'm gonna sign off, brother. I gotta scoot to the store. And again, thanks everybody for joining us today. We look forward to seeing you back tomorrow. And we'll see what else is up our sleeves as far as we love that topic, Q, obviously. It's our favorite letter of the alphabet. And tomorrow we are going to be showing some deltas and some Q drops that say, you know what? We are Q. You're Q.
We are Q.
I'm Q. You're all Q in the channel. And everybody watching us out there. You're all Q.
Yep. So I found Blue Eyes. Love you, brother. Take care. Love you, brother. I might read that value Q drop. So go ahead and head on out though. I'll read that Q drop. The value one, and I found Blue Eyes. He's got to take off right now. Here's the channel, Blue Eyes. Am I not following? How am I not following Blue Eyes? Abby and Brad, I believe, is the her husband's name, who did amazing Q proof series, like 30-minute Q proof. One of the first ones. Q even shared that one. It was a 30-minute video on YouTube. All the Q proofs early on. They're amazing. Couple, we've had them on Qschqql back in the day. We should actually have them on now that we do the daytime show for sure. We should reach out to them. But she sings the Q drop where it's about that one. I'm going to read the Q drop. The value, I think it's that one, the value and the vote, what a person's worth is. But she's a great singer and does some different videos. So I'm going to have that for our closing video. I just want to see if I can find it hopefully real quick. I know it's from a few years ago. I'm guessing Tim already had to run off. I was hoping that we could figure out which one it looks like. Expose them all. Maybe these are probably all good, but she sings the Q drop. It's really cool. Oh, it might be this one right here. No, I did that one a different one time. That was probably still a good one. Take me higher. Maybe figure out what number. I wonder if it has the Q drop number in it. Hang tight with me, guys. I won't take too long on this, but I was hoping to find it. You know what? I'm going to play our most recent one, that "Make America Great." I'm going to end with that. It looks pretty good, and I don't think we've done one of her videos on Qschqql, at least the daytime show, at all yet. So I think I will do that if I don't see it in the next second here, where she sings the Q drop. I'm not sure what even the name of it is. I think I would recognize if I see the drop or something. So I see this was even before, it was not before January 6th, but let's see. Merry Christmas, New Form, Ascension. Are these all songs by her? I wonder what these are. These are all good. Just a couple minute videos. I Caught the Swamp. Let's see what happens. That might be a good one too. Nothing Can Stop What's Coming. I still don't think that's the one I'm looking for though. The Storm Has Arrived. Ooh, maybe we'll do that one. Let's see what this looks like. Am I sharing my screen? Oh, I'm not sharing my screen. I'll just stare at my mug. I'm sorry, guys. I'm gonna go full screen now. So you got fully off the rails here, but I gotta share the screen so it's not just my mug staring at you. I can't believe I did that. I need somebody in my earpiece. I need somebody in the background here. Let me know I'm on an island. So you have to deal with it. Here it is. The channel Blue Eyes on Rumble. It's just Blue Eyes. There's Abby, and again, her husband, Brad, again, we know very well. So I was scrolling through all of her different videos. She sings these Q posts. She sings other stuff. Oh, Qschqql on there. Look at that. Qschqql featuring Abby Cook, aka Blue Eyes. Oh my gosh. Look at this trip down memory lanes. I didn't even know that was in here. Oh my gosh. Where's our volume? What's going on? What's going on?
Your mic.
Mermaid Q.
Reality. A world where the media has weaponized the uninformed.
Anyways, check out that episode, Blue Eyes, Qschqql, spelled the right way, featuring Abby Cook, aka Blue Eyes. Qschqql, Thank God It's Friday presentation featuring our very special guest, Abby Cook, aka Blue Eyes. You absolutely love this interview with Abby and feel good about being part of this amazing movement. Where we go, one, we go all. For more Qschqql, visit their Telegram, t.me/Qschqql. Oh, Q's there. Oh my gosh, how cool. I found this for the first time right now. Live. Qschqql channel features live full screen voice chat for your viewing pleasure. We're here for your viewing pleasure. And everything else. Patriots all the world are meeting here to view our theater environment and all-day streaming of educational videos, documentaries, and more. Again, that's what Tim started streaming 24/7 outside of our regular Qschqqls. You should sing some Frank Sinatra, Old Blue Eyes. That would be a good idea. So there's our recording. We should play that. That'd be fun. I'm still looking for this song. Let me see. If not, I'm just, like I said, I'm going to pick one of our other ones. Pick it randomly to close it out. I still got to read the Q drop, though, your value. So, yeah, I think we're just going to do a random any, mini, money, mo pick since I can't find what I'm looking for. Let's see what it looks like on the screen. Oh, little guy over here. I guess maybe I could go like this. Would be too much face. Too much me. Way too much me with that one. There's got to be better settings. Why does it work like this when it's only 2 people or 3 people? I don't want to do this one either. That's too much screen. I guess I'm slightly bigger in that one. It's only off the rails here. Yo, why are you guys still here? Just leave. He's a madman, and he's live. He's live in your camera and your television, your phone. Something's wrong with this guy, but something might be wrong with you guys. You're still watching here. Okay, where is it going? Let's do the Q drop. Jeez, we gotta do the value Q drop. Let's see if I can find it. Watch this. We're gonna do value. Oh no, it's over here. Here it is. Value. Here's the Q drop, 3905. So I'm gonna read this Q drop and I'm gonna randomly pick an Abby video and we are gonna close it up, I think. Okay. Let's check the numbers. Did we get to 500 on X? We make 500. Come on, y'all, get us to 500. Send it out to some of your retired friends on X. Let's get us over to 500. I'm gonna keep going until we get to 500. Maybe we'll see what happens. Okay, Q drop 3905. 3905. My birthday's 9/5, by the way. 15, 15, 18 on the timestamp. A person's value. 1, vote. 2, monetary value, tax contribution. 3, nothing. Why is free thought ridiculed, challenged, and threatened when a person is opposed to the mainstream narrative? Okay, that's your dogma shit. All right, I better get ready for this Q drop. Stand by. So it's really powerful. Hope y'all understand it. I know we've covered a lot of information. Don't get overwhelmed. Just let it seep into your cells. Let it marinate in your subconscious, and it'll start making more sense. You'll wake up in the middle of the night and be like, oh shit, that's what Q drop 3905 meant. The fuck's wrong with that white hat guy? Holy cow. Why is free thought ridiculed, challenged, and threatened when a person is opposed to the mainstream narrative? 2 remains fixed. This is 2 up here. Your monetary value and tax contribution remains fixed. Degree allowable by economic recession and expansion. 1 remains a variable. Your vote. You can change your mind on who you're going to vote for. 1, your vote, dependent on a controlled system of information dissemination. If they control the information, they control your thinking. They control your thinking. They control how you vote. They control how you vote. They control who's in power. Are you getting it yet? Okay. What happens when 90% of the media is controlled and owned by only 6 corporations? Well, then it's a monopoly and they control the entire narrative. We've shown that quite a bit. Okay. Just look up all the companies Disney owns. All right. BlackRock and Vanguard too is basically like less than 6 now. It's like 4 corporations own 90% of the media. But they have no more power anymore. Donald Trump did a great job. His primary mission was to discredit the mainstream media. He's done an awesome job of that. And then us anons, being digital soldiers, citizen journalists, bring in the truth, the facts, and evidence, have proven how wrong and how much they lie, that they have no longer have any credibility. Like Trump was saying, if 90% of the news articles are anti-Trump and he still won the election by a massive landslide, that tells you they have no more credibility left. Nobody's watching that stupid shit. They're watching people like us because we are the news now. Okay? We're freaking funny, we're sexy, and we're truthful. All right? How do you not go for that shit? Just kidding, but sort of. What happened when those same corporations are operated and controlled by a political ideology, right? Think about, you can just see them on election night. Look up those videos. Those are hilarious ones. The election night, CNN and all of them, they're just like, they ate a shit sandwich that Donald Trump won the election the second time. They should be unbiased and impartial, but they're anything but, because it's not a free press. That's the biggest bullshit lie. More bullshit than Independent saying they're the most free-thinking journal. Like, what the fuck is that retarded shit? Anyways, what happens when the same corporations are operating controlled by a political ideology? Okay, that's Soros and all these other non-government assholes. What happens when the news is no longer free from bias? Well, 1, you have a lot more polarization, right? Let's say if it's the Fox News people or these people, how much that's caused division and, again, made it much more polarized. Everybody's far right and far left. There's no more in the middle stuff, okay? And then far right isn't far right. It's the left just went off a cliff and you stayed right there. But this is what happens when it's no longer free from bias. And you're painting a narrative, and then you lie. Also, these assholes are complicit. That's why the revolution won't be televised. It'll be streamed on Rumble and Facebook and Instagram and X, Hammer Time Rapid Fire Q News. Here we are, because these assholes been lying and cheating too long. All right, what happens when the news is no longer reliable and independent? People no longer trust them, and we also don't trust our institutions too, like voting and our health agencies, which are anything but health. They're the sickness and death industry. They get paid per more shit that people get sick and drugs they use, okay? What happens when the news is no longer trustworthy? They come watching crazy people like me and us for news now. That's what you get, because we're bringing the truth, though. We might be a little bit off the rails, but you're going to get the truth, that's for sure. What happens when the news simply becomes an extension and arm of a political party? This is what happens. Fact becomes fiction. Fiction becomes fact. Somebody give me that quote from 1984, the last thing the party said, or it's basically, this might be 2 different quotes from 1984, the book 1984, George Orwell. The party's last something was da-da-da-da. The other one is too, they told you what you were seeing with your eyes was not real. That's basically what we're seeing from the Democrat Party and the fake news media now. They're basically telling you what you're seeing isn't true. Like, we didn't see the 2020 election getting stolen right before our very eyes. Like, we didn't see votes swapped right live on television. They said, oh, the system estimates the votes. Why would they ever estimate the votes when they're getting the votes uploaded for the counting? That makes no sense. Would only cause more confusion. Why would you need to estimate when you're about to get the votes uploaded to give you the number anyways? They're fucking liars. They told you those ballots under the table that they brought out after they sent the Republicans home for an alleged flood and they counted in the middle of the night was debunked. The only thing debunked is the fucking Democrat Party and these liars, cheats, and thieves. They created the fucking KKK and they're the still party of the KKK. They just own the media, so people didn't understand what they were up to. But we got the spotlight on them now, and everybody knows who they are. That's why the party's dying right before our very eyes. When does news become propaganda? Identity creation. This is also why people freak out when you ask them simple questions, because they've identified themselves with this ideology, and their ideology isn't based on fact. It's statements, not facts. Statements, not facts. It's mind control. So you ask a simple question, and they don't have an answer for it. That's why you see all these interviews. Oh, Trump's racist. What has he done that's racist? You want to take that? You want to take that? They'll point there. Well, so many things. Name one. They can't name one. Or maybe they'll work 40 years back to the freaking, what was the incident in New York? The five kids. I don't want to get into this topic too much, but you got to go 40 years back. The dude's so racist, you have to go 40 years back. And you know how loyal Donald Trump is, and he's a New Yorker. This woman was raped and killed in the park. He's defending a New Yorker. He went after the kid. There's no motivation that says it's a racially thing. Can you prove it's racially motivated? Or is he just being loyal and sticking up for this person? And if you can't, again, if he's racist, you'd see racist things happening over and over and over. Instead, he's actually the only person that's done anything for Black America. First thing he did in office was sign an executive order that gave more money than ever before to historically Black colleges and universities and guaranteed it for life. Then he created opportunity zones, which brought lasting wealth into minority communities. And then he got the freaking First Step Act passed after all these assholes claimed they were going to try to do that. Donald Trump's the one that got it passed. First Step Act got people out of prisons who were in prison for 10, 20 plus years because Joe Biden's racist 1994 crime bill, if you have a dime-sized piece of crack cocaine, highly addictive chemical, they released on minority communities, you were going to prison for 20 years. First Step Act brought out that if you were just in jail for simple freaking drug charges, you weren't a violent offender, you were going to get released. 93% of the people released from Donald Trump's First Step Act, to be clear, it was passed by both sides of the House, but Donald Trump brokered this deal, just like he's brokering peace in the Middle East. 93% of the people were Black Americans who benefited from the First Step Act. Donald Trump did that. Obama didn't do a single thing for Black America. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise. Just ask, what did he do? What did he do? And then you have all this evidence for Trump, too. So now I went a little off the rails here. Back to the Q drop. When does news become propaganda? Identity creation. How does the average person who's under constant financial stress by design find time to research and discern fact versus fiction? Nobody had time for that. You work all day, you're tired, you come home. This was our bullshit to do. The news, which has the patent to brain control you, but it puts people in a hypnotic state. Even the news anchors, it's called hypnotic speaking. They're literally programming people's minds. Your parents like watching the news. They say it's relaxing because it was putting them in a meditative state. But when you're in a meditative state, you're more absorptive of the information. They're literally mind programming you, and you're in this meditative state. People have no time to research this shit when you're working 2 jobs. Maybe you got kids and doing all this stuff, barely surviving. Who can research all this shit? That's why also the COVID lockdown was a major part of the awakening, because people were home and had time to research this shit. Okay. Majority of people more prone to believe someone in power sitting behind a big brand news name. Yes, unfortunately, most of the surface humans here are very tribal and they want to be part of the big clan. I've never had this in my DNA, but this is just how most people are. If everybody's doing this, they want to be part of the group. That's why they do the polls. Even when they're fake, they're doing the polls, so it makes people think, oh, I'm part of the majority. Oh, the Democrats have won the popular vote. Republicans aren't very popular. Bullshit. They've been stealing votes for a long ass time. And they allow illegals to vote too. Wait till you find this next election. You're gonna find out. Do people, human psyche, tend to follow the majority and mainstream viewpoint? Again, most of these surface human creatures, not myself, and maybe you rebellious leaders like I know Brittany. I know Brittany's one of these that don't do this shit. I know that for a fact. Do people, human psyche, tend to follow the majority mainstream viewpoint in fear of being isolated and or shunned? You could say from our evolutionary and our tribal nature, you kind of had to be part of the pack. If you got shunned, you're going to be on your own. You might fucking die. Well, that's still in our DNA and some of these human creatures and stuff. So mainstream is used for a reason, quote unquote mainstream, dominant trend or in opinion. Okay, they'd say that it's the mainstream because people want to be part of the bigger group. This is what this all human psychology right here, guys. Hope you're following along with this madman and his rambling and this Q decode. God, how do you not love the Q drops? Oh my gosh, modern day emerald tablets. Not modern day, they just got transmuted. This is the emerald tablets in a new form. And I'm, who? If majority of people believe X, then X must be validated and true. Why do mainstream media heads with different organizations always use the same keywords and or catchphrases? Look up HCQ in the Q drops or hydroxychloroquine. When Trump said maybe you can use hydroxychloroquine, they made a fake study, totally bogus and fake. And every news organization under the sun, Fox, it doesn't matter what side, all said the same shit. Trump, they'll use the word Trump in there. They'll say touts a malaria drug. And then it said more deaths, no benefit. And it said that in all the different things. It's right in the Q drop. If you want to find it, do that. Do your research. That's your second homework. The other one's reading the Turley article. Read that one, the HCQ one. It shows all the different blue checkmark clowns on Twitter all saying the same thing. And blue checkmark clowns, but also the news articles, all the titles. They also make sure they put the titles in there like that too, knowing people usually won't read the full article. They'll read the title only because unfortunately they're not that smart and they don't have a lot of time. So why do mainstream media heads with different organizations always use the same keywords and or catchphrases? This is mass media mind control. Coordinated, you betcha, by who? CIA and Mossad, outside entity providing instructions. Mossad, CIA, absolutely. Operation Mockingbird, Project Mockingbird, those are two different things. Know the difference. Do they count on the fact that people, human psyche, are more prone to believe something if heard over and over again by different trusted sources? Yes. Also look up the Ash experiment. I think it's AS, might be CH, Ash experiment. Again, we've shown that maybe once on the Qschqql where there's the different lines. Okay, one guy's part of the study, everyone else is in on it, and it says, it's got the line and it's got the 4 different sizes. Which one is the same length? And it's obviously the one, but every single person answers the other thing. And the guy's like, what? And the very first time, this beta male, he goes with his instinct and says the right answer. By the second one, he doesn't like it, but he goes along. And then after enough time, he's just going right along with it. He's no longer thinking for himself. He's just following the rest of the group. That's called the Ash experiment. It's been repeated multiple times in multiple different ways. Check it out. Okay. Do echo chamber tactics provide validation and credibility to the topic and point being discussed? Okay. Echo chambers, confirmation bias. If you believe this, certain thing, you're already looking for, that's how the brain works. When you have a belief system, you look for other things that prove your belief system. So you're already looking for it. So then the echo chamber comes in. That's how the algorithms work on the social medias too. The stuff you like, you're going to get more of that. You're never going to get the other side unless it's something that pisses you off and you make a comment. Well, they're going to send you that too. More confirmation bias. Echo chamber, there it is. Let's say you hate something about the Democrats and you keep commenting on all these similar posts that you're pissed off about the Democrats. Well, guess what? Echo chamber result. You're going to keep seeing what you're already believing. Confirmation bias. Okay. Threat to intellectual freedom by the things they're doing here. Would control over and of these institutions and organizations allow for the mass control of a population's viewpoint regarding a desired topic? Yes, obviously, and especially look at Trump and everything else. This is what they had done. Now they've lost that control, but they still control a lot of people, obviously, as you can see all the tards get ready to go to No King's Day as Donald Trump is bringing peace on earth and he freed Palestine. I don't know what the Free Palestine guys are going to do. We'll find out. It should be fun to watch. Grab your popcorn. We're going to do something this weekend probably too. I don't have football for once, so kick the tires and light the fires. Read again and digest. Read it at home. Don't have me read it for you because it might be 45 more minutes, okay? Would control over and of these institutions and organizations allow for the mass control of the population's viewpoint regarding a desired topic? There we go. Q made us read it again and digest, so we at least got the smaller part. Would control over and of these institutions and organizations allow for the mass control of a population's viewpoint regarding a desired topic? Okay. I always say if Q says something twice, it's because it's important, but also there might be a double meaning. So maybe there's 2 particular desired topics. Obviously with the news, it's the whole narrative, right? The whole narrative they have. Logical thinking. How many Q jobs with logical thinking? We looked that up like last week. There's a big number. It's a big number. I think it's triple digits. Surprised me a little bit. Y'all want to look that up for fun? Put that in the chat for a little dig. How many logical thinking Q jobs? Maybe give us a QAG number or Q alerts or take a guess. That's all good. Why, after the election of 2016, did D's and media corporations jumpstart a coordinated and planned divisive blitz intended to create falsehoods regarding illegitimacy of the election, character assassination of POTUS Trump through sexism, racism, and every other ism? That's interesting. The Q drop actually says that because I always read it that way. Q drop 2788, my favorite of all time. I always say every other ism. I didn't actually a Q drop that says every other ism. That's cool. Pre and post 2016 election, why were violent masked terror groups and organizations such as Antifa immediately created and funded? Okay, to fascism, to suppress Trump and his message and scare people and threaten them. Why were these organizations tasked with immediate intimidation and shutdown of any pro-POTUS rallies and or events? Because they didn't want the people to see how much support Donald Trump had. That's why they make the big old thing about how many people are at his inauguration. That's why he makes those statements about it. Even if they ridicule him and maybe it's not totally true, it's still, you start to pay attention how much support he has. That's why he did, 60 freaking rallies before the 2020 election in like 20 days? Like, the dude's on a freaking machine. Or maybe he did 3 rallies every day for 60 days. Some crazy ass number. Somebody asked your AI, how many rallies has Donald Trump done? Like, overall, it's got to be like hundreds. I mean, almost getting closer to the 1,000 mark. I don't know. That might be a little high, but it's definitely a couple hundred for sure. And there's going to be more. In case you haven't seen that, what an event to be at, Trump rally. Hopefully most of you have all got to go one. If you haven't, get your ass out to the next one, whenever it's going to be. We'll come with you. Let's all come together. We'll do it together. Why were these organizations tasked? Okay, intimidation, shutdown. Okay, they didn't want to see people his support. Why were marches immediately organized to counter and silence pro-POTUS rallies and or events? Same scenario. Why were marches immediately organized which divided people into sex, gender, race, and ism? Because divided you are weak, together you are strong. And if we are divided and fighting each other, we're not fighting the real enemy, which is the system and these non-government assholes behind the scenes, your shadow government, your cabal, your deep state. It's real. When you control the levers of news dissemination, you control the narrative. Control of the narrative equals power. When you are blind, what do you see? What you're told is in front of you. They want you divided, divided by religion, divided by sex, divided by political affiliation, divided by class. When you are divided and angry and controlled, you target those different from you, not those responsible. The controllers. Again, the systems of control. We're not fighting the right thing when we're fighting each other, guys. Pay attention now. I challenge you awakened ones to reach across the aisle in some way. Find that middle ground. Ask more questions of them. Stimulate that thought. Plant those seeds and just show them love and kindness too. That's one of the best things you can do. That'll really shake them up good with that love and kindness. Divided you are weak. Divided you pose no threat to their control. When non-dogmatic information becomes free and transparent, it becomes a threat to those who attempt to control the narrative and or stable the livestock kept in sheep. Thank goodness for Rumble here too, to be around non-censoring account or place like Rumble. We were able to, even though we got kicked off of Facebook and YouTube and all these places, Rumble was around. So thank you to all these other people who had to step up and go against these systems of control to get the truth out there. Shout out again to Brittany, the digital soldier truth warrior. She had that great post there too. So when you are awake, you stand on the outside of the stable, aka groupthink collective, and have free thought. Free thought is a philosophical viewpoint which holds that positions regarding truth should be formed on the basis of logic, reason, and empiricism, which is basically evidence, rather than authority, tradition, revelation, or dogma. Okay? Free thought is a philosophical viewpoint which holds that positions regarding truth should be formed on the basis of logic, reason, and empiricism, evidence, okay, rather than authority, tradition, revelation, or dogma. Okay, we've always done it this way. This is what's truth. Again, black people always voting Democrat because they were told that's what you should do. But there isn't any fucking evidence that Democrats help the black people. In fact, they're doing the opposite with open borders that explicitly harms our minority communities who are American citizens, who Donald Trump fights for tooth and nail every single day as American citizens. He puts America and Americans first, like a real fucking American leader. Hoo-yah! This represents a clear and present danger to the constitutional republic of the United States of America. Q++. That's what the media is. They are a clear and present danger to the United States of America, which means they need to be removed for the safety and security of the constitutional republic known as the United States of America. Hope you had a great time today. We're going to end on Abby doing something. I love you guys so much. Thanks for all the comments. I'm going to read these afterwards. Hope you enjoyed the show. Let me see how many we got on X. Did we get to 500? We're going to have to keep rocking around. 31 short. I'm going to have to do a 17-hour Qschqql this weekend to get us up 500,000. Pump those numbers up. Those are rookie numbers. Those are rookie numbers. Let the people know. The people are speaking. The people are spoken. We are the news now. Let's fucking go. Okay, fully off the rails. I'm going to call it a day. We're going to Abby, though. I'm going to pick one of these amazing ones, and we're going to let it rip. And I guess we'll have to find out whatever that one was where she sang the Q drop. I'm going to go back to her first page. Let's do the most recent one. The storm. No more excuses. One day ago, I'm just going to go right with this. I was going to go make America great again, but I think the storm has arrived. I just shared that Q post. Remember the one of the 5,000. If you see in the corner there, I'll zoom in. We're going to do that one. That's the one we're going to do, and we're going to close it out. So thank you guys. Love you all. I'll be checking the comments later on. I'm probably going to be in maybe Telegram tonight too. We're going to keep this party going. I'm going to take a little break here for a minute, but y'all, I love you guys. Thank you so much. Here we go. Abby.
First of all, who was on the Epstein list, if there was one, if there's no official list, who all frequently visited Epstein Island.
You're hiding something, and one day I'm going to figure out what it is. Even when you can walk like a normal person, you can lie. Motherfucker.
Young children who are missing or dead. And we found a lot of these children and we're sending them back, and we've been sending them back to their parents. And the mother and father rush to the door, and their tears in their eyes. They can't believe that they're seeing their son or daughter, their little son or daughter again. We've done almost 30,000 of them so far. Any system that results in the mass trafficking of children is inherently evil. Yet that is exactly what the globalist migration agenda has done, and it's what it's all about. In America, those days, as you know, are over. The Trump administration is working, and we are continuing to work to track down the villains that are causing this problem.
Epstein Island, bye.
You're not going to find all of them. 300, more than 300,000. They're lost or they're dead. They're lost or they're dead because of the animals.
Lies that Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who is obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz-kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part.
So the real scandal here is who he was working for and where the money came from. That's the actual scandal. And no one will say anything about it because the answer...
Was it American intelligence?
No.
Was it Saudi intelligence? Was it British intelligence?
It was Israeli intelligence.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump.
It's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence,
Surprise, motherfucker.
and park a couple $100 million and say, hey, can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier.
So in the end, he obviously didn't kill himself, just like Jeffrey Epstein.
Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
Who all knows from within the government who's on this list? Was Epstein a double agent for another country?
And everyone's embarrassed to say that because you're not allowed to say that or something because you're a hater, but you're not a hater at all. You can think Israel's a great country that deserves our support, as I do.
My best memories are in Israel.
Yeah, it's great. I've taken my family on vacation there. But it's still a foreign country, and it's a fair question to ask, were you running a blackmail scheme in our country? And I think the answer is yes.
I didn't love the music, but we want to support. And Blue Eyes is live on X too. You want to hop over there right after this? I'm going to close it up here. Say hello. There's X live. I haven't seen her on there ever before. She's live right now on X.
Now we have no excuses. We don't have a Gaza, and we don't have an Iran as an excuse. That was a good excuse, but we don't have that anymore.
The storm has arrived, and we just showed that when I typed in the 5,000. That came up in an image. It was there. Thank you, Abby. Nothing could stop what's coming. That's a 71. My last name Hanson 71, Flynn 71. And thank you with the Q on there. Check it out. We almost got to 500. Almost. I don't think we're going to make it. I'll shoot for that tomorrow or the next day. There's Abby right here. I'm going to hop over there maybe for a second. Blue Eyes. She's live. So y'all want to hop on over. Tell her Qschqql sent you. She'll know. Say Qschqql sent us after I close this out. Go on, hop over to Abby for a second. Blue Eyes. And then y'all can go check out Jordan Clark, whoever you want afterwards. Thank you guys for all the love and support, though, on the X. Make sure you're following me, please. Follow me if you've been watching from over on X. Thank you guys. And then go hop over to Blue Eyes Abby right after this and tell her that Qschqql sent you guys. Thank you. Thank you. Love, 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 friends. We'll be back tomorrow. One more day. It'll be the 17th. We got a Q day on Qschqql tomorrow. Friday, the October 17th. Love, 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 guys. See y'all. Woo-wee, one down, another one down. Big old day. Love, love, love. Qschqql, we out. I thought I was going to say something else. Can't remember what it was. Yeah, hop over to Blue Eyes, though, for a second. We'll be back. Love you guys. Thank you so much. See you tomorrow, 2:17 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Love